Welcome, young wizard, to a tale that spans continents and decades, where magical creatures hide in impossible suitcases and the greatest dark wizard of an age schemes to remake the world. Tonight, we follow Newt Scamander through the chaos of 1920s New York, through the gathering storm of Grindelwald's rise, and into the heart of secrets that could shatter everything. As you settle into your cozy sanctuary, let these words carry you through a timeline of wonder and danger, of beasts, both fantastic and human, of love that defied laws and courage that challenged destiny. Close your eyes and drift into this chronicle of magic's most turbulent era. The year 1926 existed in a peculiar state of tension for the magical world, a moment balanced precariously between the memory of one terrible war and the shadow of another that was slowly taking shape in the darkness. In the great cities of Europe, where cobblestone streets knew the footsteps of both wizard and muggle, whispers traveled through the magical quarters about a name that was spoken with increasing frequency and decreasing volume, as if saying it too loudly might summon the attention of the man himself. Gellert Grindelwald had begun his campaign not with armies or declarations, but with ideas, with promises whispered to those who felt the wizarding world had lost its way, that magical folk had been forced into hiding by those with no magic at all, that the natural order had been inverted, and only through strength and revelation could it be restored. The attacks had started small, almost tentative, as if testing the resolve of magical governments and the attention of the non-magical press. A warehouse burned in Prague with flames that consumed everything but left the structure standing. A puzzle that Muggle authorities attributed to faulty wiring while magical investigators knew better. A family of German wizards disappeared from their ancestral home, leaving behind only scorch marks in the shape of a symbol that elder wizards recognized with growing dread, a mark that had not been seen in generations, but carried weight of dark purpose in its simple geometry. 3 Muggle officials in Paris collapsed simultaneously during a public ceremony, their deaths attributed to coincidental heart failure, though magical autopsies revealed curse work of sophisticated cruelty. These incidents, scattered across Europe like seeds planted in fertile soil, created an atmosphere of unease that affected both magical and non-magical communities, though only one understood the true nature of the threat. Newspapers in the wizarding world ran cautious articles that spoke of isolated events, while their editors privately debated how much truth the public could handle, whether revealing the scope of what was beginning might create the very panic they sought to prevent. The International Confederation of Wizards held emergency sessions behind wards so complex that even the most skilled infiltrators found themselves unable to penetrate, discussing measures and countermeasures against an enemy who seemed to understand their thinking before they fully articulated it themselves. But perhaps nowhere was the tension more acute than in the United States of America, where the magical community had developed under entirely different circumstances than their European counterparts, shaped by different histories and different relationships with the non-magical population. The Magical Congress of the United States of America, known by the acronym MACUSA to those who inhabited its sphere of influence, had established laws that reflected a deep and abiding paranoia about exposure, about the consequences of muggles, or no-mage, as Americans called them, discovering the existence of magic in their midst. These laws were not suggestions or guidelines, but rigid structures enforced with severity that would have shocked many European magical governments, reflecting a fundamental belief that the greatest threat to wizarding kind came not from dark wizards or dangerous creatures, but from the sheer overwhelming numbers of non-magical humans who might react with violence if they knew the propriety. Truth. Among these strict regulations was a prohibition that struck at the heart of magical creature welfare, a blanket ban on the keeping, importing, or breeding of what MACUSA classified as fantastic beasts within American borders. The reasoning was straightforward. If harsh, magical creatures were unpredictable, their behaviors often incomprehensible to even experienced handlers, and their very existence presented opportunities for exposure that the American magical community could not afford. A dragon spotted over Manhattan, a hippogriff glimpsed in Central Park, a kelpie discovered in the Hudson River. Any of these incidents could shatter the careful separation between magical and non-magical worlds that MACUSA had maintained through decades of vigilant enforcement. This prohibition created a peculiar situation for those wizards and witches, whose life's work involved the study and protection of magical fauna, rendering their vocations not merely difficult, but actually criminal under American magical law. Magizoologists, a relatively rare specialty, even in the more permissive European magical communities, found themselves effectively barred from American soil if they intended to practice their craft with any authenticity. The consequences for violation were severe enough to deter all but the most dedicated or foolhardy, ranging from immediate deportation for foreign nationals to imprisonment in specialized facilities for American citizens who refused to comply. Yet, despite these obstacles, or perhaps because of them, there were those who believed the preservation of magical creatures was worth any personal risk, who saw in the dwindling populations of fantastic beasts not merely an unfortunate consequence of expanding human civilization, but a tragedy that demanded action regardless of legal constraints or political considerations. These individuals operated in the shadows of the magical world, conducting their work with the understanding that discovery meant the end of everything they had built. That one careless moment could result in the destruction of creatures they had dedicated years to protecting and their own imprisonment as punishment for caring too much about species that most wizards viewed as dangerous nuisances at best. Into this tense and complicated world stepped Newt Scamander, a wizard whose appearance suggested nothing particularly remarkable, but whose suitcase contained wonders and dangers that would have given MACUSA officials nightmares had they known what was about to arrive on their shores. Newt, as he preferred to be called by the few people who got close enough to use his given name, carried himself with the slightly awkward bearing of someone more comfortable with creatures than people, his movements efficient when dealing with practical matters, but uncertain when navigating the complex social rituals that humans seem to find natural. He was young still, only 29 years old, in this year of 1926, but his eyes held the particular weariness of someone who had seen more than his years would suggest, who had witnessed enough suffering and stupidity to strip away the illusions that made most young people optimistic about human nature. His clothing was practical rather than fashionable, the kind of ensemble that a person might choose if they spent their days crawling through caves or wading through swamps, rather than attending ministry functions or social gatherings. The blue coat he wore had seen considerable use, its fabric bearing the subtle marks of various magical substances and the occasional claw or tooth, though someone would have to look closely to notice these signs of his unusual occupation. Beneath this, his vest and shirt were similarly utilitarian, chosen for durability and ease of movement, rather than any attempt to impress observers with his status or taste. Even his bow tie, a concession to the convention that wizards should maintain some standards of dress, was slightly askew, in a way that suggested he had tied it himself without the benefit of a mirror and hadn't bothered to check the result. But it was the case he carried that defined him, a battered leather suitcase marked with the wear of extensive travel, its surface scarred by exposure to elements both mundane and magical. To the casual observer, it appeared to be nothing more than luggage, perhaps older and more worn than most people would choose to carry, but not inherently suspicious in any way. The customs officials at any port would see it as simply another traveler's belongings. Might wonder briefly why someone wouldn't invest in newer baggage, but would ultimately pass it through with barely a second glance. This was, of course, exactly what Newt intended them to see. The carefully maintained illusion of ordinariness that concealed the extraordinary nature of what existed within. The interior of that case, expanded through spatial manipulation magic that pushed the boundaries of what most wizards considered possible, contained an entire ecosystem of magical creatures that Newt had rescued from various forms of danger across multiple continents. It was not merely a container but a sanctuary, a portable habitat where each species had been provided with conditions approximating their natural environment, where creatures that would have been extinct or dying now thrived under the care of someone who understood their needs better than they understood themselves. The magic required to maintain such a space was considerable, requiring constant adjustment and monitoring to ensure that the delicate balances necessary for creature health were preserved, that predators and prey remained separated, that the environmental controls functioned properly for species with vastly different requirements. Within this impossible space lived representatives of magical fauna that most wizards knew only from textbooks if they knew them at all, creatures whose existence was becoming increasingly precarious as human expansion, both magical and non-magical, encroached upon their habitats and reduced their populations to dangerous levels. Each animal had come to Newt through different circumstances. Some rescued from poachers who would have harvested them for potion ingredients or trophy collections. Others saved from wizards who had acquired them as exotic pets, only to discover that keeping a magical creature required considerably more knowledge and commitment than they possessed. Still others found injured or orphaned in the wild and given shelter until they could be returned to sustainable populations in protected areas. The creatures themselves represented a cross-section of magical biodiversity that would have astounded and alarmed MACUSA officials in equal measure. There was the Niffler, a creature resembling an oversized platypus with a coat of sleek black fur and a snout designed by nature for burrowing, whose obsession with shiny objects was not mere attraction but genuine compulsion, a magical imperative that drove it to collect anything that glittered regardless of consequences or ownership. This particular Niffler had been rescued from a goblin who had been using it to locate buried treasure, keeping it in conditions that Newt had found unconscionable, and though it had adjusted well to life in the case, it retained its insatiable appetite for acquiring sparkly things, a tendency that required constant vigilance to prevent. There was also an Okamy, a serpentine creature native to the Far East and India, whose most remarkable ability was coronaptixis, the capacity to grow or shrink to fit available space, making it equally at home in environments ranging from vast caverns to tiny boxes. This specimen was particularly fine, its scales shimmering with colors that shifted in the light, its temperament relatively placeable for a species known to be aggressive when defending its territory. Newt had acquired it from a wizard in Mongolia who had been attempting to breed them for their silver eggs, which were worth considerable money on the black market, but who lacked the knowledge to provide proper care for the breeding pairs, resulting in sick and stressed animals that would never have produced viable offspring under those conditions. The bowtruckle population in Newt's case numbered several individuals, each no larger than a human finger, resembling tiny tree guardians constructed from twigs and bark, with eyes that gleamed with surprising intelligence. For creatures so small, these plant-like beings served as guardians for trees whose wood was particularly suited for wand-making, defending their homes with a ferocity that belied their diminutive size, using their sharp finger-like appendages to gouge the eyes of woodcutters or anyone else who threatened their territory. One bowtruckle in particular, whom Newt had named Pickett, refused to stay in the designated bowtruckle tree, instead riding in Newt's pocket and displaying what could only be called attachment issues, clinging to Newt's lapel when attempts were made to relocate him, and generally behaving more like a familiar than a wild creature. Among the more dangerous inhabitants was an erumpent, a massive rhinoceros-like beast, native to African savanna, whose horn contained a fluid so explosive that it could cause anything it touched to burst into flames or explode outright depending on the concentration. This particular female was in heat when Newt had found her, making her behavior even more unpredictable than usual, prone to charging at anything that moved, and exhibiting the kind of single-minded determination that made her an ongoing containment challenge. He had rescued her from poachers who intended to harvest her horn for use in potions, a practice that would have required killing her since removing the horn from a living erumpent was essentially impossible, and attempting it would likely result in an explosion that would kill everyone involved. But perhaps the most significant creature in Newt's collection, at least in terms of the mission that had brought him to America, was the thunderbird, a magnificent avian species, native to Arizona, whose wings could generate storms as it flew, and whose very presence seemed to command the weather itself. This particular thunderbird, whom Newt had named Frank, had been rescued from traffickers in Egypt, wizards who had somehow managed to capture him and transport him far from his native habitat, with the intention of selling him to a wealthy collector who wanted exotic magical creatures for private menagerie. The rescue had been dangerous and costly, requiring Newt to call in favors and take risks that might have given a more cautious person pause. But seeing Frank chained in that Egyptian market, his magnificent wings clipped to prevent escape, his eyes dulled by captivity and mistreatment, had made the decision automatic rather than deliberate. Frank's return to Arizona was the ostensible reason for Newt's journey to the United States, the explanation he would give if questioned about his presence on American soil, though the truth was considerably more complex. Dumbledore had sent him, though Newt would never mention this to anyone who didn't absolutely need to know, had suggested that his journey to return Frank might serve multiple purposes if approached correctly. There were things happening in America that concerned Dumbledore, whispers and rumors that suggested Grindelwald's influence might be extending across the Atlantic in ways that the American magical community hadn't recognized, patterns that someone with Newt's particular skills might be able to detect if he happened to be in the right places at the right times. Newt's history with Hogwarts had been complicated, ending in his expulsion during his 5th year under circumstances that remained officially classified, though rumors circulated among those who paid attention to such things. The official records stated only that he had endangered human life through the reckless handling of a dangerous magical creature, a charge that was technically accurate but fundamentally incomplete as an explanation of what had actually occurred. The full truth involved a fellow student, a creature that had been misunderstood rather than inherently dangerous, and a series of decisions that Newt would make again under the same circumstances, regardless of consequences, because some things mattered more than following rules that were based on ignorance rather than understanding. Albus Dumbledore, then a professor of transfiguration at Hogwarts, had fought against the expulsion with surprising vehemence, arguing that Newt's actions had demonstrated precisely the kind of moral courage and independent thinking that the school should be cultivating rather than punishing. He had been overruled by other members of the faculty and the Board of Governors, who felt that allowing a student to endanger others, even with good intentions, set an unacceptable precedent that might encourage future students to take similar risks. But Dumbledore's defense had made an impression on the young Newt, had suggested that there were those in positions of authority who understood that rules were not always synonymous with righteousness, that sometimes the right action was also the forbidden one. Their relationship had continued after Newt's expulsion, maintained through irregular correspondence and occasional meetings that Dumbledore arranged when he needed information about creatures, or when he felt that Newt needed guidance, navigating a world that didn't always appreciate his particular talents. It was a mentorship of sorts, though neither of them would have described it in such formal terms, more like the connection between two people who recognized in each other a shared understanding that conventional wisdom was often neither conventional nor wise. Dumbledore saw in Newt someone whose moral center was unshakable, even when his social skills were lacking, someone who could be trusted to do what was right, even when doing so carried personal costs that others would find unacceptable. The philosophy that guided Newt's work with creatures was rooted in observations that he had made throughout years of close study, conclusions that often contradicted the received wisdom of magical academia and creature management departments. He had come to understand that most magical creatures deemed dangerous were not inherently malevolent, but rather responding to circumstances in predictable ways that became threatening only when humans failed to understand or respect their natures. A dragon guarding its eggs was not evil but maternal. A hippogriff attacking someone who approached incorrectly was not vicious but defensive. A kelpie drowning a rider was not murderous but acting according to its nature, which humans should know better than to provoke through careless interaction. This understanding led him to a belief that troubled many in the magical community: the conviction that in the vast majority of conflicts between humans and creatures, the humans were at fault through ignorance, arrogance, or deliberate cruelty. Wizards hunted creatures for sport or ingredients without considering the impacts on populations or ecosystems, kept magical animals in inappropriate conditions that drove them to dangerous behavior, destroyed habitats without thought for the species that depended on those environments for survival. Then, when the creatures fought back or died out entirely, those same wizards declared them inherently dangerous or expendable, never acknowledging their own role in creating the problems they claimed to be solving through elimination or regulation. The book that Newt was writing, the project that consumed his spare time and drove his travels as he sought to document species in their natural habitats before those habitats disappeared entirely, was intended to be a comprehensive guide to magical creatures that focused on understanding and preservation rather than fear and extermination. It would include detailed observations of behavior patterns, habitat requirements, dietary needs, reproductive strategies, everything that a wizard would need to know to coexist peacefully with magical fauna or to provide proper care if circumstances required temporary captivity. More importantly, it would argue from evidence rather than assumption that these creatures deserved protection, that their extinction would represent not merely the loss of interesting species, but the destruction of irreplaceable elements of the magical ecosystem. But such a book would be controversial, would challenge deeply held beliefs about the natural superiority of wizards over other magical beings, would suggest that perhaps humans had responsibilities toward creatures rather than simply rights to use them as resources. Newt understood that publication would likely bring criticism from those invested in the current system, from potion ingredient suppliers who profited from creature harvesting, from dragon handlers who saw their charges as dangerous tools rather than intelligent beings, from ministry officials who preferred simple classifications of dangerous versus harmless rather than nuanced understandings of complex behaviors. He was prepared for this opposition, had accepted it as the inevitable cost of trying to change minds that were comfortable in their ignorance. His social awkwardness, which was considerable even by the standards of wizards who were not generally known for sophisticated interpersonal skills, stemmed partly from the fact that he genuinely preferred the company of creatures to that of humans in most circumstances. Creatures were honest in ways that humans rarely achieved, their motivations transparent once you understood their nature, their actions predictable within certain parameters. A niffler stole shiny things not from malice but from instinct, an irrumpant charge not from anger but from biological imperatives. A bowtruckle defended its tree not from meanness but from loyalty to its home. Humans, by contrast, lied constantly and about everything, disguised their true intentions behind layers of social convention, said one thing while meaning another, and generally made communication far more complicated than it needed to be if everyone would simply be direct about their wants and needs. This preference for creature company over human interaction had shaped his personality in ways both obvious and subtle, giving him a gentleness in handling even dangerous animals that contrasted sharply with his awkward uncertainty around people. He could read the body language of a dozen different species with intuitive accuracy, understanding from tiny signals whether a creature was relaxed or agitated, curious or defensive. But he struggled to interpret human facial expressions and tone of voice, often missing social cues that others found obvious. Parties were torture. Small talk was incomprehensible. The elaborate dances of human courtship and friendship formation seemed designed to exclude anyone who preferred straightforward communication over subtle hints and unspoken expectations. His appearance reflected this orientation toward practicality over social presentation, his clothing chosen for function rather than impression, his grooming adequate but not particularly concerned with current fashions or conventions. He kept his hair at a length that was manageable without being stylish, his face clean-shaven more, because beard maintenance seemed like an unnecessary complication than from any aesthetic preference. His overall presentation suggesting someone who had more important things to think about than whether his coat was in style or his bow tie was perfectly straight. This wasn't defiance of social norms so much as indifference to them, a prioritization of creature care over personal appearance that made perfect sense to him even if it struck others as eccentric or careless. The case he carried, beyond its function as mobile sanctuary, also served as a kind of barrier between himself and the world, a legitimate reason to decline social invitations or cut conversations short because the creatures needed tending. It was true that they did require constant care, that maintaining their health and the stability of their environment demanded regular attention and immediate response to any signs of distress or malfunction in the magical systems that kept them comfortable. But it was also true that Newt sometimes used this responsibility as an excuse to avoid interactions that he found uncomfortable, retreating into the case where the rules were clear and his competence was unquestionable, rather than facing situations where his social deficits made him feel inadequate or foolish. The journey to New York had been long and uncomfortable. Passage booked on a ship that carried both magical and non-magical passengers, though in carefully separated sections that never intersected in ways that might lead to uncomfortable questions. Newt had spent most of the voyage in his cabin, emerging only for meals and occasional walks on deck when the hour and weather made encountering other passengers unlikely. The case had required constant monitoring during the trip, the motion of the ship affecting some creatures more than others, the Okamy, in particular, becoming agitated by the unfamiliar sensations until Newt had adjusted the internal environment to compensate for the movement. As the ship approached New York Harbor, Newt had stood at the rail watching the city emerge from morning mist, the skyline of buildings that reached toward the sky with an ambition that seemed very American in its confidence and scale. He had been to cities before, of course, London and Paris and others across Europe, but there was something different about New York, an energy that was palpable even from the water, a sense of movement and change and constant becoming that felt both exciting and slightly overwhelming. The Statue of Liberty passed on their left, her torch raised in greeting or warning, and Newt found himself wondering whether the magical community here felt as welcoming to strangers or as suspicious of those who didn't fit their expectations. The customs process had been his first real test, the point where his carefully prepared documentation and his hastily constructed cover story would either pass scrutiny or collapse under the weight of official suspicion. He had legitimate paperwork for his presence in the country, a visa that identified him as a traveling salesperson representing a European company that specialized in exotic leather goods, a cover that explained both his luggage and his intended destination in the American Southwest. The case itself had been modified with a switch that changed its appearance and apparent contents depending on which setting was active, a bit of magical engineering that Newt was rather proud of, even though it represented exactly the kind of deception that made him uncomfortable when he had to maintain it for extended periods. The customs official, a nomad whose job was to ensure that nothing dangerous or illegal entered American territory, had barely glanced at the case when Newt presented it, more interested in the paperwork than the physical luggage. Newt had triggered the switch with a subtle movement of his thumb, transforming the interior from creature sanctuary to mundane samples of merchandise, and watched as the man opened it briefly, poked at a few leather samples, and then closed it again with a stamp of approval that suggested he had long since stopped caring about the actual contents of travelers' bags. The entire interaction had taken perhaps 3 minutes. 3 minutes during which Newt's heart had pounded with an intensity that seemed disproportionate to the actual risk involved. And then he was through, walking into New York proper, with a case full of illegal magical creatures and no one the wiser. The city itself assaulted his senses in ways both magical and mundane. The press of people on streets that seemed too narrow for the crowds they carried. The noise of automobiles and construction and humanity compressed into space that felt claustrophobic after the relative openness of his English countryside home. But underneath the mundane chaos, his trained senses detected the magical currents that flowed through the city like underground rivers, the residue of spells cast by thousands of wizards and witches going about their daily business, the wards and protections that marked magical establishments hidden among their non-magical neighbors, the occasional creature that had adapted to urban life lurking in shadows and forgotten corners. He had been making his way through the crowded streets with no particular destination in mind beyond finding a place to rest and plan his next moves when he encountered the rally, a gathering of nomads listening to a woman whose voice carried the kind of fervent certainty that Newt associated with people who had mistaken their fears for facts. The speaker was Mary Lou Barebone, though he didn't know her name yet, a woman whose posture and gestures radiated righteous conviction as she addressed the small crowd about the threat of witches hiding among them, corrupting good people, threatening the natural order that God had established. Her words were hateful in their ignorance, but what troubled Newt more was the response she received, the nods of agreement from listeners who wanted simple explanations for complex problems, who found comfort in the idea that evil could be identified and eliminated rather than understood and addressed. Among those distributing pamphlets for this hateful cause were children, young people who should have been in school or at play, rather than serving as foot soldiers in an adult's crusade against imaginary enemies. One in particular caught Newt's attention, a boy whose posture suggested someone carrying weight beyond his years, whose eyes darted constantly as if expecting punishment for failures real or imagined. There was something about him that triggered Newt's instinct for recognizing creatures in distress, a quality he couldn't quite name, but that made him want to stop and ask if the boy was all right, though such an inquiry would obviously be inappropriate and probably frightening. But his attention was diverted when he accidentally bumped into a woman in the crowd, a collision that was entirely his fault as he had been watching the rally rather than where he was walking. He mumbled an apology without really looking at her, his mind still processing what he had just witnessed, and continued walking before the encounter could become a conversation that would require social skills he didn't possess. What he didn't notice was that the woman, Tina Goldstein, though introductions were still in the future, had recognized something odd about him, some quality that suggested he was not entirely what he appeared to be, and had decided that he warranted closer observation by someone trained to notice irregularities in the mundane world. His attention returned to immediate concerns when he realized that his case felt lighter than it should, a subtle difference that someone less familiar with its weight and balance might have missed, but that set off immediate alarms in his mind. A quick check confirmed his fears. The Niffler had escaped, had somehow managed to work open the latch, despite the supposedly creature-proof locks, and was now loose somewhere in New York, with its insatiable appetite for shiny objects and complete lack of understanding about property ownership or the consequences of theft. The panic that seized him was immediate and comprehensive, understanding that a magical creature loose in a city of no-maj was exactly the kind of incident that could result in his imprisonment, deportation, and the destruction of every creature in his case as MACUSA cleaned up the mess he had created. The hunt for the Niffler would lead him to a bank, following the trail of a creature drawn to the massive concentrations of shiny metal and precious stones that financial institutions kept in their vaults, and would result in an encounter with a rotund no-maj named Jacob Kowalski, who had no idea that his life was about to become far more complicated and magical than he had ever imagined. But that convergence of fate and accident still lay minutes in the future, time that Newt spent mentally cursing his own carelessness in not securing the case more thoroughly, promising himself that if he could just recover the Niffler without major incident, he would implement triple redundant locks and probably never let the creature out again, except under the most controlled circumstances. The magical ecosystem of New York existed parallel to the mundane city, occupying the same physical space, but separated by centuries of carefully maintained barriers and misdirections that kept the two populations from intersecting in ways that might shatter the illusion of separation. MACUSA headquarters existed in the Woolworth building, concealed behind glamours and muggle-repelling charms that made no-maj see only offices and bureaucracy rather than the vast magical institution that coordinated wizarding affairs for the entire country. Here, in offices and corridors that existed in dimensions folded into the building's architecture, hundreds of magical government employees conducted the business of maintaining the separation between magical and non-magical worlds, while also managing the internal affairs of a community that had its own laws, customs, and endless bureaucratic complications. Among these employees was Percival Graves, a man whose position as Director of Magical Security gave him authority second only to President Picquery herself, whose responsibilities included investigating threats to the magical community, whether they came from dark wizards, dangerous creatures, or the ever-present risk of exposure to no-maj attention. He was respected, feared in appropriate measure, known for his competence and his unswerving dedication to MACUSA's mission of maintaining the secrecy that American wizards believed was essential to their survival. What no one suspected, what even his closest colleagues had no reason to doubt, was that Percival Graves was not Percival Graves at all, but rather Gellert Grindelwald, wearing his face and inhabiting his life, a deception that had been maintained for months, and that gave the dark wizard access to the heart of American magical government. On this particular morning, Graves had been called to investigate a disturbance that suggested something dangerous and magical was loose in the city, an incident that had left a house destroyed, and witnesses claiming they had seen something impossible emerge from the ground and flee through the streets. The scene when he arrived showed signs of enormous force applied with precision, structural damage that suggested a creature of considerable size and power, magical residue that he recognized from his extensive knowledge of obscure and dangerous forms of magic. This was not the work of any creature, in the normal sense, not a dragon or a chimera, or any of the fantastic beasts that occasionally caused problems when they escaped or were illegally imported. This was something else, something that most wizards didn't believe existed anymore, something that suggested opportunities if approached correctly. He stood in the wreckage, making observations that he would include in his official report while his mind worked through implications and possibilities that he would share with no one, understanding that what he had found might be the key to achieving goals that went far beyond his official responsibilities. The other auras on the scene looked to him for guidance, for the kind of decisive leadership that Percival Graves had been known for, and he provided it while thinking thoughts that Graves would never have entertained. The balance he had to maintain was delicate, playing the role convincingly enough that no one suspected, while also advancing his own agenda in ways that wouldn't trigger the kind of scrutiny that might expose his deception. It was exhausting work, this constant performance, but the access it provided made the effort worthwhile. Back at MACUSA headquarters, in an office that had once belonged to a competent investigator, before she made the mistake of prioritizing compassion over regulations, Tina Goldstein was trying to figure out how to restore her position and her reputation after a single moment of doing what she believed was right had cost her everything she had worked years to achieve. She had been an aura, one of the elite investigators whose job was to track down dark wizards and protect the magical community from threats both internal and external. But she had used magic to defend a child from abuse, had intervened in a no-maj family's affairs in ways that violated the strict non-interference policies that MACUSA enforced with zero tolerance, and as punishment had been demoted to a position so far below her qualifications that it felt deliberately humiliating. The frustration of her situation was compounded by the knowledge that she would make the same choice again, that watching a child being beaten and doing nothing would have been a betrayal of everything she believed about what magic should be used for, that following the rules in that situation would have made her complicit in cruelty that she couldn't accept. But understanding that her choice was right didn't make the consequences any easier to bear, didn't restore her position or her access to cases that mattered, didn't change the fact that her career might never recover from this single incident of placing conscience above policy. She needed something, some case or investigation that would prove her value and force the administration to acknowledge that demoting her had been a mistake. But opportunities for redemption didn't present themselves to those who had fallen out of favor with leadership. When she spotted the strange wizard with the case, the one who moved through crowds with the awkwardness of someone unused to human company, something in her investigator's instinct suggested that he might be exactly the opportunity she needed. The bank stood as a monument to American capitalism and confidence, its marble floors reflecting the ambitions of those who came seeking loans or depositing the fruits of their labor, its high ceilings and imposing architecture designed to inspire awe and trust in equal measure. Among the mourning crowd of customers waiting to conduct their financial business was Jacob Kowalski, a man whose dreams were considerably larger than his current circumstances would suggest possible, whose aspirations toward bakery ownership were about to collide with the reality of risk-averse lending policies and the even more improbable reality of magical creatures loose in Lower Manhattan. Jacob was the kind of man who disappeared into crowds not through any deliberate effort at concealment, but simply through the ordinary nature of his appearance and bearing, neither tall nor short, neither handsome nor ugly, carrying the slight excess weight of someone who appreciated good food and lacked both time and inclination for athletic pursuits. His suit, worn with the careful maintenance of someone who owned perhaps 2 such outfits and needed both to last as long as possible, was clean and pressed, but showed signs of age around the cuffs and collar, the fabric holding memories of previous wearings and the sweat of nervous anticipation. He clutched a folder containing his business proposal with the grip of someone who understood that this meeting represented perhaps his only chance to escape a factory job that was slowly crushing his spirit beneath the weight of repetitive labor and unfulfilled potential. The loan officer, who would review his application, was already predisposed to rejection before Jacob even entered the private office where such financial determinations were made, his expression carrying the particular combination of boredom and superiority that people in positions of minor authority often developed when their jobs consisted primarily of saying no to desperate people. The office itself was small and windowless, designed more for efficiency than comfort, containing a desk, 2 chairs, and filing cabinets that held the documented hopes and failures of countless previous applicants who had sat where Jacob now sat, making their cases for why they deserved financial backing, despite lacking the collateral that made lending actually secure rather than merely charitable. Jacob's presentation was earnest, if somewhat rambling, his passion for baking evident in the way he described the creations he envisioned, the pastries and breads that would set his establishment apart from the countless other bakeries that already existed throughout the city. He spoke of recipes that had been refined through years of experimentation, of flavor combinations that he had perfected in his own kitchen, using ingredients purchased with money that should probably have gone to more practical expenses, of a vision for a shop that would serve not merely sustenance, but small moments of joy and comfort to customers who deserved better than the mass-produced goods that most bakeries offered. His enthusiasm was genuine and touching, the kind of innocent optimism that hadn't yet been beaten out of him by repeated exposure to a world that valued security over dreams and established success over potential brilliance. But the loan officer's response was predictable and devastating, delivered with the casual cruelty of someone who had said these words so many times that they no longer registered as potentially life-altering to the person receiving them. Without collateral, without assets that could be seized if the business failed, without anything beyond his own labor and vision to offer as security, Jacob was simply too great a risk for the bank to consider. The decision was presented as merely logical rather than personal, as if the mathematics of lending left no room for consideration of factors like determination or talent, or the fundamental unfairness of a system that required people to already have money before anyone would give them money. The meeting was over almost before it had truly begun. Jacob's folder returned to him with a finality that suggested any attempt to argue or plead would be not merely futile, but actively inappropriate. He emerged from the office feeling the particular emptiness that comes from having hope systematically dismantled by institutional indifference, the weight of returning to his factory job settling onto his shoulders like a physical burden that made even walking feel laborious. His mind was so consumed with processing this defeat that he barely registered the commotion beginning near the vault area, the sounds of something moving with purpose and stealth toward the concentrated wealth that banks kept locked away from those deemed insufficiently creditworthy to borrow against it. What he did notice was the strange wizard who had bumped into him earlier, the one with the shabby case and the distracted air, now hurrying through the bank lobby with an expression of barely controlled panic that suggested he was searching for something that absolutely needed to be found before disaster struck. Newt had tracked the Niffler to the bank through a combination of magical detection and simple logical deduction about where a creature obsessed with shiny objects would naturally gravitate given the options available in a major metropolitan area. The trail had been complicated by the number of other magical signatures in the city, the background noise of thousands of wizards going about their business, creating interference that made precise tracking difficult. But the Niffler's particular enthusiasm for theft created disruptions that were distinctive enough to follow once Newt understood what to look for. He had hoped to recover the creature before it actually entered the bank. Before the situation escalated from minor inconvenience to major incident, but the Niffler had proven faster and more determined than he had anticipated, its small size allowing it to slip through spaces that would have stopped larger pursuers. The interior of the bank presented challenges that made retrieval considerably more complicated than simple pursuit. The presence of dozens of no-marge witnesses, meaning that any overt use of magic was absolutely forbidden, that he would need to recover his escaped creature through mundane means, or through spells so subtle that observers would rationalize what they saw rather than acknowledging the impossible. This kind of operation was something Newt had practiced before, situations where creatures needed to be captured or controlled in the presence of non-magical witnesses, but it never became routine or easy. The constant awareness that one mistake could expose the wizarding world, adding pressure that made even simple tasks feel fraught with potential catastrophe. He spotted Jacob standing near the vault area, looking dejected and distracted, recognized him from their earlier collision, and made a decision that would have significant consequences for both of them. Though neither could have predicted how their lives were about to become entangled. Approaching quickly, Newt pressed something into Jacob's hand while murmuring instructions to hold it carefully and not drop it under any circumstances, then continued past before Jacob could respond or ask the obvious questions about what he was holding or why a stranger had just entrusted him with what appeared to be a silver egg of some kind. The object was warm to the touch and seemed to pulse with an internal rhythm that was distinctly unsettling, suggesting that whatever was inside was alive and might be attempting to emerge into a world that probably wasn't ready to receive it. Inside the vault, the Niffler was experiencing what could only be described as paradise for a creature whose entire existence was oriented toward the acquisition of shiny objects, surrounded by more wealth than it had ever encountered in one location, confronted with choices that its small brain was not equipped to process efficiently. It moved with the focused intensity of someone at an all-you-can-eat buffet, grabbing jewelry and coins and anything else that glittered, stuffing items into the pouch on its belly that expanded through the same kind of spatial manipulation magic that made Newt's case larger inside than outside. The creature had no concept of theft or property rights or the consequences that its actions would create, operating purely on instinct and opportunity, taking what its nature compelled it to take with the innocent enthusiasm of a child in a candy store who hadn't yet learned that wanting something didn't mean you could simply take it. Newt managed to slip into the vault area using a combination of distraction and a mild confusion charm on the guard. Nothing overt enough to be noticed as magic, but sufficient to make the man look away at the crucial moment, creating an opportunity that Newt exploited with the efficient grace of someone who had conducted similar operations more times than he cared to count. Once inside, he found the Niffler exactly where logic suggested it would be, surrounded by the evidence of its theft, its pouch distended to the point that movement was becoming difficult under the weight of stolen treasure. The capture itself was straightforward, a matter of approaching calmly without sudden movements that might startle the creature into flight, speaking in the low, soothing tones that communicated safety and trust, extending a hand that the Niffler recognized and climbed onto without resistance because it knew this human meant food and care rather than punishment or harm. But the easy capture was followed by the considerably more complicated extraction, as the commotion had attracted attention from bank employees and customers who wanted to know what was happening in their vault, and why there was a stranger among the safe deposit boxes and cash reserves. Newt's explanation, delivered with the awkward sincerity that characterized all his interactions with humans, that he was simply retrieving his escaped pet, was met with the skepticism it deserved, particularly when that pet appeared to be some kind of strange, hybrid creature that none of the observers could quite identify. The situation was deteriorating rapidly, voices rising in accusation and alarm, when the silver egg that Jacob had been clutching finally hatched, revealing itself to contain an Okamy chick whose immediate response to the world was to begin growing to fill the space available, which in a large bank lobby meant growing to a size that was causing structural problems and general panic. The chaos that erupted was comprehensive and immediate. Bank employees and customers scattering as the Okamy grew from the size of a small bird to something approaching the dimensions of a large snake within seconds, its serpentine body coiling through the space with the fluid grace of something perfectly adapted to movement in 3 dimensions. Newt's response was to pull out his wand, priorities shifting from concealment to containment, because an Okamy loose in a no-marge bank was an exposure incident that needed to be addressed immediately, regardless of the witnesses present, and he cast a freezing charm that immobilized the bank official, who was reaching for an alarm that would bring police and create complications that would be nearly impossible to resolve without massive memory modifications across dozens of witnesses. Jacob, for his part, was experiencing the kind of reality-shattering confusion that comes from having the fundamental assumptions about how the world works systematically demolished within the span of minutes, watching impossible things happen in rapid succession, his mind struggling to process information that contradicted everything he thought he knew about the nature of reality. The man with the shabby case was waving what appeared to be a stick at people and causing them to freeze in place, which was obviously impossible, except that it was happening right in front of him. The creature that had emerged from the egg he had been holding was growing at a rate that violated every principle of biology he understood, which was limited but sufficient to know that living things didn't simply expand like balloons being inflated. Newt finally managed to recapture the Okamy through a combination of magical coaxing and the use of a teapot that he pulled from his case, the creature's nature compelling it to shrink to fit the container once it was presented as an option, allowing him to seal it safely away before it could grow large enough to bring down the entire building. The Niffler was already secured in his pocket. Its theft spree ended, though its pouch still bulged with stolen goods that would need to be returned before they left. But now he was faced with the problem of Jacob, a no-marge who had witnessed far too much to be simply released with a polite request to forget what he had seen, whose mind would need to be modified to remove the memories that posed a threat to the statute of secrecy that governed wizarding existence. The escape from the bank required apparition, the magical form of teleportation that was the quickest way to remove themselves from a situation that had attracted far too much attention, and Newt grabbed Jacob before the man could protest or resist, taking them both to an alley several blocks away where the crowds were thinner and the chance of additional witnesses was minimized. The sensation of apparition was notoriously unpleasant for those experiencing it for the first time, a compression and displacement that made people feel as if they were being forced through a space far too small for their bodies, and Jacob emerged from the experience looking green and unsteady, his lunch threatening to make an unwanted reappearance as his inner ear struggled to reconcile what had just happened with anything resembling normal sensory experience. Newt's intention was straightforward and necessary. He would perform the memory charm that would erase Jacob's recollection of the past hour, leaving him confused about the gap in his day, but no longer in possession of knowledge that threatened the wizarding world's secrecy. It was a procedure he had performed before when circumstances required it, though he found it distasteful to tamper with someone's mind even when the reasons were sound, and the alternative was potential exposure that could endanger every magical person in the city. He raised his wand with apologetic expression, beginning the incantation that would accomplish the necessary modification, when Jacob's survival instincts overcame his confusion and he swung a punch that connected solidly with Newt's jaw, sending the wizard stumbling backward and causing him to drop his wand in the impact of sudden pain. Jacob ran, his mind offering no explanations for what was happening, but his body understanding that running from danger was a strategy that had served humans well for millennia, regardless of whether the danger made sense or could be rationally explained. He didn't get far before Tina Goldstein appeared, materializing from concealment with her own wand drawn, her expression carrying the satisfaction of someone whose surveillance had just been validated by exactly the kind of incident she had suspected might occur. She had been following Newt since their collision earlier, her investigator's instincts suggesting that he represented some kind of irregularity that warranted attention, and the bank incident had confirmed those suspicions in ways that exceeded even her expectations for how badly things could go wrong. The apparition that took them to MACUSA headquarters was not gentle, Tina's grip on both men firm enough to prevent escape, but not particularly concerned with their comfort during the journey, her focus on getting them to authorities who could sort out what laws had been broken and what consequences would follow. Jacob experienced his second magical teleportation in as many minutes, each one adding to the comprehensive dismantling of his worldview that had begun with the hatching egg, and was now accelerating towards some kind of conclusion that he couldn't begin to predict. Newt, for his part, was calculating the trouble he was in and finding the results deeply concerning, understanding that being caught with illegal beasts by American authorities was probably going to result in the destruction of his creatures and his own imprisonment, regardless of his intentions or the actual harm caused. MACUSA headquarters existed in a scale and complexity that made the British Ministry of Magic seem quaint by comparison. Vast chambers filled with magical activity that served a country whose size demanded administrative structures that could coordinate activities across thousands of miles and multiple time zones. The architecture was distinctly American in its ambition, spaces designed to impress and intimidate in equal measure, to remind anyone who entered that they were in the presence of power that could crush resistance as casually as it could protect those it deemed worthy of protection. Magical elevators carried employees and visitors between floors that existed in dimensions folded into the building's structure, each level dedicated to different functions that kept the American wizarding world operating behind its veil of secrecy. Tina brought her prisoners to the Wand Permit Office, a department whose primary function was monitoring and registering the magical implements that every witch and wizard carried, ensuring that no one was wielding power without proper documentation and authorization. It was also, conveniently, her current assignment, the place where she had been relegated after her demotion, surrounded by bureaucratic tedium that was designed to be both boring and humiliating for someone whose talents were suited for actual investigation rather than paperwork. The office was small and cramped, filled with filing cabinets that contained records dating back to the founding of MACUSA, the paper trail of every registered wand in America, organized according to systems that made sense only to those who had worked with them long enough to internalize their peculiar logic. Her announcement that she had apprehended someone violating magical beast regulations was delivered with the enthusiasm of someone who saw this as her chance at redemption, her opportunity to prove that her demotion had been unjust, and that she still possessed the investigative skills that had made her a valuable Auror. But the response from her superiors was less impressed than she had hoped, their expressions suggesting that they viewed her prisoner as a minor inconvenience rather than a major catch, that bringing in a magizoologist with an unauthorized case was not the kind of achievement that would restore her position or her reputation. The dismissal was casual and cutting, delivered with the indifference of those who had already written her off and saw no reason to reconsider that judgment based on what they viewed as desperate grandstanding. President Picquery, a woman whose authority over American magical affairs was absolute within the bounds of her office, was in a meeting with Percival Graves, discussing the incident that had destroyed the house and left evidence of something dangerous loose in the city, a situation that demanded attention and resources to resolve before it escalated into something that threatened exposure of the magical community to no-mage awareness. Her concerns were strategic and political, understanding that any large-scale magical incident in a city as densely populated as New York carried risks that went beyond the immediate damage, that witnesses would tell stories, and those stories would spread, and eventually someone would pay attention who shouldn't. The relationship between the magical and non-magical communities in America was based on absolute separation, on ensuring that no mage never had concrete proof that magic existed, and maintaining that separation required constant vigilance and immediate response to anything that threatened to bridge the gap. Graves's interest in the house incident was considerably more focused than his official concern would suggest, his questions probing for details that would confirm what he suspected about the nature of the force that had caused the destruction. He had recognized the signs of an Obscurus, a phenomenon so rare that most modern wizards believed it had been eradicated entirely, the result of magical children whose powers had been suppressed so severely that the magic itself became corrupted, turning inward, and creating something that was neither child nor creature, but a fusion of both that possessed terrible, destructive power. If an Obscurial existed in New York, if there was a child carrying that kind of unstable magic, then it represented both a threat that needed to be contained and an opportunity that someone with Grindelwald's knowledge and ambitions could potentially exploit. The meeting was interrupted by Tina's arrival with her prisoners, her insistence on presenting her case overriding the president's initial dismissal, her determination to be heard despite her diminished status, pushing her to speak. When protocol suggested she should remain silent, she laid out what she had observed, the illegal beasts she had confiscated evidence of, the no-mage who had witnessed magic and whose memory would need modification, the clear violations that warranted serious consequences for the foreign wizard who had brought these problems to American soil. Her presentation was competent and thorough, the skills that had made her a good investigator still evident despite months of bureaucratic exile, but it was also tinged with the desperation of someone who understood this might be her last chance to prove she belonged in the field rather than behind a desk. Graves's interest was piqued when the case was mentioned, his thoughts immediately connecting this to the house incident, through reasoning that he couldn't share without revealing knowledge he wasn't supposed to possess. An expert in magical creatures arriving in the city just days before an Obscurial attack couldn't be coincidence. The timing suggested connection, even if the nature of that connection wasn't immediately obvious. He decided to involve himself in what would normally have been a minor enforcement matter, using his authority to take over the interrogation and determine whether this Newt Scamander might have information relevant to the larger investigation into the mysterious destructive force. The examination of the case, conducted with appropriate security measures and detection spells to identify dangerous contents, revealed nothing but pastries, an assortment of baked goods that appeared entirely mundane and certainly not threatening to anyone except perhaps those with dietary restrictions or gluten sensitivities. The confusion this caused was comprehensive, Tina insisting that she had seen the case contain creatures, while the physical evidence suggested she was either mistaken or delusional, her credibility already damaged by her previous disciplinary incident, now taking another blow from what appeared to be a false accusation based on faulty observation. The laughter from some of the assembled officials was barely concealed, their amusement at her expense obvious and cruel. The price of having fallen from favor in an organization that valued status and political positioning above almost everything else. The explanation was simple enough for those who understood what had happened. The cases had been switched. Jacob's samples and business materials now in Newt's possession, while Newt's carefully maintained creature sanctuary was sitting in Jacob's apartment, slowly becoming a source of chaos as the inhabitants realized that the familiar environment had been replaced with something strange and potentially threatening. But this explanation wasn't immediately obvious to those examining the wrong case, and Tina found herself dismissed again, her chance at redemption slipping away as her superiors lost interest in what now appeared to be a waste of their time based on her over-eager desire to prove herself worthy of attention she hadn't earned. Meanwhile, across the city in Jacob's modest apartment, the case was beginning to reveal its true contents in ways that would have terrified anyone with sense, but that Jacob, in his post-traumatic state of confused acceptance, simply observed with the numb detachment of someone whose capacity for surprise had been exhausted by the day's earlier events. The first creature to emerge was the Niffler, drawn by the presence of some coins that Jacob kept in a jar by his bedside for laundry and other incidental expenses. Its small form, moving with purpose toward the shiny objects that its nature compelled it to claim regardless of ownership or consequences. Jacob watched the creature steal his savings with the same blank expression he might have used watching paint dry. His mind, having apparently decided that attempting to understand or resist what was happening would be futile. The Okamy was next, emerging in its smallest form and beginning to explore the apartment with the cautious curiosity of something intelligent enough to recognize that it was no longer in a familiar environment, that the space around it was strange and potentially dangerous. It moved along the walls and ceiling with the fluid grace of a serpent adapted to three-dimensional movement, its scales catching the light in patterns that would have been beautiful if the overall situation weren't so concerning. Jacob followed its progress with his eyes, but made no attempt to interfere or flee, having apparently reached some kind of acceptance that his life now included impossible creatures and unexplainable magic. Other beasts followed, each finding the confines of the apartment inadequate for their needs, their presence transforming the modest space into something approaching a zoo, or more accurately a disaster, waiting to happen as creatures with vastly different needs and temperaments found themselves in close proximity without the careful, environmental controls that Newt had established in his case. The Bowtruckles climbed Jacob's sparse furniture, looking for suitable trees that didn't exist. The Murtlap, a rat-like creature with a growth on its back that resembled a sea anemone, skittered across the floor, leaving a trail of slime that would be difficult to explain to anyone who might visit. The apartment was becoming fundamentally incompatible with human habitation, transformed by magical presence into space that belonged to creatures rather than people. Back at MACUSA, Tina was facing the reality of another professional failure, the dismissal from her superiors making it clear that her judgment was not trusted, and her attempts to contribute to investigations were viewed as unwelcome interference rather than valuable initiative. The frustration of being right about Newt being irregular but wrong about the specific nature of that irregularity was compounded by the knowledge that she had probably made her situation worse rather than better, that bringing in what appeared to be a false case would be added to her record as more evidence of unreliability. But something about the whole situation troubled her beyond mere professional disappointment. the certainty that she had seen creatures in that case warring with the physical evidence that contradicted her perception. Newt, meanwhile, was released with warnings and confiscation of what everyone believed to be his case, but was actually Jacob's samples. His relief at not being immediately imprisoned, tempered by the knowledge that his actual creatures were still missing and probably causing chaos somewhere in the city. The priority now was to locate Jacob and recover the case before the creatures either hurt someone or were discovered by authorities who would have them destroyed as dangerous beasts that posed threats to public safety. The search wouldn't be difficult, given that he could track the case's magical signature, but time was of the essence, and every minute of delay increased the chances that something irreversible would occur. Tina, her investigative instincts refusing to accept that she had been entirely wrong, decided to follow Newt when he left MACUSA headquarters, convinced that there was more to this situation than had been revealed and determined to discover the truth, even if doing so meant acting without official authorization or support. She tracked him through the magical districts of New York, maintaining distance sufficient to avoid detection while keeping him in sight, watching as he moved with clear purpose toward a destination that she couldn't yet identify, but that obviously held significance for whatever he was trying to accomplish. The reunion at Jacob's apartment was chaotic and slightly surreal. Newt arriving to find his creatures roaming freely through living space that was completely inadequate for their needs. Jacob sitting on his bed watching the menagerie with the expression of someone who had given up trying to make sense of anything and was simply observing events unfold with detached curiosity. The damage to the apartment was considerable, furniture knocked over or clawed, walls marked by creatures investigating their environment. The general disorder, suggesting that a small tornado had passed through the space, though the actual cause was considerably stranger than meteorological phenomenon. Newt's magic repaired most of the structural damage with casual ease, spells that knit together broken wood and restored walls to their original configuration, though the lingering smell of various creatures and the psychological impact on Jacob would take considerably longer to address. The murtlap that had bitten Jacob during the creature's exploration was captured and returned to the case, but not before Newt had treated the injury with a substance from the creature's own backgrowth, a remedy that he explained would prevent infection, while also causing slight euphoria that might help Jacob cope with the overwhelming strangeness of his current situation. Tina's arrival interrupted the creature roundup, her presence making it clear that she had been right to follow Newt and that the case mix-up explained the earlier confusion about contents. Her expression carried vindication mixed with renewed concern about the legal violations that Newt's actual case represented. The presence of so many prohibited beasts in New York, constituting grounds for immediate arrest and probably execution of both wizard and creatures under MACUSA's strict enforcement policies. But seeing the care with which Newt handled his beasts, the obvious bond between caretaker and creatures, the way he spoke to them with genuine affection, rather than merely issuing commands, gave her pause about whether enforcement of the law in this case would actually serve justice or merely create more suffering. Jacob's condition complicated the situation further, his injury requiring treatment, but also making immediate memory modification dangerous, since the murtlap venom was creating altered mental states that might interact badly with obliviation spells. Tina made the decision that they would come with her to her apartment, that Jacob would serve as witness to the illegal beast possession once he was recovered enough to give testimony, that the whole situation would be sorted out properly, rather than through rushed enforcement that might cause problems later. It was a decision that bent the rules she was supposed to follow, while still operating within the general framework of her responsibilities, a compromise that reflected her growing sense that this situation required more nuance than standard procedures allowed. Her apartment, shared with her sister Queenie, was modest but comfortable, the kind of space that two single women of limited means might maintain through careful budgeting and mutual support, decorated with small touches that made it feel like a home rather than merely a dwelling. Queenie herself was a revelation to Jacob, beautiful in ways that made his breath catch despite his confused and injured state, possessed of a warmth and immediate friendliness that contrasted sharply with her sister's more rigid professionalism. What he didn't immediately realize, though he would discover it soon enough, was that Queenie was a Legilimens, a witch whose natural ability to read minds made her simultaneously fascinating and slightly terrifying to those who valued privacy or harbored secrets. The attraction between Jacob and Queenie was immediate and mutual, something that transcended the oddness of the circumstances and the fundamental legal barriers that would make any relationship between them technically illegal under American magical law. She read his hunger in his thoughts before he could mention it, read his sadness about the failed loan and his confusion about everything that had happened, and responded with the kind of practical compassion that involved cooking a meal that would address both his physical and emotional needs. The food she prepared appeared with the kind of casual magic that demonstrated how thoroughly integrated the magical and mundane could become for those who had grown up with both, ingredients assembling themselves into dishes that filled the apartment with smells that made Jacob's mouth water despite his lingering disorientation. Newt used the opportunity to check on his creatures more thoroughly, ensuring that none had been injured during their escape, and that the case's internal environment hadn't been damaged by the jostling and exposure to external conditions. The bowtruckle named Pickett was particularly agitated, clinging to Newt's pocket and refusing to return to the designated bowtruckle tree, displaying what could only be termed separation anxiety, that Newt found both endearing and slightly exasperating. The other creatures were generally unharmed, though several showed signs of stress from the day's adventures, requiring soothing and reassurance that they were safe and that such incidents wouldn't be repeated. As evening settled over the city and the four of them sat around Queenie's table sharing the meal she had prepared, the atmosphere softened from confrontational to something approaching companionable, the shared experience of crisis, creating bonds that wouldn't have formed under normal circumstances. Tina found herself warming to Newt despite his obvious violations of laws she was supposed to enforce, recognizing in him a dedication to his creatures that mirrored her own dedication to protecting people, understanding that sometimes the right thing to do wasn't the legal thing. Queenie and Jacob were lost in each other despite having just met, their connection deepened by her ability to read his thoughts and his complete lack of pretense or hidden motives. His mind refreshingly straightforward after years of reading the complicated and often unpleasant thoughts of those around her. The evening would end with sleeping arrangements that placed Newt and Jacob in the living area, while the sisters retired to their bedroom. But before sleep could claim anyone there was the matter of what happened next, of how this impossible day would resolve, and what consequences would follow from the choices made and the laws broken. Newt had his mission to complete. Frank still needed to be returned to Arizona, but now he also had the complication of having been identified by MACUSA authorities and the question of whether he could complete his task before being arrested or deported. Tina had her own complications, having essentially kidnapped a witness and harbored someone she knew to be in violation of magical beast laws, decisions that could cost her what remained of her career if they were discovered by superiors who were already looking for reasons to dismiss her entirely. But those were problems for tomorrow. Concerns that could wait until morning brought clarity and perhaps options that weren't visible in the immediate aftermath of chaos. For now, there was food and tentative friendship, the beginning of connections that would prove more significant than any of them could have predicted, alliances forming that would matter when the real crisis arrived. And choices would need to be made about where loyalties lay and what prices people were willing to pay for doing what they believed was right, regardless of consequences. The night that settled over New York City brought with it a deceptive quiet, the kind of temporary peace that existed in the hours between sunset and the resumption of urban chaos that would arrive with morning light. In the Goldstein apartment, Newt found himself unable to sleep despite the exhaustion that should have claimed him after the day's events, his mind too occupied with concerns about his creatures and the complications that were multiplying faster than he could address them. The case sat beside the makeshift bed that Queenie had prepared for him, its presence both comforting and troubling, a reminder of responsibilities that extended far beyond his own safety or convenience. Jacob, by contrast, had fallen into sleep with the suddenness of someone whose body had simply decided that consciousness was too difficult to maintain given everything that had happened. His snores, providing a rhythmic soundtrack to the apartment's nighttime atmosphere. The murtlap venom was still affecting him, creating dreams that were probably bizarre even by the standards of someone whose waking hours had included magical creatures and impossible teleportation. His sleeping form, occasionally twitching or mumbling fragments of sentences that suggested his unconscious mind was still trying to process experiences that his conscious mind had given up attempting to understand. Newt made his decision with the kind of quiet determination that characterized his approach to most things, understanding that he wouldn't find rest while questions remained unanswered about his creature's well-being after their escape and temporary residence in unsuitable conditions. He opened the case with practiced care, the latches responding to his touch in ways that wouldn't work for anyone else, the magic recognizing its master and granting access to the sanctuary within. The ladder that descended into the case's interior was solid, despite appearing to lead into a space that physics insisted couldn't exist within the confines of a normal suitcase. But Newt had long since stopped being troubled by the contradiction between appearance and reality when it came to magical spaces. The interior world of the case was exactly as he had left it, though the creatures showed signs of agitation from their brief exposure to the chaos of Jacob's apartment and the confusion of being in an unfamiliar place without their caretaker's immediate presence. The environment Newt had created was a masterwork of magical engineering and ecological understanding. Multiple habitats existing in impossible proximity, each one maintained at the precise conditions necessary for the species it housed. There were deserts and forests, swamps and mountains, each one reduced to manageable scale, but retaining the essential characteristics that made them suitable homes for creatures whose needs varied as wildly as their appearances and behaviors. The sound of someone descending the ladder made him turn with the wariness of someone whose experiences had taught him that unexpected visitors were rarely welcome, but it was only Jacob, his round face appearing at the bottom of the ladder with an expression of wonder that suggested the venom's effects were combining with genuine amazement to create something approaching childlike delight. He moved through the case's interior with the careful steps of someone expecting the ground to disappear beneath him at any moment, his eyes wide as he took in sights that contradicted everything he thought he understood about the limitations of physical space and the boundaries between possible and impossible. Newt's explanation of his presence in America was delivered with the straightforward honesty that characterized his communication when he wasn't trying to navigate social conventions he didn't fully understand, his words conveying both the official reason for his journey and the deeper purposes that guided his work. Frank the Thunderbird occupied a habitat that Newt had constructed to approximate the American Southwest, though on a scale that fit within the case's expanded interior, while still providing the space necessary for a creature whose wingspan exceeded 20 feet when fully extended. The great bird watched their approach with eyes that held the particular intelligence that characterized magical creatures whose power matched their majesty. Recognizing Newt as the human who had freed him from captivity and treated him with respect rather than fear. The story of Frank's rescue was typical of Newt's adventures, involving dangerous situations that he had entered without adequate backup or planning, driven by the simple conviction that a creature was suffering and required help, regardless of the personal risks involved in providing it. The traffickers in Egypt had been professional criminals, wizards whose business was acquiring rare magical creatures and selling them to collectors who valued possession over welfare, who saw fantastic beasts as status symbols or investment opportunities, rather than living beings deserving of consideration. Frank had been their prize acquisition, a thunderbird captured far from his native territory through methods that Newt preferred not to contemplate, transported across continents in conditions designed to keep him alive but not comfortable, destined for a private collection where he would have spent the rest of his life in captivity. The rescue had required more resources than Newt possessed, had necessitated calling in favors from contacts across the international magical community, had put him in debt to people whose help came with prices that he would be paying for years to come. But seeing Frank now, recovered from his ordeal and showing signs of the health and vitality that proper care had restored, made those costs seem trivial compared to the alternative of having left him in the traffickers' hands. The plan was to release Frank in Arizona, to return him to skies and territories that were appropriate for his species, to give him back the freedom that should never have been taken in the first place. Jacob's questions about the various creatures revealed both his genuine curiosity and his complete lack of magical education. His reference points for understanding limited to the mundane animals he knew from city life and the vague memories of childhood stories about fantastic beings that he had assumed were entirely fictional. Newt found himself enjoying the role of teacher, explaining the characteristics and needs of each species they encountered, sharing knowledge that he had accumulated through years of study and direct observation. The feeding time was a ritual that Newt had perfected through practice, each creature receiving exactly what it needed in terms of nutrition and environmental enrichment, the process taking longer than simply throwing food into habitats, but producing results in terms of creature health that justified the extra effort. The Graphorn, a large and aggressive creature that resembled a saber-toothed purple tiger, required particular caution during feeding, its temperament making it dangerous even to experienced handlers who understood its nature. Newt approached with the calm confidence of someone who had earned the creature's trust through consistent care and respect, speaking in low tones that communicated non-aggression, while maintaining the alertness necessary to avoid being gored by the horns that could penetrate most magical defenses. Jacob watched from a safe distance, his expression mixing fear and fascination as he witnessed the interaction between wizard and beast, beginning to understand that Newt's relationship with his creatures was based on mutual respect rather than dominance or control. Among the habitats was one that drew Jacob's attention particularly, a dark, enclosed space that emanated a sense of wrongness that was palpable even to someone with no magical sensitivity. The sphere contained within, suspended in what appeared to be some kind of stasis field, was unlike anything else in the case, its surface swirling with darkness that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, its presence creating an atmosphere of unease that made Jacob want to move away despite not understanding why. Newt's explanation of what an Obscurus was came reluctantly, his voice carrying the weight of knowledge that he wished he didn't possess, understanding that came from witnessing tragedy that should never have occurred. The Obscurus was the physical manifestation of suppressed magic, created when young witches or wizards were forced through abuse or fear or cultural pressure to deny the power that was as much a part of them as their heartbeat or breath. The suppression created a parasitic force that fed on the host's magic while also driving them toward destruction, a dark energy that would eventually kill the child who harbored it, while also causing tremendous damage to everything around them during the periods when the Obscurus manifested as an uncontrollable destructive force. The historical context was grim. Obscurials had been more common in earlier centuries when fear of witches led families to brutalize magical children in attempts to beat the magic out of them, creating monsters through their cruelty, while believing they were protecting their families from evil. No Obscurial had been documented as surviving past the age of 10, the strain of harboring such destructive force, inevitably proving fatal, as the child's body simply couldn't withstand the magical corruption that was consuming them from within. The Obscurus that Newt possessed had been extracted from a young girl in Africa after her death, preserved for study, with the hope that understanding the phenomenon might lead to methods for preventing it or treating it before it became fatal. He had witnessed the girl's final days, had seen the suffering that the Obscurus caused both to her and to those around her who loved her but couldn't help her, had held her small hand as the darkness finally consumed her entirely and left behind only the parasitic force that he had managed to contain. The memory clearly pained him, his usual emotional reserve, cracking enough for Jacob to glimpse the depth of feeling that Newt normally kept carefully hidden behind his awkward exterior. The girl had been 8 years old, her magic emerging naturally as it did for all magical children, but her family's fear of witchcraft had led them to punish her for every sign of power, to beat her when objects moved without being touched, to lock her away when her emotions caused magical outbursts that she couldn't control. The Obscurus had formed over years of systematic abuse, her magic turning inward and poisonous because it had nowhere else to go, creating something that eventually killed her, while also destroying her family's home and everyone in it during the final manifestation. Newt's possession of the Obscurus was technically illegal under most magical jurisdictions, which considered them too dangerous to keep, even for research purposes, but he believed that studying it might provide insights that could save other children from the same fate. If the conditions that created Obscurials could be better understood, if the early signs could be recognized and interventions made before the corruption became irreversible, then perhaps future magical children wouldn't have to suffer as that girl had suffered. The research was slow and frustrating, the Obscurus revealing few of its secrets to examination. But Newt persisted because the alternative was accepting that such tragedies were inevitable rather than preventable. The conversation moved to lighter topics as they continued through the habitats, Newt pointing out creatures whose behaviors or characteristics he found particularly interesting, sharing observations that reflected years of careful study and genuine affection for beings that most wizards viewed as dangerous nuisances at best. The Bowtruckles had their own small forest of trees suitable for their guardianship, though Pickett's refusal to stay with his fellows was an ongoing source of concern and slight amusement. The Okamy family occupied a space that could accommodate their size-changing abilities, allowing them to grow large when they felt safe and shrink small when they needed to fit into confined spaces. Their silver eggs scattered throughout the habitat in numbers that suggested successful breeding. The tiny creature that resembled a plant more than an animal, which Newt had named a Bowtruckle cousin though its actual classification was uncertain, attached itself to Jacob's finger with the gentle grip of something seeking warmth and connection rather than trying to cause harm. It was luminescent in dim light, its small form glowing with soft green color that Jacob found mesmerizing, its presence on his hand creating a sense of calm that contrasted sharply with the anxiety that had characterized most of his day. Newt explained that the creature responded to emotional states, that it sought out those who needed comfort and provided it through some mechanism that he didn't fully understand. that keeping one was technically illegal, but that he couldn't bring himself to release it when it clearly preferred companionship to solitude. Jacob's question about whether Newt ever felt lonely, surrounded by creatures but lacking human company, touched on something that Newt rarely acknowledged even to himself: the isolation that came from being someone whose passions and priorities set him apart from conventional wizarding society. The truth was that he did feel lonely sometimes, missed having someone to share his discoveries with who would understand their significance, wished for connections that weren't complicated by his social awkwardness or others' inability to appreciate what he found fascinating about creatures that they viewed as merely dangerous or useful. But admitting such things aloud felt like weakness or complaint, suggesting dissatisfaction with choices that he had made freely and would make again despite their costs. The woman in the photograph that Jacob noticed, tucked away in a corner of Newt's workspace among papers and equipment, was a subject that Newt actively avoided discussing, his expression closing down in ways that made it clear the topic was painful and off-limits. Queenie, who had followed Jacob down into the case out of concern for his well-being and perhaps curiosity about what Newt's sanctuary contained, read the emotional content that Newt wouldn't verbalize, understanding through her legilimency that the woman represented loss and regret, and feelings that remained unresolved despite time and distance. She didn't press for details, recognizing that some wounds were too fresh for examination regardless of how much time had technically passed since they were inflicted. The woman was Lestrange, though her name went unspoken in the case's interior, someone who had been important to Newt during his Hogwarts years, whose friendship had been one of the few genuine connections he had managed to form during his time at school. Their relationship had been complicated by factors that Newt preferred not to examine too closely, by the social pressures that made friendship between someone from a notorious pure-blood family and an expelled Hufflepuff unsuitable in the eyes of those who cared about such things, by the incident that had led to his expulsion, and her role in events that neither of them had fully controlled. She was engaged now to his brother Theseus, a development that created complicated feelings of loss and something approaching betrayal, even though Newt understood rationally that she was entitled to seek happiness wherever she might find it. The interruption came from outside, a disturbance that the creatures detected before the humans did, their agitation suggesting the presence of something that threatened the safety of their sanctuary. Frank's response was particularly pronounced. The Thunderbird, sensing danger with the supernatural awareness that characterized his species, his wings beginning to generate the electrical charge that preceded storm creation, his calls echoing through the case's interior with urgency that demanded immediate attention. Newt's reaction was instantaneous, abandoning the conversation to investigate what had alarmed his creatures, his wand already in hand as he climbed the ladder back to the apartment above. The scene that greeted them when they emerged from the case was one of controlled chaos, Tina having been woken by sounds of destruction from elsewhere in the building, investigating to discover that one of the Barebone children was in serious distress. Credence had arrived at the apartment, having tracked Tina through methods that suggested he possessed capabilities beyond those of a normal nomad, his desperation evident in his disheveled appearance and the barely controlled panic in his eyes. The story he told was one of abuse that had escalated beyond even the terrible baseline that characterized his home life, his adoptive mother's rage at some perceived failure resulting in violence that had left him bleeding and terrified. Mary Lou Barebone's hatred of witches had found its primary outlet in the children she had adopted, particularly Credence, whose sensitivity and perceived weakness made him an easy target for someone who confused cruelty with righteousness. The beatings were regular occurrences, punishment for infractions real and imagined, delivered with religious fervor and justified through scripture that Mary Lou interpreted as giving her authority to drive out any hint of magical corruption. The other children suffered as well, but Credence bore the brunt of her attention, perhaps because his gentleness contrasted so sharply with the harsh masculinity that Mary Lou believed was proper and godly, perhaps because on some level she sensed that he was different in ways that her prejudices couldn't tolerate. Tina's response to seeing Credence's injuries had been instinctive and immediate. Using magic to heal the worst of the damage while promising him protection that she wasn't authorized to provide, acting on human compassion rather than legal authority. This incident was what had cost her position as an Auror, the unauthorized intervention in a no-mage family's affairs that violated MACUSA's strict non-interference policies. The use of magic, in the presence of someone who wasn't supposed to know it existed, creating exactly the kind of exposure risk that the organization's rules were designed to prevent. The fact that her actions had been morally correct, that allowing a child to suffer abuse when she had the power to stop it would have been unconscionable, mattered less to her superiors than the precedent that intervening would set. The suggestion that wizards had responsibilities toward no-mage beyond simply maintaining secrecy. But the current situation was different and more complicated, because Credence's presence at the apartment wasn't about seeking help for new injuries, but about something else, some development that had occurred at the Barebone house that night that had driven him to find Tina despite the risks involved. His story, delivered in fragments between gasps and barely suppressed sobs, revealed that his sister Modesty had displayed signs of accidental magic, the kind of uncontrolled power that emerged in young witches and wizards when their emotions overwhelmed their ability to suppress their abilities. Mary Lou had witnessed it, had seen her youngest daughter do something that should have been impossible, and her response had been to prepare punishment that would have been severe, even by her brutal standards. What happened next was something that Credence himself didn't fully understand, or couldn't bring himself to articulate clearly, a sequence of events that had left Mary Lou dead, and the house in chaos, a manifestation of power that exceeded anything that a child like Modesty should have been capable of producing. The details were vague and confused, his memory of the incident fragmented by trauma and fear. But the essentials were clear enough that Tina understood they needed to investigate immediately, that a situation involving a dead no-mage and evidence of powerful magic required official response before it could escalate into something that threatened exposure of the magical community. Newt's participation in the investigation was neither requested nor authorized, but he followed along through combination of genuine concern about what Credence had described and the understanding that leaving him behind would mean missing developments that might prove relevant to his own situation. Jacob came as well, his presence now too entangled in magical affairs for easy separation, his knowledge of things he wasn't supposed to know, making him both witness and liability in ways that complicated everyone's options. They traveled through the city as a group, Tina leading them toward the Barebone house while simultaneously trying to figure out how to handle what they might find there, knowing that official protocols required her to report immediately to MACUSA, but also understanding that doing so might result in consequences for Credence that she wasn't willing to accept. The Barebone house stood in a neighborhood that existed on the margins of respectability. Not quite a slum, but certainly not prosperous. The kind of area where people minded their own business and didn't ask questions about sounds of violence or distress coming from neighboring buildings. The structure itself was narrow and unwelcoming, its facade suggesting the grimness of the lives lived within. No warmth or comfort visible in its architecture or the condition of its exterior. The door stood open, hanging slightly askew on its hinges in ways that suggested violence had been done to it or near it. The interior dark, except for the dim light of street lamps filtering through windows whose curtains had been torn or displaced. The scene inside was one of destruction that exceeded anything that could be easily explained through conventional means. Furniture shattered and walls scarred. The physical evidence of force applied with intensity that normal human strength couldn't produce. Mary Lou's body lay in the center of what had once been the main living area, her face frozen in an expression that combined surprise and terror, her position suggesting she had been thrown against the far wall with enough violence to kill her instantly. The magical residue that hung in the air was unmistakable to those with the sensitivity to detect it, the particular wrongness that characterized dark magic, or at least magic that had been used in ways that corrupted its essential nature. But what troubled Newt more than the evidence of violence was the specific quality of the magical signature, the way it resonated with frequencies that he recognized from his studies of obscurials and the contained Obscurus in his case. The destruction pattern was consistent with what he knew about Obscurus manifestations. The combination of raw power and lack of control that characterized children whose magic had been corrupted through suppression and abuse. Most of the magical community believed Obscurials to be extinct or nearly so, relics of earlier centuries when fear of witches led to systematic abuse of magical children, but Newt's research had suggested they might still exist in situations where children were forced to hide their magic through fear of discovery or punishment. Tina's immediate concern was for the other children, Credence's siblings who might still be in the house or might have fled in terror from whatever had occurred. The search revealed Modesty hiding in a closet upstairs, her small form curled into the smallest space possible, her eyes wide with shock but otherwise appearing physically unharmed. She wouldn't or couldn't speak about what had happened, her silence suggesting either trauma-induced muteness or fear of consequences that would follow truthful disclosure. The other son, Chastity, was nowhere to be found, having apparently fled the scene before anyone arrived who might have kept him there for questioning. The conclusion that Tina reached was logical based on the available evidence, but fundamentally wrong. Her assumption that Modesty must be the Obscurial, whose power had killed Mary Lou, fitting with what they knew about her displaying accidental magic and her mother's response. The decision to bring both children back to her apartment, rather than immediately reporting to MACUSA, was one that would have professional consequences if discovered, another instance of her prioritizing human welfare over bureaucratic protocols. But she couldn't bring herself to hand Modesty over to authorities who would treat the girl as a dangerous creature rather than a traumatized child who needed help and protection. Newt's silence about his own suspicions reflected his uncertainty about what he had detected, and his awareness that voicing theories without evidence would only complicate an already difficult situation. The magical signature he had sensed was consistent with an Obscurus, but it was also different from what he knew based on his studies, more controlled and directed than the pure chaotic destruction that characterized most obscurial manifestations. Something about the whole incident didn't fit the patterns he understood, suggesting either that his knowledge was incomplete or that factors he hadn't recognized were influencing the situation in ways that weren't yet apparent. The return to the Goldstein apartment found them all exhausted and troubled, the night's events having destroyed whatever hope they might have harbored that morning would bring simple solutions to their various problems. Credence and Modesty were given sleeping space on the floor, the former keeping watch over his sister, with protective devotion that spoke to bonds formed through shared suffering, the latter finally crying silently now that she was in a place where such displays of emotion wouldn't be punished. Tina sat at her small kitchen table with her head in her hands, trying to figure out how to handle a situation that had gone from complicated to potentially career-ending. Newt found himself thinking about the Obscurus in his case, and the girl who had died creating it, drawing parallels between her situation and what he suspected about the Barebone children, understanding that abuse and forced suppression of magic created similar outcomes regardless of geographic location or specific cultural context. The tragedy of magical children being destroyed by the very families that should have protected them was universal, transcending the boundaries that wizarding communities erected between themselves and Nomage, demonstrating that cruelty wore many faces, but produced consistent results regardless of the reasoning used to justify it. Jacob, who had somehow become the emotional center of their strange group despite being the only one without magic, was the one who finally articulated what they were all feeling, that regardless of laws and protocols and the potential consequences for their own lives, they had responsibilities toward these children that superseded any other considerations. His words, delivered with the straightforward morality of someone uncomplicated by magical education or cultural conditioning about the proper separation between magical and non-magical worlds, reminded them that underneath all the complexity of their situation were fundamental questions about right and wrong that had nothing to do with regulations or political considerations. Queenie's agreement was immediate and unequivocal, her legilimency having shown her the contents of both children's minds, the memories of abuse and terror that no child should have to carry, the damage that had been done to them by someone who claimed to be protecting them from evil while inflicting it upon them daily. She had seen Modesty's confused understanding of what had happened, the girl's incomplete grasp of her own role in the events that had killed her adoptive mother, the genuine ignorance about the full scope of what had occurred mixed with guilt and fear about consequences that she couldn't predict but knew would be terrible. The decision that formed through unspoken consensus among them was that they would protect the children regardless of official positions or legal requirements, that they would find ways to help them that didn't involve handing them over to authorities who would see only the danger they represented rather than the help they needed. The specifics of how they would accomplish this remained unclear. The obstacles appeared insurmountable when examined rationally, but sometimes moral imperatives demanded action, even when successful outcomes couldn't be guaranteed through planning or preparation. They would figure it out as they went, improvising solutions to problems that formal structures were ill-equipped to address, relying on each other in ways that none of them had anticipated when this strange day had begun. The hours remaining before dawn were spent in restless half-sleep, punctuated by worry about what morning would bring, each of them processing the day's events through their own frameworks and reaching their own conclusions about what it all meant. Newt checked on his creatures multiple times, finding comfort in their presence and their straightforward needs that could be met through knowledge and care rather than requiring navigation of complicated human systems. Tina mentally rehearsed explanations for her various rule violations, trying to find angles that might make them defensible, while suspecting that no amount of eloquence would overcome the fundamental fact that she had repeatedly prioritized personal judgment over organizational authority. Jacob's sleep, when it finally claimed him despite everything, was troubled by dreams where the boundaries between possible and impossible had dissolved entirely, where creatures from Newt's case mixed with memories of his factory job and the glimpse he had caught of Queenie's smile when she thought no one was watching, creating surreal narratives that his unconscious mind wove from the fragments of an experience that his waking mind still struggled to accept as real. The Murtlap venom's effects were fading but still present, adding layers of strangeness to dreams that needed no additional weirdness to be completely disorienting. Morning, when it arrived, would bring developments that none of them anticipated, and complications that would test the fragile alliances they had formed in ways that would reveal the true character of each person involved. But for these few hours, they had peace of a sort. The exhausted quiet that comes after crisis has been temporarily survived, if not resolved. The moment before consequences catch up with actions and choices must be defended or abandoned. They had crossed lines that couldn't be uncrossed, made commitments that would define their futures in ways both obvious and subtle, bound themselves together through shared secrets and common cause. The magical beasts sleeping peacefully in Newt's case, the children finally resting without fear of immediate violence, the adults keeping watch over both despite their own exhaustion. All of these represented a rejection of systems that valued order over justice, regulations over compassion, convenances over difficult truths. They had become something that bureaucracies feared, individuals acting according to their own moral codes rather than deferring to institutional authority. And that transformation would carry consequences that would ripple far beyond this single night in a modest New York apartment where impossible alliances were being forged through circumstance and choice. The morning light that filtered through the windows of the Goldstein apartment carried with it the promise of a new day that none of the occupants particularly wanted to face. The complications of the previous evening having multiplied during the night in ways that made simple solutions impossible and difficult choices inevitable. Tina woke first, her training as an Auror having instilled habits of early rising that persisted even when circumstances made rest more appealing than activity, her mind immediately returning to the problems that sleep had temporarily suspended but not resolved. The children were still sleeping, their faces peaceful in ways that contrasted sharply with the trauma they carried, their breathing steady and untroubled by the nightmares that might have been expected given everything they had experienced. The decision about what to do with them required consultation that Tina couldn't conduct alone, the implications extending beyond her personal authority or expertise into areas where official guidance was necessary, regardless of her distrust of how that guidance might be applied. She needed to report to MACUSA about Mary Lou's death and the evidence of powerful magic at the Barebone house, needed to present her findings in ways that would lead to appropriate responses rather than reactions driven by fear of exposure or bureaucratic imperatives that prioritized control over welfare. The fact that doing so might result in consequences for herself and for the children was unavoidable, but she had chosen her career in law enforcement because she believed in justice rather than convenience. And that commitment required trusting the system even when the system had given her reasons to doubt its wisdom. Newt was already awake when she emerged from her bedroom, having spent much of the night attending to his creatures and thinking about the implications of what he had sensed at the Barebone house, his mind working through possibilities that troubled him precisely because they suggested situations that conventional magical wisdom insisted couldn't exist. The Obscurus signature he had detected was undeniable to someone with his experience studying such phenomena, but it was also different enough from what he knew that he questioned whether his interpretation was accurate or whether he was seeing patterns that fit his expectations rather than objective reality. An obscurial surviving past the age of 10 was theoretically impossible according to every documented case. But Credence was clearly older than that, which meant either he wasn't the source of the Obscurus energy, or that something about the conventional understanding was wrong. Their quiet conversation in the kitchen, conducted in whispers to avoid waking the others, revealed the different frameworks through which they approached the same problem. Tina's focus on institutional responses and legal requirements contrasting with Newt's concern for the well-being of whoever was harboring the Obscurus regardless of what regulations might require. He tried to explain what an Obscurus meant in practical terms, the suffering inherent in its creation and maintenance, the inevitability of death for the host and destruction for those around them when the final manifestation occurred. This wasn't merely a matter of dangerous magic that needed containment, but of a child who had been so damaged by abuse that their own power had become poisonous, who was dying slowly, while also posing threats to everyone in their vicinity. Tina's understanding shifted as he spoke, her perception of modesty evolving from simply a traumatized child who needed protection to someone whose situation was far more dire and complicated than she had initially recognized. If the girl was indeed an Obscurial, then simply providing her with a safe home and removing her from the abusive environment wouldn't be sufficient to prevent the tragedy that was approaching. The corruption had already taken root in ways that might be irreversible. But Newt's words also carried a compassion that was absent from most discussions of dangerous magical phenomena, his focus on the suffering of the host rather than merely the threat they represented to others, his insistence that any response needed to prioritize the child's welfare, even while acknowledging the dangers involved. The decision to take everyone to MACUSA headquarters was made with full awareness that doing so would expose Newt to official scrutiny that might result in his imprisonment and the destruction of his creatures. But the alternative was leaving the situation unresolved, while people remained at risk from an Obscurus that could manifest at any moment. Tina assured him that she would advocate for leniency based on his cooperation and expertise, that his knowledge about Obscurials might be valuable enough to warrant overlooking his violations of beast importation laws, though both of them understood that such assurances were aspirational rather than guaranteed. The bureaucratic machinery of MACUSA was not known for flexibility or mercy when it came to rule violations, and Newt's case represented multiple serious infractions that had endangered the statute of secrecy. Jacob's protests about being brought along were overruled by the simple reality that his memory would need to be modified at some point regardless of what happened with the other situations, that his knowledge of magic and magical creatures made him a security risk that couldn't be ignored, even if everyone present would have preferred to simply let him keep his memories and go about his life. The cruelty of this was not lost on anyone, particularly Queenie, whose reading of Jacob's thoughts showed her the wonder and joy he had experienced despite the dangers, the way that exposure to magic had awakened something in him that had been dormant during his years of factory work and mundane existence. Taking those memories would be taking something precious, reducing him back to the limited life he had been living before his accidental collision with the wizarding world. The journey to MACUSA headquarters was conducted with appropriate security measures, Tina using side-along apparition to transport them in pairs, while Newt carried his case with the careful attention of someone whose entire life's work was contained within its deceptively ordinary exterior. The Woolworth building appeared unchanged from the outside, its imposing architecture suggesting nothing of the magical government concealed within its expanded spaces. But the interior revealed itself to be in a state of heightened alert, auras and officials moving with the purposeful urgency that suggested some major incident was consuming their attention and resources. The news of Senator Shaw's death had reached MACUSA in the early morning hours. Reports from the scene describing destruction that was clearly magical in nature, but occurred in full view of no-mage witnesses who would require extensive memory modification to maintain the statute of secrecy. The senator had been preparing to give a campaign speech when something had erupted through the floor of the venue, a force that witnesses described as resembling black smoke or shadow given physical form, powerful enough to kill instantly and apparently intelligent enough to target a specific individual, rather than simply destroying everything in its path. The implications were catastrophic from multiple perspectives. The death of a prominent no-mage politician under mysterious circumstances that dozens of people had witnessed, the evidence of powerful dark magic being used in the heart of New York, the failure of MACUSA's monitoring systems to detect or prevent such an incident. President Picquery was in emergency session with her senior staff when Tina arrived with her group, the president's expression carrying the weight of someone facing multiple crises simultaneously while knowing that inadequate response to any of them could result in exposure of the magical community and everything that would follow, from no-mage learning the truth The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and accusatory, various department heads offering explanations for how such an attack could have occurred without warning, while simultaneously deflecting blame toward other departments whose responsibilities theoretically included preventing exactly this kind of incident. Percival Graves stood near the president, his input valued as the director of magical security, though his actual thoughts about the situation were far different from what his position would suggest. Tina's interruption of this high-level meeting was professionally risky even under normal circumstances, but her insistence that she had information relevant to the senator's death gave her entrance that would otherwise have been denied to someone of her diminished status. She presented Newt and his case as evidence, explained about the creatures and the Obscurus he possessed for research purposes, connected this to what they had found at the Barebone house and her theory that Modesty was an Obscurial whose manifestation had killed Mary Lou and later the senator. The presentation was clear and logical, supported by evidence and expert testimony from someone whose knowledge of magical creatures exceeded that of anyone else in the room, building toward the conclusion that MACUSA needed to act immediately to contain the Obscurial before additional deaths occurred. The reaction was swift and unforgiving. The assembled officials seizing on Newt's admission of possessing illegal beasts as confirmation that his creatures were responsible for the attacks, that foreign interference had brought danger to American soil, that the solution was simple elimination of the threats he had imported. The logic was convenient rather than accurate, allowing them to identify a clear culprit and decisive response rather than grappling with the more complicated reality that the actual threat was domestic in origin and couldn't be resolved through simple destruction of imported creatures. Newt's protests that his Obscurus was safely contained and that the attacks showed different characteristics were dismissed as self-serving attempts to avoid responsibility, his expertise discounted because acknowledging it would complicate the narrative they preferred. The examination of Senator Shaw's body was conducted in MACUSA's equivalent of a morgue, a space designed for analyzing deaths that involved magical components, equipped with detection spells and diagnostic tools that could identify curse work or other supernatural causes. Newt was brought in chains, his status having shifted from expert consultant to accused criminal in the span of minutes, but his knowledge was still needed to confirm whether his creatures could have been responsible for the specific nature of the injuries. The body showed signs of massive trauma delivered with precision. The senator's chest crushed, as if something enormously powerful had struck him directly over the heart. But there were also subtler indicators that Newt recognized from his research into Obscurus behavior. The magical residue was unmistakable to someone who knew what to look for. The particular quality of corrupted magic that characterized Obscurus attacks, the way the energy signature carried echoes of both the host's original magic and the parasitic force that had corrupted it. Newt's explanation to the assembled officials was delivered with the calm authority of someone presenting facts that couldn't be disputed by those who actually understood the subject. His words describing how Obscurus manifestations created specific patterns of destruction that were distinct from creature attacks or conventional dark curses. None of his creatures could have produced this kind of damage through these methods. The evidence simply didn't support the conclusion that MACUSA officials wanted to reach, but the testimony that should have exonerated him instead deepened his trouble. Because if his contained Obscurus wasn't responsible, then logic suggested he knew where an active one could be found. That his presence in New York coinciding with these attacks couldn't be mere coincidence. Graves's questions probed this connection, his interest in the Obscurus more intense than his position would strictly require, his knowledge of the phenomenon exceeding what most Auros would possess about something that official records claimed was essentially extinct. The interrogation revealed aspects of Newt's history that he would have preferred to keep private: his expulsion from Hogwarts for endangering human life with a creature, Dumbledore's intervention on his behalf suggesting connections to powerful figures who might be using him for purposes beyond his stated mission of creature preservation, the accusation that Newt was a Grindelwald sympathizer came from somewhere in the assembled officials, the suggestion that his travels across Europe and his possession of illegal artifacts fit the profile of someone working to undermine magical governments in preparation for the Dark Wizard's campaigns. The charge was absurd to anyone who actually knew Newt. His entire life's work representing the opposite of Grindelwald's philosophy about magical supremacy and the subjugation of non-magical beings, but it was also convenient for officials who needed someone to blame for their own security failures. A foreign wizard with suspicious connections made a much better scapegoat than admitting that their own monitoring systems had failed to detect a domestic threat that was operating under their supervision. The sentence was pronounced with bureaucratic efficiency that made it feel inevitable rather than chosen. Newt and Tina would be executed for their crimes against the magical community, their deaths serving as demonstration that MACUSA took security seriously and would tolerate no threats to the statute of secrecy regardless of claimed good intentions. The speed of the judgment reflected the organization's panic more than any careful consideration of justice. The need to show decisive action overriding normal procedures that would have allowed for defense or appeal. Jacob's status as no-maj witness meant his memory would be erased immediately, while the children would be placed in appropriate facilities where their conditions could be monitored and controlled. The execution chamber was a place designed to combine efficiency with a veneer of dignity, a space where condemned prisoners could be dispatched quickly while maintaining the appearance that proper procedures had been followed and justice had been served. Tina was taken first, separated from Newt, and brought to a room where walls were inscribed with spells designed to extract and preserve memories, the process serving dual purposes of learning what the condemned knew, while also providing a form of institutional immortality through archived consciousness. The magic was ancient and sophisticated, creating an environment where the subject relived their most significant memories, while those memories were simultaneously recorded for later examination. The experience both final testament and interrogation technique. The memories that surfaced were those that held the strongest emotional resonance. Moments that had defined Tina's understanding of herself and her place in the world. Experiences that revealed character in ways that simple questioning could never accomplish. The incident with Credence appeared prominently, her decision to use magic to protect him from his adoptive mother's abuse, the moment when she had chosen compassion over regulations and accepted the consequences that followed. She relived the beating she had interrupted, felt again the fury that had driven her to act despite knowing the professional costs, experienced anew the satisfaction of seeing Credence's injuries heal and the fear leave his eyes as he realized that someone was willing to protect him. But she also relived the aftermath, the disciplinary hearing where her superiors had made clear that her actions were unacceptable, regardless of their moral justification, the demotion that had stripped away her authority and relegated her to meaningless bureaucratic tasks, the isolation that came from being marked as someone who couldn't be trusted to follow orders when those orders conflicted with personal judgment. The memory carried weight of shame and pride intermingled, understanding that she had done the right thing while also knowing that doing so had cost her everything she had worked years to achieve, that being right wasn't the same as being rewarded when rightness contradicted institutional priorities. Queenie, whose legitimacy made her sensitive to strong emotions and thoughts from anyone in proximity, felt her sister's distress like physical pain, the intensity of Tina's memories creating resonance that penetrated the barriers MACUSA had erected to prevent external interference with the execution process. Her response was immediate and decisive, using magic to break Jacob out of the holding area where he was waiting for memory modification, her actions driven by desperation and love for her sister, rather than any coherent plan about what they would do once free. Jacob followed her without question or hesitation, his trust in her complete, despite barely knowing her. His own feelings about her having developed with the speed that sometimes characterizes genuine connection. The rescue of Newt was more complicated, requiring them to locate where he was being held and bypass security measures designed to prevent exactly this kind of interference. They found him already in the memory extraction chamber, but not yet fully immersed in the process. His mind still his own, though the magic was beginning to pull at his consciousness in ways that would soon become irreversible. The tiny plant creature that Newt had shown Jacob, the one that provided comfort and attached itself to those in distress, proved unexpectedly useful in disrupting the chamber's spells, its presence creating interference patterns that the magic couldn't compensate for, allowing Newt to maintain enough coherence to resist the extraction and work toward escape. His creatures, still in the case but aware through whatever mechanisms magical beasts used to sense their caretaker's distress, became part of the rescue effort in ways that demonstrated why Newt's bond with them was more than simple handler and handled relationship. The swooping evil, a creature resembling a cross between a butterfly and a reptile whose venom could be used to erase memories, emerged from the case at Newt's mental summons and began creating diversions that drew attention away from their escape route. Other beasts followed, each contributing according to their natures and abilities, turning the MACUSA headquarters into chaos as officials tried to contain creatures they had never encountered and didn't understand. Tina was pulled from her memory immersion by Newt's magic, the disruption of the chamber's spells creating an opening that allowed him to reach her consciousness and guide her back to awareness of the present moment rather than past experiences. The extraction was jarring, her mind struggling to distinguish between memory and current reality, but his presence and his urgent instructions to move provided anchor points that helped her reorient. They fled together through corridors that were now filled with the sounds of alarms and shouting officials. The careful organization of MACUSA descending into pandemonium as creatures ran loose and security protocols proved inadequate for the situation. The case itself became their refuge, Newt's decision to retreat into its interior demonstrating both his tactical thinking and his absolute trust that his creatures would protect them from pursuit. Queenie carried the case as they ran, its weight manageable, despite the impossibility of what it contained, its ordinary appearance making it essentially invisible to officials who were looking for escaped prisoners rather than luggage. They found a storage room that provided temporary concealment, the space filled with confiscated magical artifacts and forgotten evidence from old cases, and descended into the case's interior while MACUSA security forces swept past their hiding place searching elsewhere. The interior sanctuary that had seemed so peaceful during Newt's earlier tour now served as fortress against the forces that sought their capture, the creatures gathering protectively around their caretaker, while the humans caught their breath and tried to process what had just happened. They were fugitives now, criminals in the eyes of American magical law, wanted for escape from custody, and probably accused of additional crimes related to the chaos their departure had created. The options available to them had narrowed considerably, their paths forward limited by the need to avoid recapture, while also addressing the actual threat that the Obscurus represented. But before they could plan their next moves, Percival Graves found them, his arrival in the storage room, suggesting either supernatural tracking abilities or inside knowledge about hiding places that might be used by those familiar with MACUSA's layout. His presence forced them to emerge from the case, the confrontation unavoidable now that he had located them. his authority as director of magical security, giving him power to dictate terms of their surrender or resistance. What happened next unfolded with the particular quality of revelation that changes understanding of everything that preceded it, the moment when context shifts and previously inexplicable elements suddenly make terrible sense. Graves's interest in the Obscurus had been evident from the beginning, his questions about Newt's possessed specimen going beyond professional curiosity into something that felt personal and intense. Now he revealed the truth that he had been concealing since the investigation began, that he knew Credence was the Obscurial, that he had been cultivating the boy for months, through promises and manipulation, that the attacks on Mary Lou and Senator Shaw had been unfortunate, but ultimately irrelevant to his larger plans. An Obscurial who had survived past the age of 10 was unprecedented and valuable, representing power that could be harnessed if approached correctly, a weapon that Grindelwald himself would find useful if it could be controlled and directed toward appropriate targets. The revelation transformed understanding of multiple elements that had seemed disconnected or confusing, explaining how Graves had known where to look for evidence of Obscurus activity, why his responses to the incidents had felt slightly wrong for someone whose job was protecting the magical community, how the attacks had occurred without triggering MACUSA's usual detection systems that should have identified such powerful dark magic. He had been enabling the Obscurial's development rather than containing it, encouraging Credence's manifestations while directing them toward targets that served his purposes, using the boy's desperate need for acceptance and belonging as leverage to gain compliance with instructions that were slowly destroying him. Newt's response was driven by outrage rather than tactical calculation, his fury at the exploitation of a traumatized child overriding his usual social awkwardness and preference for avoiding confrontation. The manipulation that Graves described was unconscionable to someone whose entire philosophy was based on understanding and respecting the nature of magical beings rather than using them as tools, who saw in Credence not a weapon but a victim who deserved compassion, rather than being pushed toward manifestations that were killing him with each occurrence. The moral calculus that allowed someone to knowingly harm a child for strategic advantage was alien to Newt's thinking, represented everything he found reprehensible about wizards who believed their intelligence or power, gave them rights to use others without consideration for the suffering inflicted. The duel that erupted was brief but intense, Graves's superior experience and position giving him advantages that Newt's knowledge of creatures couldn't fully overcome, but the intervention of Tina and the tactical support of Newt's beasts created enough disruption to prevent immediate defeat. The swooping evil's venom, carefully deployed to affect Graves without erasing memories that might be needed as evidence, created disorientation that allowed them to bind him before he could summon reinforcements or continue his attack. But binding him also meant they needed to figure out what to do with him, how to prove the truth of what he had revealed, when their own status as escaped prisoners meant their testimony would be dismissed as self-serving lies. The solution came from Newt's understanding of Credence's situation and his determination to reach the boy before Graves's manipulation could push him toward a final manifestation that would kill him and probably destroy a significant portion of the city in the process. If they could find Credence and help him, if they could demonstrate that the real threat had been created by someone within MACUSA rather than by foreign interference, then perhaps the truth would be sufficient to overcome the official narrative that had been constructed. It was a desperate plan with numerous points of potential failure, but the alternatives were either remaining in hiding while Credence died, or surrendering to authorities who had already demonstrated their willingness to execute first and investigate later. The search for Credence took them into the subway system, following the trail of fear and disruption that marked his passage through spaces where Nomage witnessed something that their minds couldn't process or accept. He had fled after the attack on Senator Shaw, understanding that he was responsible for the death even if he didn't fully control the Obscurus when it manifested, running toward nowhere. In particular, because there was no safe destination for someone who had become the thing that Mary Lou had always accused him of being. The pursuit through underground tunnels was complicated by the presence of no-marge witnesses and the structural limitations of fighting in confined spaces. But Newt's determination to reach Credence before MACUSA forces did drove him forward despite the dangers. The confrontation when they finally found him was heartbreaking in its desperation. Credence cornered and terrified, the Obscurus writhing just beneath his skin in visible waves of dark energy, his control slipping as fear and exhaustion overwhelmed whatever mechanisms had allowed him to survive this long when all other documented Obscurials had died by age 10. Newt approached slowly, with hands raised in gestures of peace, his voice carrying the same calm tones he used with frightened creatures, explaining that he understood what Credence was experiencing, and that help was possible if he could just maintain control long enough for them to figure out how to separate him from the parasitic force that was consuming him. The connection that formed between them in that moment was based on recognition of shared understanding about what it meant to be damaged by forces beyond individual control, to carry inside something that others feared and wanted destroyed, to exist in the spaces between categories where conventional responses were inadequate. Newt had spent his life defending creatures that others considered dangerous or worthless, arguing that understanding was preferable to extermination, that most threats could be managed through knowledge rather than requiring elimination. Credence represented the same principle applied to human rather than creature, someone whose danger was real but whose humanity deserved consideration regardless of the risks involved in providing it. But the moment of potential breakthrough was shattered by the arrival of Percival Graves, who had apparently escaped his bindings through methods that suggested he possessed abilities beyond those of a normal Auror, his presence immediately escalating the tension and pushing Credence toward the edge of control he had been desperately maintaining. Graves's words were calculated to provoke rather than calm, speaking to Credence about his power and destiny, framing the Obscurus as a gift rather than a curse, promising that together they could accomplish things that would reshape the wizarding world and eliminate the need for hiding from no-marge. The manipulation was transparent to those who understood what they were witnessing, but to Credence it represented the acceptance he had been seeking, the validation that someone valued him for what he was, rather than demanding he become something different. The attack that Graves launched wasn't directed at Credence but at Newt, eliminating the voice of compassion and reason that was offering an alternative to the destiny that Graves wanted to impose. The spell was meant to be fatal, the kind of curse that would kill instantly if it connected, but Newt's reflexes and the intervention of his creatures prevented direct impact. The Obscurus responded to the attack by manifesting fully, Credence's control finally breaking under the stress of seeing someone who had tried to help him being harmed by the person who claimed to be his ally, the contradiction too much for his already fragile hold on the parasitic force. What emerged was exactly what Newt had feared, the pure destructive power of an Obscurus freed from its host's restraints, a whirling mass of dark energy that was simultaneously Credence and not Credence, possessed of his consciousness, but corrupted by the magic that had been suppressed and twisted through years of abuse. The destruction it caused was comprehensive and indiscriminate, tearing through the subway tunnel with force that threatened to collapse the entire underground system, endangering the no-marge who were present, and creating exactly the kind of exposure incident that MACUSA's entire organizational structure was designed to prevent. Tina's response was to position herself between the Obscurus and Graves, understanding that if anyone could reach Credence, it was her, the person who had shown him kindness when he needed it, who had used magic to heal rather than harm, who had lost her position for choosing his welfare over regulations. She spoke his name with the authority of someone who had earned the right to be heard, calling him back from the darkness that was consuming him, reminding him that he was more than the parasitic force that had corrupted his magic. Her words reached something in him that had survived the transformation, the part that was still a frightened boy who wanted nothing more than to be safe and valued. And the Obscurus began to calm in response to her voice. But the moment of potential resolution was destroyed by the arrival of MACUSA forces, auras, and security personnel who had tracked the disturbance and were prepared to respond with overwhelming magical force to eliminate the threat. Their spells were designed not to capture, but to destroy. Understanding that an Obscurus couldn't be safely contained, and that elimination was the only response that protected the magical community and the statute of secrecy. The coordinated attack hit Credence from multiple directions simultaneously. The combined power of dozens of trained wizards focused on a single target with the intention of complete annihilation. The destruction of Credence was thorough and terrible, his form dissolving under the assault like smoke being scattered by wind, his screams cutting off mid-expression as the magic that had sustained him was overwhelmed by the attack. What remained was nothing, not even a body to bury or mourn, just dispersing darkness and the knowledge that a child had been killed by the authorities who should have protected him. The silence that followed was heavy with the weight of what had been done. The officials who had fired the fatal spells understanding on some level that they had just murdered a victim rather than defeating a villain, but unwilling to acknowledge that understanding because doing so would require accepting responsibility for the tragedy. Percival Graves's response was fury rather than grief. His outcry about the waste and the crime of what had been done revealing more about his true nature than he perhaps intended. No MACUSA official would speak with such vehemence about the death of a dangerous Obscurial, would frame its elimination as anything other than necessary action taken to protect innocent lives. His words were those of someone who had lost something valuable rather than someone relieved that a threat had been neutralized, his focus on his own plans being disrupted rather than on the tragedy of a child's death. The reaction marked him as different from the official he was supposed to be, suggested that his priorities and loyalties lay elsewhere than the organization he claimed to serve. The arrest of Graves was conducted by Tina, with the support of President Picquery herself, who had arrived in time to witness his inappropriate response and to understand that something was fundamentally wrong with her director of magical security. The revelation of his true identity came when Newt, acting on suspicions that had been building throughout their interactions, forced Graves to reveal his face using spells designed to penetrate disguises and illusions. The transformation was shocking to everyone who witnessed it. The stern features of Percival Graves melting away to reveal Gellert Grindelwald, the dark wizard whose crimes in Europe had made him the most wanted man in the magical world. The implications were staggering and immediate. Grindelwald had infiltrated MACUSA at the highest levels, had spent months, or perhaps years, gathering intelligence and manipulating events from within the American magical government, his plans extending far beyond the simple acquisition of an Obscurial to encompass larger strategies that they were only beginning to understand. The real Percival Graves was presumably dead or imprisoned somewhere, his identity stolen, and his position used to advance agendas that had nothing to do with protecting magical America, and everything to do with Grindelwald's vision of wizarding supremacy and the eventual revelation of magic to the Nome world. President Picquery's response to the revelation demonstrated political acumen and decisive leadership, immediately clearing Newt and his companions of all charges, while also moving to contain the exposure risk that the evening's events had created. The No-Mage, who had witnessed the Obscurus attack and the subsequent magical battle would need their memories modified. A massive operation that would require coordination and resources, but was absolutely necessary to maintain the statute of secrecy. The damage to the subway system would need to be explained through conventional means, gas leak or structural failure, or some other mundane cause that wouldn't raise questions about impossible forces. But the larger problem remained unsolved. The revelation that Grindelwald had penetrated MACUSA meant that other magical governments might also be compromised, that his network of sympathizers and agents extended further than anyone had suspected, that the threat he represented was more immediate and sophisticated than even the most paranoid security assessments had suggested. The interrogation would reveal what he knew and who had assisted him, but the damage was already done. American magical security had been fundamentally compromised and would require complete restructuring to restore anything approaching reliable protection. For Newt, the priority was addressing the exposure crisis that his creature's escape had contributed to, the hundreds or thousands of no-mage who had witnessed impossible things and would carry those memories until they were properly modified. The solution came from Frank, the thunderbird whose venom, when properly distributed through rainfall, could erase specific memories while leaving everything else intact. A natural mechanism that the species had developed for reasons that Newt didn't fully understand, but had documented during his studies. The decision to use Frank this way was bittersweet, requiring his release into the wild years earlier than planned, but also accomplishing the mission that had brought Newt to America in the first place. The flight of the Thunderbird over New York City was magnificent and melancholy, Frank's wings generating the storm that would wash away the evening's impossible events from no-mage memory. His power turned to purpose that served the greater good while also granting him the freedom that was his birthright. Newt watched from below as the creature he had rescued and cared for disappeared into clouds of his own creation, heading west toward territories that would be his home, feeling the particular sadness that comes from releasing something precious, because keeping it would be selfish regardless of how much comfort its presence provided. The rain, when it came, carried Frank's venom in concentrations carefully calculated to affect memory without causing harm, droplets that touched skin and sank into consciousness to find and erase the specific experiences that posed threats to the statute of secrecy. No-mage who had witnessed creatures or magic would wake the next morning with gaps they wouldn't notice, their minds filling in missing time with reasonable explanations that fit their understanding of how reality worked. The process was gentle and comprehensive, a kindness disguised as erasure, protecting them from knowledge that would have troubled their remaining days, while also protecting the magical community from exposure that would have changed everything. Jacob understood what the rain meant, what was being asked of him through the looks his companions gave him, and the unspoken suggestion that he should go inside rather than standing where the drops would reach him. The choice was his to make, whether to keep the memories of magic and creatures and the brief time when his life had been extraordinary rather than ordinary, or to return to the existence he had known before. Collision with Newt's case had opened doors he didn't know existed. Queenie's tears as she looked at him made the decision both harder and easier, her love for him evident despite the impossibility of their situation. The laws that forbade relationships between magical and non-magical people, creating barriers that couldn't be overcome through feeling alone. The kiss they shared before he stepped into the rain was both greeting and farewell, acknowledgement of connection that couldn't be pursued and feelings that wouldn't survive the memory modification. Sweetness and sorrow combined in a gesture that meant everything and would soon mean nothing when his mind had been wiped clean of the experiences that created it. Jacob's acceptance of this sacrifice was characteristic of the goodness that Queenie had recognized in him from the beginning, his willingness to give up something precious because keeping it would endanger people he cared about, his understanding that sometimes love meant letting go rather than holding on regardless of consequences. The erasure, when it came, was complete and efficient, the venom working through his neural pathways to find and eliminate every trace of magic from his memory, leaving behind only the vague sense that he had lost something, without being able to identify what. He would wake the next morning in his apartment, with no memory of creatures or case, of Newt or Tina or Queenie, of the extraordinary days that had briefly transformed his ordinary existence into something approaching adventure. The kindness of this was debatable, protecting him from knowledge that might have made his regular life feel inadequate, but also taking from him experiences that had been genuine and meaningful regardless of their danger. Time passed as it always did, days accumulating into weeks and weeks into months. The events of that extraordinary evening fading into MACUSA's classified archives while the participants returned to lives that had been permanently changed by what they had experienced. Newt's reputation had been restored and even enhanced by his role in exposing Grindelwald's infiltration, his expertise recognized as valuable enough to warrant overlooking his violations of beast importation laws, his recommendations about creature welfare beginning to influence policy discussions at levels where such things could actually produce meaningful change. The book he was writing would be published eventually, carrying his message about the importance of understanding and protecting magical creatures to audiences who needed to hear it, even if they didn't yet know they needed it. Tina's reinstatement as an Auror was accompanied by commendations that acknowledged her role in the investigation, her instincts about Newt, and her decisions to trust her judgment over bureaucratic procedures, validated by outcomes that had potentially saved the American magical community from even greater catastrophe. The restoration of her position came with opportunities for advancement that reflected MACUSA's recognition that they needed officers who could think independently rather than simply following orders, who would prioritize actual threats over convenient scapegoats, who understood that justice and law were related but not identical concepts. The meeting between Newt and Tina before his departure from New York carried the weight of connection interrupted rather than connection concluded, both of them understanding that something significant had developed between them during the chaos of their brief acquaintance, feelings that deserved exploration, but couldn't be immediately pursued given the demands of their respective responsibilities. Newt's promise to return with a copy of his published book gave them both something to anticipate. A future meeting that would allow continuation of conversations begun but not finished, possibilities that neither of them fully articulated, but both recognized. Jacob's bakery opened to success that surprised him, funded by means he didn't remember receiving, though his ledgers showed a substantial deposit that had appeared in his account from an unknown benefactor who was actually Newt, using the Niffler's accumulated thefts for purposes that served justice better than returning jewelry to people who had insurance. The pastries he created were distinctive and popular, their shapes reminiscent of creatures he had no conscious memory of encountering, his unconscious mind retaining impressions that manifested through his craft, even though the specific memories had been erased. The success gave him satisfaction that was genuine if incomplete. The sense that something was missing from his life, coexisting with gratitude for the business that was thriving beyond his original modest hopes. Queenie's visit to the bakery was planned to appear casual and coincidental, her need to see Jacob warring with the understanding that he wouldn't remember her or their connection, that she would be meeting him for the first time from his perspective, even though from hers they had shared experiences that mattered. The moment when their eyes met across the counter carried electricity that neither of them fully understood, attraction that seemed instantaneous, but was actually continuation of feelings that had been interrupted rather than ended by the memory modification. Jacob's sense of recognition, without remembering, suggested that the venom's erasure hadn't been quite as complete as intended, that some part of him retained awareness of what he had lost, even if the specific details were gone. The conversation between them was tentative and careful, both sensing that something important was happening but uncertain what or why. The attraction between them immediate and mutual, but also complicated by her knowledge of what he didn't remember and his confusion about why this customer felt different from all the others who had passed through his shop. Queenie's decision not to use legilimency to read his thoughts was deliberate and difficult. Her recognition that doing so would be violating his privacy and his right to form opinions without her magical interference, that if they were to have any chance at genuine relationship, it needed to be based on what they chose to share, rather than what she could take from his undefended mind. The smile he gave her, as she left with her purchases, suggested possibilities that made her heart ache with hope and uncertainty. The chance that they might build something new from the foundation of what had been erased, that love might be strong enough to recreate itself even when memories had been stolen. The future was uncertain, and the obstacles remained formidable. The laws against magical and non-magical relationships unchanged by recent events, but sometimes the most important magic was the kind that couldn't be codified or regulated, the human capacity for connection that persisted regardless of what bureaucracies decreed or potions erased. The wizarding world had survived another crisis, had been pulled back from the edge of exposure through combination of luck and competence, and the willingness of individuals to act according to conscience rather than convenience. But the victory was incomplete, and the costs had been high, paid primarily by those like Credence who had been failed by the systems meant to protect them, whose deaths were classified as necessary rather than acknowledged as tragedies that better policies might have prevented. The knowledge that Grindelwald had penetrated so deeply into magical government suggested that the threats facing their world were more sophisticated and immediate than comfortable assumptions had allowed, that the next crisis might not be resolved as successfully if lessons weren't learned and changes weren't made. But for this moment, there was peace of a sort, the temporary quiet between storms when people could rest and recover and pretend that the dangers were past rather than merely postponed. The magical creatures in Newt's case were safe and cared for, continuing their existence in sanctuary that moved with their protector wherever his missions took him. The children of New York slept untroubled by knowledge of the forces that had been active in their city, their innocence preserved through magic that erased rather than educated. And somewhere in the American Southwest, a thunderbird flew free through skies that were his birthright. His captivity ended and his purpose fulfilled, living the life that should never have been taken from him. The year 1927 arrived with the kind of deceptive calm that often precedes catastrophe, the months since Grindelwald's capture having created a false sense that his movement had been decapitated and his threat neutralized through the simple expedient of imprisonment. The Magical Congress of the United States had taken custody of the Dark Wizard with the confidence of an organization that believed its security measures were adequate to contain even the most dangerous prisoners, that the combination of magical restraints and physical barriers would prevent escape regardless of the captive's power or cunning. The facility where he was held existed in dimensions folded into the lowest levels of their headquarters, spaces designed specifically for holding those whose magic made conventional imprisonment inadequate. The conditions of his captivity were deliberately harsh, designed not merely to contain but to weaken, to reduce him from the formidable figure who had nearly destabilized European magical governments to something approaching helplessness. The spells that bound him were numerous and layered, each one crafted to suppress a different aspect of his abilities, working in concert to create restraints that would have killed a lesser wizard, but left Grindelwald merely incapacitated. His body bore the evidence of this magical suppression, his flesh pale, and wasted. From months of being unable to move freely, his features drawn in ways that suggested constant pain endured without complaint or visible weakness. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of his imprisonment was the mutilation that MACUSA had authorized to prevent him from speaking with his guards. The removal of his tongue meant to eliminate any possibility that he might use his considerable charisma and persuasive abilities to corrupt those responsible for maintaining his captivity. The brutality of this measure reflected the depth of fear that he inspired even while bound and helpless. The understanding that his words were weapons as dangerous as any spell he might cast. That allowing him to speak was allowing him opportunity to manipulate and seduce and turn enemies into allies through nothing more than conversation. The missing tongue had been replaced with a prosthetic that allowed minimal communication, but not the eloquent speech that had been his greatest tool in building the movement that bore his name. The decision to transfer him to Europe for trial before the International Confederation of Wizards had been made at the highest levels of magical government, reflecting both the political reality that his crimes had been primarily committed on European soil and the practical consideration that keeping him indefinitely in American custody created ongoing security burdens that MACUSA preferred to transfer to others. The arrangements for the transfer were elaborate and multi-layered, involving coordination between multiple magical governments and security measures that were supposed to make escape impossible even for someone of Grindelwald's demonstrated abilities and resources. Rudolf Spielmann, an official from the European magical law enforcement community, whose reputation for competence and incorruptibility had earned him the assignment, arrived in New York to take custody of the prisoner with appropriate gravity and ceremony. The briefing he received from President Picquery herself covered every detail of Grindelwald's captivity and the measures that had been taken to suppress his abilities, the magical and physical restraints that would need to be maintained during transport, the protocols for ensuring that he remained isolated from any potential allies who might attempt rescue during the vulnerable period when he was being moved between secure facilities. The condition in which Spielmann found his prisoner was shocking even to someone who had been briefed on what to expect. The contrast between Grindelwald's reputation as the most dangerous dark wizard since the Middle Ages and the wasted figure before him, creating cognitive dissonance that was difficult to reconcile. This was supposed to be the man who had brought European magical governments to the edge of collapse, who had recruited armies of followers through the force of his personality and vision, who had demonstrated magical abilities that exceeded what most wizards believed possible. Instead, he appeared to be a broken shell, barely conscious and seemingly incapable of the kind of focused intention that spellcasting required. The transfer of custody involved extensive documentation and verification procedures, multiple officials signing attestations that confirmed the prisoner's identity and condition, that acknowledged receipt of his personal effects, which consisted primarily of the wand that MACUSA had confiscated during his capture, and a necklace whose significance was not immediately apparent. The wand was inert, under the specialized containment that prevented it from responding to any magic, its wood and core still present, but its ability to channel power completely suppressed through spells that would need to be maintained constantly to prevent it from becoming functional again. The necklace appeared to be merely decorative, a piece of jewelry without obvious magical properties, though its inclusion among items deemed worthy of secure transport suggested it held significance that wasn't immediately visible. Abernathy, a MACUSA official whose position gave him access to high security areas and whose loyalty had never been questioned during his years of service, was present during the transfer as part of the documentation team, responsible for ensuring that all procedures were correctly followed. His role was administrative rather than operational, recording the various steps of the custody transfer and ensuring that nothing was overlooked in the complex series of actions required to move a prisoner of Grindelwald's status. No one noticed the particular intensity with which he observed the proceedings, the way his eyes tracked specific details that would be irrelevant to someone simply documenting procedure, the subtle signs of nervousness that might have been attributed to the significance of the occasion, but actually reflected anticipation of actions yet to come. The carriage that would transport Grindelwald to the departure point for the transatlantic journey was a masterpiece of magical security engineering, its structure reinforced with spells that made it essentially indestructible through conventional means, its interior designed to maintain the suppression magic that kept the prisoner helpless. The team of Aurors assigned to escort duty consisted of carefully vetted individuals whose records showed nothing but loyalty and competence. Wizards who had been specifically selected for their resistance to corruption and their demonstrated ability to maintain focus under pressure. The route had been planned to minimize time in transit, while maximizing distance from areas where potential rescue attempts might be launched. The departure occurred in the pre-dawn hours when the city was as quiet as New York ever became, the carriage rising into the air with its prisoner and escorts, its path taking it over water to avoid the complications of populated areas, where witnesses might observe things that would require extensive memory modification. The storm that was gathering on the horizon appeared to be natural, the kind of weather system that was common at this time of year, its presence noted in the flight plan but not considered a significant obstacle given the carriage's protective enchantments and the skill of those controlling its movement. What happened next unfolded with the precision of something that had been planned in meticulous detail, each element timed and coordinated to exploit vulnerabilities that the planners had somehow identified. Despite all the security measures meant to prevent exactly this kind of intelligence gathering, Abernathy, who had been present during the transfer and had access to information that should have been restricted to those with legitimate operational need to know, suddenly appeared clinging to the exterior of the carriage, his presence impossible unless he had somehow penetrated the detection wards that should have prevented unauthorized approach. The revelation that the prisoner inside the carriage was not Grindelwald but Abernathy himself, transformed through Polyjuice potion to assume the dark wizard's appearance, came simultaneously with the understanding that the real Grindelwald had been free and preparing this escape for however long it had taken to arrange the substitution. The deception was comprehensive and sophisticated, requiring not just the potion, but also intimate knowledge of the prisoner's condition and behavior, access to areas that should have been secure, and the kind of fanatical dedication that would lead someone to accept having their tongue removed to maintain the disguise long enough for the real plan to unfold. Grindelwald, restored to his full power and now in possession of his wand and the mysterious necklace, moved through the carriage with the casual efficiency of someone who had planned every step and anticipated every countermeasure. The Aurors who should have been protecting the prisoner found themselves facing the actual threat they had been assigned to guard against, their preparations and training suddenly inadequate when confronted with abilities that exceeded anything they had encountered. The spells they cast were countered or redirected with dismissive ease, their attempts at coordination disrupted by magic that seemed to anticipate their actions before they were fully formed. The battle that erupted was conducted in 3 dimensions, across a sky that was becoming increasingly dangerous as the storm intensified, lightning providing illumination for combat that was both beautiful and terrible, magic meeting magic in displays of power that would have awed observers if any had been present to witness it. Grindelwald fought with the controlled precision of a master engaging students, never appearing hurried or concerned, despite facing multiple opponents who were throwing everything they possessed at him in desperate attempts to recapture the prisoner they had lost. through deception they hadn't detected. The drivers of the carriage were eliminated first, their deaths swift and impersonal. Necessary removals of obstacles rather than acts driven by malice or emotion, their bodies falling toward the water far below, while the carriage itself began to respond to Grindelwald's control rather than their now absent direction. The Aurors who remained found themselves fighting not just an opponent, but also the environment. The storm that had seemed merely inconvenient now revealing itself as an additional element of the plan. Natural forces that Grindelwald was somehow directing, or at least exploiting with supernatural timing and understanding of atmospheric conditions. The lightning he called was not merely natural but enhanced and directed. Bolts that struck with precision that should have been impossible, given the chaotic nature of such phenomena, targeting his opponents with force that overwhelmed their shields and defenses. The sound of thunder became continuous rather than intermittent, the noise itself becoming a weapon that disrupted concentration and communication, making coordination between the remaining Aurors essentially impossible as they fought isolated battles rather than functioning as a team. One by one, they fell or fled, their training and courage insufficient against an opponent who operated on a level that transcended their experience. Abernathy, still wearing Grindelwald's face through the polyjuice potion's continuing effects, received acknowledgement from his master for the sacrifice he had made and the service he had provided. The rewards promised in words that carried the weight of genuine appreciation rather than merely pro forma acknowledgement. The tongue that had been removed to maintain the deception was restored through magic that was casual in its application, but profound in its effect, replacement tissue growing from a serpent's forked organ that Grindelwald provided, transforming what should have been permanent mutilation into merely temporary inconvenience. The gift was both practical and symbolic, demonstration of power and care for loyal followers, evidence that service to Grindelwald's cause was rewarded rather than simply extracted. The final act of the escape involved the disposal of Rudolf Spielmann, the official whose identity and authority had been crucial to getting Grindelwald out of MACUSA custody, but whose continued existence was now merely a liability. The toss from the carriage was accompanied by the gift of his own wand, a gesture that appeared to be mercy, but was actually something more complex, giving him the theoretical means to save himself while knowing that the distance and conditions made survival highly unlikely. Whether Spielmann managed to cast appropriate spells before hitting the water was a question that Grindelwald didn't remain to answer, his attention already moving forward to next steps, rather than dwelling on the conclusion of plans already executed. The wreckage of the carriage and the bodies that would eventually be recovered would tell MACUSA and the international magical community that their most dangerous prisoner had escaped, that months of secure custody had ended in humiliation that revealed their security measures were inadequate and their confidence was misplaced. The investigation would reveal the extent of the deception and the depth of planning that had made the escape possible, the uncomfortable truth that Grindelwald's followers had penetrated their organization at levels that suggested corruption was more widespread than anyone had wanted to acknowledge. The consequences would ripple through magical law enforcement for years, creating distrust and paranoia that would complicate efforts at international cooperation, even as they made such cooperation more necessary than ever. But these were problems for the future, concerns for officials who would need to explain how their prisoner had escaped and what they intended to do about recapturing him. For Grindelwald himself, the escape was merely prologue to larger plans that had been developing during his captivity, strategies that his imprisonment had interrupted, but not fundamentally altered, visions of a world where wizards no longer hid from those without magic, but claimed their rightful place as the superior beings that nature had made them. The movement he had built was waiting for his return, followers who had remained loyal despite his capture, and who were ready to resume operations under his direct leadership, rather than the fractured and uncertain command structure that had tried to maintain momentum during his absence. 3 months passed between the escape and the next significant developments in the larger story that was unfolding across the magical world. Time that Grindelwald spent rebuilding his organization and planning operations that would demonstrate both his return and his continuing relevance, despite the setback his capture had represented. The British Ministry of Magic, perhaps less vulnerable to infiltration than its American counterpart, but certainly not immune to the broader currents affecting magical governance, had imposed restrictions on Newt Scamander that reflected their awareness of his role in recent events and their desire to either control him or limit his potential for causing additional disruption. The travel ban that prevented Newt from leaving Britain was officially justified through references to the chaos his creatures had caused in New York and the security concerns that his continued international travel might create, but it was also punishment for his refusal to conform to ministry expectations about how someone with his skills and knowledge should be deployed. The meeting where the restrictions were imposed took place in a conference room whose size and formality were designed to intimidate the committee seated on an elevated platform, while the subject of their attention stood below like a student called before the headmaster, the power dynamics carefully staged to emphasize who had authority and who was expected to obey. Torquil Travers, the committee head, whose position gave him considerable influence over ministry policy regarding dark wizard threats and international cooperation, presented the offer with the kind of smooth professionalism that made coercion sound like opportunity. The travel ban would be lifted immediately if Newt agreed to join the ministry as an auror working in his brother's department, using his expertise with creatures and his demonstrated abilities in dangerous situations to support operations against Grindelwald's organization. The position came with appropriate salary and status, official recognition of his value and capabilities, the chance to serve his country in its time of need. Newt's rejection was immediate and unequivocal, delivered with the straightforward honesty that characterized his communication. When he wasn't trying to navigate social complexities he didn't fully understand, he had no interest in becoming an auror, in taking orders from bureaucrats who would use him as a weapon while disregarding his actual expertise and interests, in killing on behalf of a government that had expelled him from Hogwarts and now wanted his service only because his skills had proven useful. The refusal was not defiant so much as matter of fact. The simple statement that what they were offering was not something he wanted, regardless of what they might be willing to trade for his cooperation. The introduction of Gunnar Grimson to the proceedings added layers of complication and threat that made the ministry's intentions clear, showing Newt what would happen if he continued to refuse their offers and suggestions. Grimson was a bounty hunter whose reputation was built on ruthlessness rather than legal niceties, someone who would be sent to accomplish tasks that required less concern for the target's welfare than official aurors were supposed to demonstrate. His presence in the room was a message without words. The implicit threat that if Newt wouldn't work for the ministry, then others would be sent to handle situations where his expertise might have been valuable. But his cooperation was not forthcoming. Newt's departure from the meeting was abrupt and final. His decision to walk away rather than continue negotiations that were clearly intended to manipulate rather than persuade, his understanding that sometimes refusal was the only response that preserved integrity, even when it came with significant costs. His brother Theseus followed him out, their relationship complicated by the fact that Theseus had chosen to work within the system that Newt rejected, that he believed in the ministry's ultimate good intentions despite acknowledging its flaws and limitations. The conversation between them was brief and unsatisfying for both. Theseus trying to convince Newt that cooperation was necessary, while Newt remained adamant that his value to anyone should be based on his actual knowledge rather than his willingness to kill on command. The committee's decision to hire Grimson instead represented acceptance that Newt would not be brought into ministry service voluntarily, that the task of finding Credence would be accomplished through other means that didn't require someone who might prioritize the target's welfare over mission success. Grimson's contract specifically authorized lethal force, the understanding that an Obscurial who had somehow survived his apparent destruction in New York represented a threat that couldn't be safely contained, and that elimination was the only practical response. The moral considerations that would have troubled Newt were irrelevant to someone whose profession was hunting people for money, whose effectiveness was measured entirely by results rather than methods. Meanwhile, in Paris, Grindelwald had established a new base of operations in a location that provided both security and symbolic significance. A castle whose previous owners had been eliminated with the casual brutality that characterized his movement's approach to obstacles. The family that had lived there for generations died quickly and efficiently, their deaths serving the practical purpose of providing Grindelwald with secure location, while also sending messages to others who might be considering resistance that such choices came with fatal consequences. The only complication was a child who survived the initial attack. A young boy whose presence created a problem that needed resolution. The child was a no-mage, lacking magic and therefore worthless from Grindelwald's perspective, except as potential liability, a witness who might remember what had happened, and whose continued existence served no purpose that justified the resources required to maintain him. The order for his execution was delivered with the same matter-of-fact tone that might be used for disposing of garbage or clearing debris, the casual erasure of human life, reflecting a philosophy that valued magical ability above all else and saw those without it as essentially disposable. The follower who carried out the order did so without hesitation or visible emotion, understanding that mercy toward no-mage was weakness that their movement couldn't afford if it was to achieve the revolutionary transformation it sought. Credence's survival had been a surprise to everyone who witnessed his apparent destruction in the New York subway. But Obscurials were resilient in ways that conventional magic couldn't fully predict or counter their parasitic nature, giving them survival capabilities that exceeded what seemed possible for beings that were simultaneously children and corrupted magical forces. He had reformed somehow, his consciousness and magic coalescing from the dispersed energy that the Auror's attack had scattered, returning to physical form in ways that he didn't understand but accepted as evidence that his destiny was not yet fulfilled. The months since his apparent death had been spent in hiding and recovery, understanding that both MACUSA and Grindelwald's organization were searching for him while lacking the resources or allies to effectively resist either. His presence at a circus reflected both his desperate need for anonymity and the cruel irony that someone fleeing from being treated as a monster had found refuge among those whose livelihoods depended on displaying abnormalities for public entertainment. The circus was one of those institutions that existed on the margins of both magical and no-mage society, employing both ordinary performers and those with magical conditions that made them suitable for exhibition, creating a space where Credence's strangeness was merely one variety among many, rather than a unique threat that needed elimination. The work was demeaning, and the conditions were poor, but it provided shelter and the kind of anonymity that came from being surrounded by others who had reasons to avoid official attention. Nagini was among the attractions, her blood curse making her simultaneously tragic and fascinating to audiences who paid to witness her transformation from beautiful woman to massive serpent. The curse was hereditary and progressive, passed through maternal lines of certain Indonesian magical families, gradually eroding the victim's humanity until the transformations became permanent, and the woman who had once controlled them became trapped forever in serpentine form. She understood her fate with the terrible clarity of someone watching their own slow destruction, knowing that each transformation brought her closer to the point where she wouldn't be able to return to human shape, that eventually she would lose everything that made her herself and become simply a very intelligent snake. The friendship that developed between Credence and Nagini was based on mutual recognition of being trapped by forces beyond their control, both of them carrying conditions that would eventually kill them or transform them into things they didn't want to become, both understanding that their time was limited and their options were constrained by circumstances they hadn't chosen. They spoke in the hours between performances about escape and freedom, planning their departure from the circus with the desperate hope of people who understood that any future they might have required, leaving their current situation, regardless of how uncertain life beyond the circus might be. The escape itself was relatively simple, Credence's control over the Obscurus having improved during the months since New York, his ability to manifest just enough power to break locks and create diversions without completely losing himself to the parasitic force. The animals they released created the chaos necessary for their departure. The circus owner's attention divided between recapturing valuable property and preventing complete collapse of his operation. By the time order was restored, Credence and Nagini were gone, disappeared into the magical districts of Paris, where tracking them would require resources and expertise that a circus owner didn't possess. The information Credence had discovered about his mother, the address where records suggested she had lived before giving him up for adoption, provided their destination and purpose. The hope that learning his true identity might somehow provide answers to questions about why he was what he was, and whether there was any path forward beyond slow death from the Obscurus. The adoption papers that he had managed to obtain showed only minimal information, his mother's name and last known address, but that was more than he had ever known before, a thread that might be pulled to unravel at least some of the mysteries surrounding his origin and nature. Tina's investigation had brought her to Paris through different routes and motivations, her position as a reinstated aura giving her both authority and responsibility to pursue leads about Grindelwald's activities and potential targets. The intelligence that MACUSA had gathered suggested that Credence might still be alive despite the apparent destruction in New York, that Grindelwald's organization was actively searching for him, and that his survival posed risks that needed to be addressed before he could be found by those who would exploit rather than help him. Her personal connection to the case, her memory of the boy she had tried to protect and the guilt she carried about his fate drove her investigation with intensity that exceeded what professional duty alone would have required. Yusuf Kama's presence in Paris added complications to an already complex situation. His pursuit of Credence, driven by motivations that predated recent events and involved family history that reached back generations. His appearance at locations where Credence had been seen suggested that he possessed information or tracking methods that allowed him to follow trails that others had lost, but his intentions remained unclear to those who observed him. Whether he sought to help or harm the Obscurus was a question that couldn't be answered without confrontation, but his focus and determination suggested that whatever his goals were, he would pursue them regardless of obstacles or interference from others. The magical community of Paris existed in different relationship with the non-magical population than its American counterpart, centuries of coexistence having created more permeable boundaries and less absolute separation, though the fundamental requirement to maintain secrecy remained unchanged. The streets where wizarding businesses operated alongside mundane shops reflected this integration. Magical and non-magical worlds overlapping in ways that required constant vigilance to prevent, but also created opportunities for those who needed to move between worlds or maintain identities that straddled both. Tina moved through these spaces with the confidence of someone who had learned to navigate foreign magical communities, her American credentials giving her access to official resources, while also marking her as an outsider whose authority was contingent rather than absolute. The convergence of multiple parties all searching for Credence created situations where encounters were inevitable, where those seeking him for different reasons would collide and either cooperate or compete, depending on how their goals aligned or conflicted. Tina's path crossed Yusuf's at locations where they had both followed similar clues, their initial suspicion giving way to cautious cooperation as they recognized that they might be able to help each other, even if their ultimate objectives were different. The information they shared was carefully measured, neither fully trusting the other, but both understanding that their chances of finding Credence improved through collaboration rather than redundant effort. Queenie's arrival in Paris was driven by personal rather than professional motivations, her relationship with Jacob having become impossible to maintain, while remaining in America where laws forbade what she wanted, and his non-magical status made their connection technically criminal. The loneliness of that separation had driven her to seek her sister, to find someone who understood what she was experiencing and might help her figure out how to build a life that included the man she loved without requiring either of them to give up fundamental aspects of their identities. But Paris was unfamiliar territory. The French magical community operating according to customs and regulations that she didn't fully understand. Her usual confidence undermined by being in a place where her knowledge of American magical law and practice was less relevant. The French Ministry of Magic maintained records that were more comprehensive than their American counterparts, centuries of bureaucratic tradition having created archives that documented magical families and their histories with obsessive detail that was both impressive and overwhelming. Queenie's attempt to locate her sister through these records was complicated by procedures that were designed to protect privacy rather than facilitate searching, by officials who were suspicious of foreigners seeking information without clear legal justification, by barriers both magical and administrative that made simple tasks frustratingly difficult. Her legilimency, which was so useful in many situations, couldn't penetrate the bureaucratic systems that determined access to records, couldn't convince officials to bend rules when their thoughts revealed they were more concerned with proper procedure than with individual need. Grindelwald's followers, Vinderosia and Abernathy among them, observed Queenie's difficulties with interest that was both strategic and opportunistic, recognizing in her frustration and loneliness vulnerabilities that could be exploited if approached correctly. They didn't immediately reveal themselves, but instead tracked her movements, watched her growing distress as she failed to locate her sister through official channels, waited for the moment when she would be most receptive to offers of help from unexpected sources. The manipulation that they were planning was sophisticated and patient, understanding that recruitment of someone with her abilities required finesse rather than coercion, that she needed to feel that joining their cause was her own choice, rather than something imposed through threats or compulsion. Meanwhile, Credence and Nagini had reached the address from the adoption papers, a modest house in a neighborhood that had seen better days, its current condition suggesting that whatever prosperity it had known was long past. The woman who answered their knock was elderly and uncertain, her wariness about strangers at her door warring with curiosity about what they might want. This was Irma Dugard, the name from the adoption papers, the person who had delivered Credence to Mary Lou Barebone decades earlier, though whether she had done so willingly or under duress was a question that couldn't be answered without conversation, that might reveal more than she was comfortable sharing. The reunion, if it could be called that, between Credence and the woman who had placed him for adoption was emotionally complex and unsatisfying for both parties, neither of them possessing the full story of what had happened or why, their fragmentary knowledge creating more questions than answers. Irma remembered delivering a baby to America, but claimed not to know the identity of the mother or the circumstances that had led to the adoption being necessary. The gaps in her story suggested either genuine ignorance or deliberate concealment, the possibility that she had been ordered not to speak about certain details or had chosen to forget aspects of events that carried guilt or regret she didn't want to examine. The interruption of their conversation by Gunnar Grimson's arrival transformed the scene from emotional reunion to life-threatening confrontation, the bounty hunter having tracked Credence through methods that suggested either magical ability, exceeding normal Aurora capabilities, or access to intelligence sources that shouldn't have revealed the Obscurus's location. His approach was direct and brutal, no attempts at negotiation or capture. Simply immediate assault meant to kill quickly before his target could mount effective defense or escape. The spellwork he employed was sophisticated and lethal, designed to overwhelm rather than disable, reflecting instructions that had prioritized Credence's death over any consideration of taking him alive for questioning or study. Nagini's response was to transform, her blood curse used as weapon rather than mere curse, her serpentine form engaging Grimson while Credence processed what was happening and prepared his own defense. She fought with the desperate ferocity of someone protecting the only friend she had, her size and strength in snake form, making her formidable opponent, despite Grimson's superior magical abilities and combat experience. The distraction she provided gave Credence the seconds he needed to shift into his Obscurus form, the transformation coming more easily now than it had in New York. His control improving through practice, even as the cost to his body and consciousness accumulated with each manifestation. The battle that followed was brief but devastating. Credence's Obscurus form overwhelming Grimson through sheer power that the bounty hunter hadn't anticipated despite his briefing on the target's capabilities. The experience of being struck by an Obscurus attack was something that no amount of training could fully prepare someone for. The combination of physical force and corrupted magic, creating impacts that affected body and consciousness simultaneously. Grimson's defeat was comprehensive and humiliating, his reputation as skilled hunter unable to overcome the fundamental mismatch between his abilities and what he faced. But the victory came with terrible cost. Irma had been caught in the crossfire or deliberately targeted by Grimson before his defeat, her elderly body unable to withstand the magic that had been thrown around with lethal intent. Her death removed the one source of information that might have helped Credence understand his origins, leaving him with more questions than before, and the additional weight of guilt about her fate even though her death wasn't directly his responsibility. The knowledge that people around him died while he survived reinforced his sense of being cursed, of bringing destruction to everyone who showed him kindness or provided him with aid. The revelation that Grimson had been working for Grindelwald, rather than merely pursuing independent bounty hunting, came from evidence found on his person after his defeat, communications that revealed orders and objectives that had come from the highest levels of the Dark Wizards organization. But the discovery also suggested something more troubling, that Grimson's attack had been meant to appear to be an assassination attempt while actually serving different purposes. That Grindelwald's interest in Credence was more complex than simple elimination of a potential threat. The pattern suggested manipulation rather than straightforward hostility. The possibility that even apparent assassination attempts might be stages in longer game whose ultimate objectives remained hidden. Credence's decision to leave Paris immediately was driven by understanding that remaining in one place made him target for additional attacks. That movement was his best defense when he lacked the resources or allies to establish secure location where he could hide effectively. Nagini accompanied him without question, their bond strengthened by the combat they had survived together, her loyalty absolute despite the dangers that his presence attracted. The departure was hasty and uncertain. No clear destination beyond away from here, no plan beyond survival until they could figure out their next moves. The magic that connected Credence to his uncle Aberforth, communication through enchanted mirrors that allowed brief messages to pass between them, had been established during the months since New York, through means that remained unclear to those who didn't know the full story of Credence's true identity. The messages were cryptic and infrequent, neither party fully trusting the connection or certain that it wasn't being monitored by those who would use such information against them. But the most recent message, "I want to come home," carried weight that transcended the simple words, revealing Credence's exhaustion and his desperate need for the kind of safety and acceptance that he had never experienced during his short and traumatic life. The magical world was drawing breath before the next major developments, multiple parties positioning themselves for conflicts whose outlines were becoming visible but whose specifics remained unclear. Grindelwald was rebuilding his organization and planning operations that would demonstrate his continuing relevance and power. The ministries of various countries were attempting to coordinate responses while also protecting their own jurisdictions and interests. Individuals like Newt and Tina and Credence found themselves caught in currents larger than themselves, their personal desires and needs mattering less to the forces shaping events than their utility as pieces in games whose rules were determined by those with power and ambition. The stage was being set for confrontations that would require choices about loyalties and priorities, about what principles were worth defending and what costs were acceptable in that defense. The comfortable assumption that good would triumph because it was good had been shattered by Grindelwald's escape and the revelation of how deeply his followers had penetrated magical governments. The coming conflicts would test not just magical abilities but moral certainties, would force people to decide what kind of world they wanted to live in and what they were willing to sacrifice to create or prevent that world. The gathering darkness was obvious to those who knew how to read the signs, but whether enough people would recognize the threat in time to mount effective resistance remained an open question whose answer would determine the future for magical and non-magical communities alike. The French Ministry of Magic's records room existed in a state of organized chaos that reflected centuries of bureaucratic accumulation, shelves extending into distances that seemed to violate the physical constraints of the building that housed them, documents and artifacts arranged according to systems that made sense only to those who had spent decades learning to navigate the peculiar logic of French magical administration. The chamber itself was vast and dimly lit, illuminated by magical flames that provided just enough light to read by without risking damage to the ancient parchments and sensitive materials stored in conditions designed to preserve them for future generations who might need access to information about bloodlines and property transfers and the countless other details that governments believed were worth documenting and maintaining. Newt's presence in this sanctum of bureaucratic record-keeping was technically authorized through his credentials as a magizoologist, whose research occasionally required access to historical information about creature populations and habitat changes, though his actual purpose for being there had nothing to do with animals and everything to do with helping Tina investigate the mystery of Credence's true identity. The journey into the archives required navigation through layers of security and permissions, each checkpoint demanding documentation and explanation, the French magical authorities being considerably more protective of their records than their British counterparts, who were relatively casual about allowing access to those with legitimate scholarly purposes. Tina moved through the stacks with the focused determination of someone who understood that answers existed somewhere in this overwhelming collection of information. if she could just identify the right documents and interpret them correctly. The Lestrange family records were extensive and detailed. Generations of pure blood obsession with lineage and inheritance, creating paper trails that documented every birth and death and marriage, every transfer of property, and every dispute over succession. The family tree itself, when she finally located it among the various documents, was a masterwork of genealogical documentation, names written in elegant script that reflected the pride and care with which pure-blood families maintained their histories. But the tree also revealed something that Newt found immediately troubling, a pattern that appeared repeatedly throughout the Lestrange lineage that spoke to attitudes about gender and value that were unfortunately common among pure-blood families who traced their ancestry back centuries. The male heirs were documented with full names and dates, their accomplishments recorded alongside their births and deaths, their lives treated as significant enough to warrant detailed notation. The female members of the family, by contrast, were represented only by flowers, botanical illustrations that indicated gender and birth order, but not the individual identities of women whose lives were apparently too insignificant to warrant even the courtesy of recording their names. This systematic erasure of female identity from family records reflected beliefs about inheritance and importance that treated women as vessels for producing legitimate heirs rather than as individuals whose existence mattered, independently of their reproductive function. The flowers were beautiful in their way, carefully rendered illustrations that demonstrated artistic skill and attention to aesthetic detail, but their beauty couldn't disguise the fundamental dehumanization they represented, the reduction of human beings to decorative symbols in documents that preserved the names of their brothers and fathers and sons while leaving the women themselves anonymous and forgotten. The search for specific information about the baby who had been sent to America proved frustratingly difficult, the records showing transfers and movements, but not always, including the level of detail necessary to establish clear connections between events. Later, Lestrange's name appeared in various documents, her position as a female member of the family meaning she was accorded the minimal documentation that such status warranted. But the specifics of her early life and the circumstances surrounding certain key events remained frustratingly vague in ways that suggested either incomplete record keeping or deliberate obscuring of information that someone wanted forgotten. The story that would eventually emerge, pieced together from multiple sources and revealed through painful confession rather than simply discovered in archives, was one of tragedy compounded by circumstances and choices that had seemed reasonable at the time, but whose consequences had echoed through decades and shaped lives in ways no one had anticipated. But before that story could be told completely, before the truth about Credence's identity could be revealed, there would need to be a gathering, a convergence of those whose lives had become entangled through fate and Grindelwald's machinations and their own decisions about what they were willing to risk in pursuit of answers or justice or revenge. The decision to leave the archives was driven by Tina's recognition that the answers they sought wouldn't be found in documents alone, but would require confronting people who had been present during the events they were investigating, that human memory and testimony would provide details that no amount of genealogical research could uncover. The address they had obtained for the Lestrange family crypt suggested that significant family records might be stored there rather than in official ministry archives, that the family's desire to maintain control over their own history had led them to keep certain information private rather than submitting it to government oversight and potential scrutiny from those who might use such knowledge for purposes the family didn't approve. Meanwhile, Newt's awareness that they were being followed had been growing throughout their time in the archives. His instincts for detecting surveillance having been refined through years of fieldwork in dangerous locations where missing signs of hostile attention could be fatal. The person tracking them was skilled enough to avoid obvious detection, but not quite skilled enough to completely escape notice from someone who had learned to trust his peripheral awareness and his sense of when environments felt wrong in subtle ways that couldn't be easily articulated. The revelation that their shadow was Yusuf Kama came when circumstances forced him to reveal himself, his own investigation into Credence having led him to the same sources and locations that Newt and Tina were pursuing. Yusuf's initial hostility reflected his assumption that anyone investigating Credence was either working for Grindelwald or planning to harm the boy for reasons related to his obscurial nature, his own protective impulses towards someone he believed was his half-brother, creating defensive responses that made cooperation difficult until motivations could be clarified. The standoff in the narrow passage between archive shelves was tense and potentially violent. 3 people with wands drawn and unclear whether they were allies or enemies, each one possessing information that the others needed, but none willing to show vulnerability by lowering their guard first. The resolution came through Tina's direct approach, her straightforward explanation of why they were investigating, and her obvious concern for Credence's welfare rather than any desire to harm him. Her professional credentials and personal history with the boy providing credibility that allowed Yusuf to accept that they might be potential allies rather than threats. The information he shared about his own connection to the Lestrange family and his reasons for pursuing Credence revealed layers of complexity that made the situation considerably more complicated than simple investigation of an unplayer, Obscurus's origins. The journey to the Lestrange family crypt required leaving the ministry and traveling to the cemetery where generations of the family had been interred, according to pure blood traditions that emphasize permanence and public display of family importance through elaborate tombs and monuments. Père Lachaise Cemetery was a city of the dead that rivaled the living Paris in its grandeur and complexity. Vast acres filled with memorials that ranged from simple markers to elaborate mausoleums that rivaled small buildings in their scale and architectural ambition. The magical sections of the cemetery were concealed from no-mage awareness through wards that made them invisible to those without magical ability, creating spaces where wizarding families could maintain their dead according to magical customs without requiring explanation to non-magical authorities. The Lestrange crypt stood among the more impressive monuments, its stone facade carved with family symbols and protective spells that had been maintained through generations of magical investment, its interior designed to house not just bodies but also the family archives and artifacts that were too valuable or sensitive to entrust to government custody. The entrance was protected by wards that would have killed anyone attempting unauthorized access. But Yusuf's connection to the family through his mother gave him legitimate claim to enter, his blood satisfying the requirements that the protective spells demanded. The interior of the crypt was larger than the exterior suggested, magical expansion creating chambers that extended far beyond what the monument's visible size would allow, rooms filled with coffins and urns, and documents that represented the accumulated legacy of one of France's oldest pure-blood families. The atmosphere was oppressive and cold, not merely the physical chill of underground stone, but something deeper and more unsettling, the weight of centuries of pride and cruelty and obsession with blood purity, creating an ambiance that affected even those who had no connection to the family or its history. But before they could begin searching the records stored in the crypt's deeper chambers, the discovery that they were not alone transformed their investigation into something approaching a trap. Credence and Nagini had arrived earlier, following the same clues and seeking the same answers, their presence in the crypt making them vulnerable to anyone else who had tracked them there. Jacob's unexpected appearance added another layer of complication. His presence in Paris explained by his desperate search for Queenie, his willingness to chase her across the Atlantic, despite having no magic and no real plan beyond finding the woman he loved and convincing her to return home where they could figure out their situation together. The convergence of multiple parties, all seeking different things but drawn to the same location by interconnected mysteries, created a situation where cooperation became necessary, regardless of initial suspicions or conflicting goals. Yusuf's confrontation with Credence was immediate and intense, his wand raised and his intention to kill evident in his posture and expression. But Tina's intervention prevented immediate violence by demanding explanation before allowing execution of someone she had risked her career to protect. The standoff forced Yusuf to articulate what he had been planning to do in silence, to explain the history that had driven him to hunt Credence and the oath that compelled him to take revenge for wrongs done generations earlier. The story he told was one of systematic cruelty justified through pure-blood traditions that treated women as property and non-Europeans as inferior regardless of their magical abilities or family status. His father, Mustafa Kama, had been a pure-blood from Senegal, whose lineage was as ancient and distinguished as any European families, but whose African heritage meant he was treated with condescension and prejudice by European magical society. His mother, Lorena, had been a beautiful and accomplished witch, whose magical abilities were considerable and whose character was gentle and kind, exactly the sort of person who attracted predators, who mistook kindness for weakness, and saw beauty as something to be possessed rather than admired. Corvus Lestrange, father of Lita, had been such a predator, a man whose power and position allowed him to indulge his desires without concern for consequences or consideration for those he harmed in pursuit of his pleasures. The imperious curse he had used on Lorena was casual and cruel, the magical equivalent of drugging and kidnapping someone for purposes that couldn't be achieved through honest courtship or mutual attraction. He had stolen her from her family and her husband, transported her to his estate where he kept her under magical compulsion for months, using her in ways that were both violation and imprisonment until she became pregnant with the child who would become Letta. The pregnancy had complicated Corvus's plans, his interest in Lorena fading once she was carrying his child, his attention already moving toward other potential targets and conquests. The decision to return her to her family was presented as mercy but was actually abandonment, disposing of a woman who had served her purpose and whose continued presence would create obligations that he had no interest in fulfilling. Lorena's death in childbirth was the final tragedy in a sequence of horrors, her body unable to survive the trauma of carrying a child conceived through violation and delivered under conditions that reflected her husband's rage and grief at what had been done to her. Mustafa's response to his wife's death had been to demand justice through revenge, his grief and fury transforming into determination to make Corvus suffer as he had suffered, to take from the Lestrange family something as precious as what had been taken from him. But Corvus had been too powerful and too well protected for direct assault, surrounded by family resources and magical defenses that made killing him effectively impossible. The alternative had been to target what he loved most, which was not his daughter, Lita, born of violation and barely acknowledged as legitimate offspring, but his legitimate son, Corvus Jr., the male heir who represented the continuation of the Lestrange line, and who therefore mattered in ways that daughters never could. The oath that Mustafa had extracted from his son Yusuf was binding in the literal magical sense, not merely a promise but a vow that carried supernatural enforcement, compelling Yusuf to pursue the revenge his father demanded, regardless of his own desires or moral qualms. The unbreakable vow was a dangerous and irreversible form of magic that created obligations enforceable through death. the person who broke such a vow dying instantly as punishment for failing to fulfill their commitment. Yusuf had been a child when his father had demanded this oath, too young to fully understand what he was agreeing to, but old enough for the magic to bind him completely, creating a compulsion that had shaped his entire adult life and driven him to hunt someone whose only crime was existing as the target his father had identified. But the revelation that transformed everything, that rendered Yusuf's quest for revenge simultaneously tragic and pointless, came not from him but from Lita herself, whose arrival in the crypt coincided with the moment when her silence was no longer tenable. The truth she had been carrying for decades, the guilt that had shaped her personality and her choices and her relationships with everyone she had encountered, was that Corvus Lestrange Jr. was dead, had died when he was barely 6 months old, drowned in the Atlantic Ocean during a storm that had threatened the ship carrying him and his half-sister to safety in America. The telling of this story was painful in ways that went beyond mere recounting of events, each detail carrying weight of guilt and shame that Leta had been living with since childhood. The knowledge that she had caused her brother's death through a decision that had seemed justified at the time, but whose consequences haunted her every remaining day. The journey on the ship had been her father's attempt to send his children away from troubles that were brewing in France, to protect his legitimate heir from potential dangers by placing him in American custody where Mustafa's reach wouldn't extend. But the arrangements had been hasty and inadequate, 2 babies traveling with minimal supervision, depending on a maid named Irma Dugard, whose qualifications for childcare were minimal at best. Corvus Jr. had been a difficult baby, crying constantly with the kind of inconsolable distress that suggested either illness or temperament that made him impossible to soothe. The crying had gone on for hours, then days, the sound filling the small cabin they shared and preventing sleep or rest or any escape from the noise. Leta, only 5 years old herself and lacking the emotional resources to cope with the situation, had reached a breaking point where the crying became intolerable, where her desperation for quiet overcame any other consideration, including her responsibility to protect her brother as their father had demanded. The switch had seemed like a solution rather than a tragedy, taking her screaming brother and trading him for another baby whose calm demeanor suggested he would be easier to manage, whose mother appeared to be struggling with managing both her infant and her luggage, whose presence suggested an opportunity to solve Leta's problem in ways that harmed no one if she could just accomplish the exchange without being caught. The other baby had been docile and quiet, everything her brother wasn't, accepting the transfer without protest and falling asleep in her arms with the kind of peaceful contentment that Corvus had never demonstrated. But the storm had come suddenly and viciously, the ship beginning to break apart under forces that overwhelmed its structural integrity and its magical protections, chaos erupting as passengers struggled to reach lifeboats while the vessel listed and groaned under the strain of winds and waves that seemed determined to drag it beneath the surface. The lifeboats themselves were inadequate for the number of passengers, the desperate mathematics of survival, meaning that not everyone would find space, and that choices would need to be made about who deserved saving and who would be left to drown with the ship. Irma had grabbed Leta and the calm baby, believing him to be Corvus Jr. because Leta hadn't revealed the switch, dragging them toward a lifeboat while the real Corvus remained below in the cabin with the woman whose infant Leta had taken. The sounds of the ship breaking apart had been accompanied by screams and prayers, and the terrible grinding of metal and wood being torn asunder by forces that human engineering couldn't withstand. Leta's last sight of her actual brother had been a glimpse of the woman holding him, trying to calm his crying while also preparing to abandon ship, her face showing the kind of determination that mothers develop when their children's survival depends on their ability to function despite fear. The lifeboat had pulled away from the sinking ship with Lita and Irma and the switched baby safely aboard, watching as the vessel disappeared beneath the waves, taking everyone who hadn't managed to reach boats or who had been too slow or too unlucky to escape. The woman with Corvus had been among those lost, taking him with her into the depths, his crying finally silenced in the most permanent way possible. The guilt that seized Letta in that moment, the understanding that her brother was dead because she had traded him for a quieter baby, had been overwhelming and defining, creating a wound that no amount of time or distance could heal. The baby she had saved, the one she had condemned her brother to death to acquire, was Credence. His survival purchased through Corvus Lestrange Jr.'s drowning, his existence in the Barebone family, the result of Irma delivering him as if he were the Lestrange heir even though she knew he wasn't. The deception had been maintained because admitting the truth would have required explaining how the real heir had died, would have meant confessing to the switch and accepting responsibility for the tragedy. Irma had chosen to deliver the wrong baby and say nothing, allowing everyone to believe that Corvus had survived, while his actual fate remained unknown to all except two people who had every reason to keep that knowledge secret. The revelation was devastating for everyone who heard it, each person processing the implications through their own frameworks and reaching their own conclusions about what the truth meant for their understanding of events and relationships. Yusuf's life purpose had been rendered meaningless. His oath requiring him to kill someone who had died decades earlier, his decades of hunting, accomplishing nothing except making him complicit in Grindelwald's schemes through his willingness to murder an innocent person. Credence's identity crisis deepened rather than being resolved, learning that he wasn't a Lestrange but still not knowing who he actually was, his origins remaining mysterious even after all the investigation and confession. Letta's confession was interrupted by the realization that they had been deliberately gathered here, that their separate investigations had been manipulated to converge at this specific location at this specific time for purposes that had nothing to do with helping them find answers. The message that appeared in the crypt, written in magical fire that cast shadows without providing heat, was an invitation from Grindelwald himself, a summons to attend a rally where he would reveal truths that the magical governments wanted suppressed, where he would offer vision of a future that was different from the hiding and secrecy that current policies demanded. The address provided was for a location in Paris that was simultaneously public and protected, a place where large gatherings could occur without no-mage interference, where magical wards ensured privacy while the historic setting provided dramatic backdrop for whatever Grindelwald intended to present. The invitation was open rather than exclusive, suggesting that he wanted as large an audience as possible, that his message was meant to be heard by many rather than delivered only to his existing followers. The boldness of announcing his presence in advance spoke to either extraordinary confidence or deliberate trap, the possibility that he was gambling that authorities wouldn't risk confronting him in public where failure could be witnessed and recorded. The debate about whether to attend the rally reflected different priorities and levels of caution, Tina's professional instinct being that they should report the invitation to authorities and allow official response rather than walking into what might be ambush, Newt's curiosity about what Grindelwald might reveal being tempered by awareness that his presence would likely be noted and might create complications for future operations. But Credence's decision to attend was immediate and unshakable. His desperate need for answers about his identity, overriding concerns about safety or manipulation. His understanding that Grindelwald had been orchestrating events, suggesting that the Dark Wizard possessed knowledge that couldn't be obtained through any other source. Jacob's presence in the group was now problematic in new ways, his lack of magic making him vulnerable in situations where magical combat might erupt, his emotional stake in finding Queenie creating motivations that might lead him to make dangerous choices without fully considering consequences. The suggestion that he should remain behind was met with refusal that was both predictable and admirable, his loyalty to those he considered friends, overcoming his reasonable fear about entering situations he didn't fully understand and definitely couldn't control. The group that would eventually attend Grindelwald's rally was therefore a strange mixture of official investigators, personal seekers, and someone who had no business being there but refused to abandon people he cared about. The rally location, when they arrived, was already filling with witches and wizards who had received similar invitations or had heard about the gathering through the underground networks that existed parallel to official communication channels. The crowd was diverse in age and apparent background. Some clearly Grindelwald's existing followers, based on their expressions of anticipation and excitement, others attending from curiosity, or because they had questions that official sources wouldn't answer satisfactorily. The atmosphere was electric with possibility and danger, the kind of charged environment where anything might happen and where outcomes could shift based on factors too complex to predict or control. The ministry forces that had been deployed to monitor the gathering maintained positions around the perimeter, their presence obvious enough to serve as warning but not so aggressive as to precipitate immediate confrontation. Newt Scamander was among them, his position in the British ministry having given him authority to participate in the international operation, his concern about his brother's likely presence, creating personal stakes that complicated his professional responsibilities. The orders from ministry leadership were clear but contradictory: prevent Grindelwald from escaping or recruiting more followers, while also avoiding a public magical battle that would expose the wizarding world to no-mage attention. Grindelwald's entrance was theatrical and perfectly timed, his appearance in the center of the gathering, rather than from its edges, suggesting either sophisticated apparition through wards that should have prevented it, or that he had been present all along under concealment that only now was being dropped. His physical presence commanded attention in ways that went beyond mere charisma, some quality of intensity and focused purpose that made him impossible to ignore even for those who hated everything he represented. The silence that fell across the assembled crowd was immediate and total, hundreds of conversations ceasing simultaneously as attention focused on the figure whose ideas had divided the magical world and whose escape from custody had embarrassed multiple governments. The speech he delivered was masterfully constructed to appeal to frustrations and fears that existed across the spectrum of magical society, acknowledging grievances that official sources dismissed, while offering visions of alternatives that seemed both appealing and dangerous, depending on one's perspective and priorities. He spoke of the burden of hiding, of living in shadows, while those without magic shaped the world according to their limited understanding and violent impulses, of watching no-mage stumble toward catastrophes that magical intervention could prevent, if such intervention weren't forbidden by laws designed to protect cowards rather than serve justice. The enchanted skull he employed as visual aid was a sophisticated piece of magical engineering, projecting images drawn from his own visions of future events that would unfold if current policies continued unchanged. The scenes it revealed were terrible and compelling, showing warfare conducted with weapons whose destructive power exceeded anything magical combat could produce. Cities reduced to rubble and burned corpses, in numbers that suggested entire civilizations being destroyed through technologies that no-mage science was developing, even as the magical world hid from involvement. The atomic bomb's mushroom cloud rising over distant cities was particularly effective, the visceral horror of such destruction creating emotional responses that bypassed rational analysis. The argument he made was seductive in its simplicity, while being complex in its implications. The suggestion that the Statute of Secrecy had served its purpose during centuries when magical folk needed protection from nomage persecution, but was now causing more harm than good by preventing wizards from intervening to prevent catastrophes that their power could address. The future he described wasn't about domination or subjugation, but about honest relationship. Magical people stepping out of hiding and claiming their rightful place as guides and protectors, rather than hiding from responsibilities that their abilities created. But his speech was interrupted by the realization that Ministry forces had positioned themselves to attack, that Theseus and other officials had interpreted their orders as requiring immediate action to prevent Grindelwald from escaping or recruiting additional followers. The revelation of their presence transformed the atmosphere from tense but controlled to dangerous and chaotic. Attendees who had come merely to listen suddenly, finding themselves categorized as potential criminals, subject to arrest for associating with known dark wizard. Grindelwald's response was to invite the Ministry forces to join the gathering rather than attacking it, his words positioning them as oppressors, attacking people whose only crime was listening to ideas their governments wanted suppressed. The tactical brilliance of this approach was evident in the uncertain faces of the Auras who had been prepared to assault what they thought was a gathering of dark wizard supporters, but were now facing a crowd that included many who had no affiliation with Grindelwald's movement and were simply exercising their right to hear different perspectives. One of Grindelwald's followers, moved by rhetoric or compelled by orders, chose that moment to attack an aura, the spell cast with lethal intent and striking before the target could raise adequate defenses. The death was quick and public, the aura falling without sound or ceremony. Her life ended to make a point about how serious the stakes were, and how willing Grindelwald's people were to use violence in pursuit of their vision. The tragedy was that she hadn't wanted to be there, her opposition to the operation having been overruled by superiors who insisted that duty required participation regardless of personal doubts. Grindelwald's response to the killing was to condemn it publicly while subtly validating it privately, expressing regret that someone had died while also framing the death as inevitable consequence of Ministry aggression, the logical result of attempting to suppress free speech and free assembly through force. He ordered his followers to leave peacefully, to spread his message without seeking revenge for the persecution they had experienced, positioning himself as the voice of reason and restraint, while also demonstrating that his movement included people willing to kill when they believed circumstances justified it. The circle of blue fire that he conjured was both barrier and test, magical flames that would allow his followers to pass through safely while consuming anyone whose loyalty was questionable or whose intentions were hostile to his cause. The magic involved was sophisticated and terrible, reading intentions and judgments in ways that went beyond simple detection of lies or hostility, creating a filtering mechanism that separated true believers from those who retained doubts or divided loyalties. The test forced choices from everyone present, decisions about whether to join Grindelwald's movement or remain outside his circle, commitments that would define futures and relationships in ways that couldn't be undone once made. Credence's movement toward the flames was driven by his desperate need for the answers that Grindelwald had promised, his isolation and confusion, making him vulnerable to anyone who offered belonging and purpose, regardless of what allegiances that belonging might require. Queenie's decision to cross was motivated by different factors, her love for Jacob making her desperate for the world that Grindelwald promised where their relationship wouldn't be illegal, where she could be with the man she loved without either of them having to give up fundamental aspects of their identities. The laws that forbade marriage between magical and non-magical people had seemed merely unjust when she was safely in America, but months of separation and loneliness had transformed abstract injustice into concrete suffering that she couldn't endure any longer. Jacob's anguished cries as she crossed the flames carried all the pain of someone watching the person they loved make choices that would separate them potentially forever. His inability to follow her into Grindelwald's movement creating barrier more absolute than the flames themselves. The tragedy wasn't that she didn't love him. Her feelings were genuine and deep, but that her desperation for a world where their love was possible had led her to ally with someone whose methods and goals would ultimately create far more suffering than the laws she wanted changed. Lestrange's decision to approach the flames appeared to be surrender, her movement toward Grindelwald suggesting that she was joining his followers in rejection of the authorities who had failed to prevent her brother's death or address the systematic cruelties that pure blood culture inflicted on those deemed unworthy of full consideration. But her actual intention was attack, getting close enough to attempt spell work that might disrupt Grindelwald's control over the flames, or at least create opportunity for others to escape while he was distracted defending himself. The attempt failed catastrophically, Grindelwald's awareness of her true intentions, giving him time to respond before her spell could complete, his counterattack delivered with power that was overwhelming and final. Letta's death was witnessed by everyone present, her body consumed by the very flames she had tried to disrupt. Her sacrifice, buying seconds that might allow others to escape, but ultimately changing nothing about the fundamental power imbalance between Grindelwald and those who opposed him. Theseus's grief at watching his fiancée die was visible and humanizing, the professional composure that usually characterized his demeanor cracking to reveal the man beneath the aurora, someone who had loved and lost in the most public and terrible way possible. Newt's response was to physically restrain his brother from attempting revenge that would certainly be fatal, understanding that Letta's sacrifice would be meaningless if Theseus immediately threw his life away in futile attack against someone whose power exceeded anything the remaining auras could counter. But the flames were continuing to expand, Grindelwald's final gesture being to transform his protective circle into an offensive weapon, fire spreading with supernatural speed and intensity to consume everything within range, threatening to destroy the entire cemetery and everyone in it, unless someone could contain or counter the magic he had unleashed. The dragons that formed from the flames were simultaneously beautiful and terrible, their forms composed entirely of blue fire but moving with the grace and purpose of living creatures, their function being to spread destruction across Paris, in demonstration of what Grindelwald could accomplish when he chose to stop restraining himself. The arrival of Nicholas Flamel, ancient alchemist whose age exceeded 600 years and whose magical knowledge was legendary even among those who had dedicated lifetimes to study, provided the leadership necessary to coordinate a defense that might actually succeed. His instructions were clear and specific, directing the surviving auras and even some of the rally attendees who hadn't crossed Grindelwald's flames to combine their magic in ways that would create a counter to the destruction spreading toward the city. The barrier they erected was collaborative and desperate, multiple wizards channeling their power through Flamel's direction to create a wall that could contain the flames and eventually extinguish them before they could spread beyond the cemetery. The magic required was exhausting and dangerous, pushing each participant to their limits while also requiring trust that their contributions would be used effectively rather than wasted through poor coordination. The success was measured in what didn't happen rather than what did. The flames contained, and Paris saved through efforts that would receive no public recognition because the entire incident would need to be covered up to maintain the statute of secrecy. Grindelwald's escape during the chaos was both predictable and frustrating. His ability to vanish, while everyone else was focused on containing the disaster he had created, demonstrating the tactical advantages that came from being willing to cause mass casualties as distraction. The followers he had recruited during the rally escaped as well, disappearing into the city to begin work that would advance his agenda through means that authorities wouldn't recognize until damage had already been done. The aftermath was grim assessment of costs and failures, auras dead and new recruits gained by their enemy, the magical community more divided than before, the rally with Grindelwald having successfully positioned himself as voice of those who felt unheard by official channels. The political fallout would be extensive. Questions about why the operation had been authorized when success was so unlikely, why more effective security measures hadn't prevented the gathering, why someone as dangerous as Grindelwald had been allowed to operate with such apparent impunity. But for those who had been present and witnessed what occurred, the most troubling aspect wasn't the tactical failures or political consequences, but the recognition that Grindelwald's message resonated with people who weren't monsters or fanatics, ordinary witches and wizards who had legitimate grievances about policies that did seem designed more to protect status quo than to serve justice or address real problems. The uncomfortable truth was that some of what he said was correct even if his proposed solutions were terrible, that the magical world's relationship with non-magical communities was built on foundations that were increasingly difficult to justify. That change was coming whether or not official channels were willing to acknowledge that necessity. Newt's recovery of the blood pact pendant, stolen by his Niffler during the chaos and presented to him afterward with the creature's usual pride in acquiring shiny objects, provided at least one tangible success amid the evening's disasters. The pendant was what bound Dumbledore and Grindelwald, preventing them from fighting each other directly, its destruction or disruption being necessary before the person best equipped to challenge the Dark Wizard could actually do so. The decision to deliver it to Dumbledore personally, rather than through official channels, reflected Newt's understanding that some things were too important to trust to bureaucracies that had already demonstrated their inadequacy. The journey back to Britain was subdued and troubled, each member of their group processing what they had witnessed and what it meant for their understanding of the conflict they were involved in and the choices they faced going forward. Tina's professional confidence had been shaken by the realization that her Auror training and ministry resources were inadequate against an enemy who operated according to different rules and possessed power that exceeded what official channels could counter. Jacob's heartbreak over Queenie's defection was profound and disabling, his entire reason for coming to Paris having resulted in losing her more completely than if he had simply stayed home and hoped for her eventual return. Credence's presence with Grindelwald's forces meant that the Obscurial, who had been everyone's concern, was now the Dark Wizard's weapon. His power and his desperate need for belonging, making him exactly the kind of recruit that would be most useful for someone planning operations that required both destruction and expendable tools. The tragedy was that Credence's victimization was continuing under new management. Grindelwald's promises of family and purpose being lies designed to exploit, rather than lies intended to help. Manipulation that would ultimately consume him as thoroughly as Mary Lou's abuse had nearly done. The magical world had crossed a threshold during that Paris evening. Moved from a state where Grindelwald was known threat being actively opposed, to one where he was ascending power, whose momentum seemed unstoppable. The rally's success in recruiting followers and demonstrating capabilities would embolden his existing movement while also attracting new adherents who saw in him the kind of decisive leadership that seemed absent from official channels. The war that everyone had been trying to prevent or prepare for was no longer approaching but had arrived, and the opening battles suggested that those fighting for the status quo were losing ground they might never recover. The memory existed in a space between past and present, a moment preserved through magic and emotional significance that allowed it to persist with clarity that exceeded normal recollection. Every detail sharp and immediate, Despite the years that had passed since the actual events occurred, the cafe in London where it had unfolded was the kind of establishment that catered to early morning travellers, its tables occupied by those catching trains to destinations near and far, its atmosphere carrying the particular quality of transition rather than destination, a place where people paused briefly on their way to somewhere else rather than a location that warranted visiting for its own sake. Albus Dumbledore had been younger then, his appearance reflecting an age somewhere in his 30s, though his eyes already carried the weight of knowledge and experience that exceeded his years, his manner suggesting someone who had seen more of both human nature and magical possibility than most wizards would encounter in lifetimes considerably longer than his. The train he had disembarked from had carried him back to London after travels that had taken him to places where ancient magic still lingered in forms that contemporary wizards had forgotten or never learned. His research into the deeper mysteries of magical theory having led him to sources that most scholars didn't know existed or dismissed as legend rather than accessible reality. The stirring of his coffee was methodical and precise, the spoon moving in patterns that seemed random but actually followed geometric principles that Dumbledore found aesthetically pleasing, his mind occupied with thoughts about what he had discovered during his travels, and what those discoveries meant for questions about the nature of magic and consciousness that had interested him since his student days. The work was fascinating and important, or at least he told himself it was important, though increasingly he found himself wondering whether pursuing abstract knowledge while the world descended into chaos was virtue or cowardice disguised as scholarly dedication. The sensation that interrupted his contemplation was subtle at first, a prickling awareness that suggested he was being watched or that something significant was about to occur, the kind of prescient unease that powerful wizards sometimes experienced when fate was preparing to alter their trajectories in fundamental ways. He looked up from his coffee to find Gellert Grindelwald standing at the entrance to the cafe, his appearance transformed by years that had passed since their last meeting, but his essential quality unchanged. The intensity and charisma that had first attracted Dumbledore's attention still evident despite time and distance and everything that had occurred between them. The greeting between them carried weight of shared history and complicated emotions. Two people who had been intimate in ways that transcended simple friendship, but whose paths had diverged so completely that meeting again required navigation of treacherous emotional territory where every word and gesture might detonate. Conflicts neither of them was ready to address directly. They sat across from each other at a small table near the window, the morning light falling across their faces in ways that emphasized both their similarities and their differences. Two brilliant minds shaped by comparable educations but driven by fundamentally incompatible visions of what their brilliance should accomplish. Grindelwald's request for the blood pact pendant was delivered, as if asking for return of property that rightfully belonged to him, his tone suggesting that Dumbledore's possession of the object was temporary arrangement that had extended beyond its intended duration. The pendant itself, which Dumbledore had been wearing on a chain beneath his robes, was a physical manifestation of magical oath they had taken during the summer when their partnership had been most intense, a vow that neither would raise wand against the other, regardless of how their paths might diverge, or how completely their goals might come into conflict. But Dumbledore's refusal to return, it wasn't based on simple possessiveness or desire to maintain advantage through keeping Grindelwald bound by oath that prevented certain forms of direct confrontation. The refusal reflected his understanding that what Grindelwald was planning represented madness dressed in the language of necessity, genocide justified through claims about preventing greater evils, the systematic elimination of those deemed inferior, creating horrors that exceeded any threats such actions purported to address. The conversation that followed was an attempt by Dumbledore to reach something in Grindelwald that might still be capable of recognizing the terrible trajectory his philosophy was following. the place where reasonable concerns about the statute of secrecy and legitimate questions about wizarding isolation had transformed into something monstrous. Grindelwald's response was to credit Dumbledore with inspiring his vision, with being the person who had first articulated ideas about wizarding potential and the limitations imposed by hiding from those without magic, with demonstrating through his own brilliance what magical people could accomplish if they stopped restricting themselves according to rules designed to protect the fearful rather than empower the capable. The accusation carried truth that Dumbledore couldn't entirely deny. His younger self, having indeed believed that wizards had been forced into unnatural subservience by circumstances that no longer applied, that the balance of power had shifted enough that magical folk could step into open without fear of persecution that had driven them into hiding centuries earlier. But what Grindelwald had done with those ideas was perversion of what Dumbledore had meant, transformation of questions about appropriate relationship between magical and non-magical communities into justification for domination and elimination, taking theoretical discussions about power and responsibility and weaponizing them into doctrine that classified entire populations as acceptable casualties in pursuit of utopian visions that required mountains of corpses as foundations. The recognition that his own youthful arrogance and intellectual abstractions had contributed to creating this monster was burden that Dumbledore would carry for the rest of his days, guilt that shaped every subsequent choice and made him cautious about influence and legacy in ways that would define his later life. The question Grindelwald posed about why Dumbledore would choose impure blood wizards over their own kind struck at the fundamental disagreement between their philosophies, the point where their shared background and comparable abilities led to completely opposite conclusions about what their power should accomplish and who deserved their protection or consideration. For Grindelwald, magical ability was the defining characteristic that separated those who mattered from those who didn't. Blood, purity, and magical strength being the criteria that determined value and therefore rights, the logical conclusion being that those with the most power had both authority and obligation to shape society according to their superior understanding. Dumbledore's rejection of this framework was total and uncompromising. His belief that value existed independent of magical ability or blood status, representing not merely disagreement about policy, but fundamental opposition to the entire structure of Grindelwald's worldview. The choice wasn't between magical folk and impure bloods, but between philosophy that recognized inherent worth in all conscious beings versus one that assigned value based on arbitrary characteristics that had nothing to do with character or choices or the kind of person someone chose to become despite their circumstances. The admission that he wouldn't kill Grindelwald was delivered with the kind of painful honesty that made it more devastating than threats or ultimatums would have been. The acknowledgement that despite everything, despite the evil that Grindelwald was planning and the suffering his actions would cause, Dumbledore's feelings for him remained too complex to allow the kind of ruthless action that the situation might otherwise demand. The love he admitted to having felt was spoken in past tense, but the continuing inability to act against Grindelwald suggested that those feelings hadn't disappeared entirely so much as transformed into something equally paralyzing, if less comfortable to acknowledge. Grindelwald's response that he didn't love Dumbledore anymore was delivered with the cold finality of someone who had moved beyond emotional attachments that might compromise his commitment to larger goals, his capacity for sentiment, subordinated to ambitions that required absolute dedication, and eliminated any vulnerability that others might exploit. Whether this was genuine emotional evolution or merely performance designed to hurt and establish dominance was a question that Dumbledore couldn't answer with certainty, though the pain the words caused suggested that at least their capacity to wound was entirely real, regardless of their truth value. The warning to stay out of his way because he wouldn't be able to stop him carried threat and prediction intermingled. Grindelwald's confidence in his own trajectory, suggesting that he believed victory was inevitable and that any opposition Dumbledore might mount would prove futile. The transformation of the cafe into flames as he departed was final gesture, destruction of the space where they had shared this conversation, eliminating any possibility of returning to it physically, while also serving as demonstration of power that casual and complete magic employed without apparent effort to consume an entire building because the moment had passed and the location no longer served purpose. Dumbledore remained seated as the flames spread around him, his protective magic preventing them from touching him while allowing him to remain in space that was being destroyed, his refusal to flee seeming almost suicidal, except that his mastery of fire magic made him essentially invulnerable to this particular threat. The memory ended with him sitting alone amid the conflagration, the cafe reduced to ash around him while he contemplated what had just occurred, and what it meant for the future that was unfolding. The recognition that his inability to act against Grindelwald directly might doom thousands or millions to suffering that only he possessed the ability to prevent. The revelation of this memory to those who needed to understand why Dumbledore couldn't simply confront Grindelwald himself explained much that had seemed like cowardice or indifference, the blood pact preventing direct magical confrontation, while emotional complications made even indirect opposition difficult in ways that pure strategic thinking couldn't overcome. The first secret that the memory revealed was the depth of feeling that had existed between them, love that was genuine and profound rather than merely youthful infatuation or intellectual attraction, connection that had shaped both of them in ways that persisted long after they had chosen divergent paths. But the present demanded attention regardless of how the past constrained possible responses. The current crisis requiring actions and decisions that couldn't be delayed while people processed historical revelations or grappled with emotional complexities that made simple solutions impossible. The situation in the Chinese forests, where magical creatures still lived in populations large enough to maintain sustainable breeding, represented both opportunity and danger, locations remote enough that human interference was minimal, but also isolated enough that violations might go unnoticed until damage was irreversible. The Qilin were among the rarest and most significant magical creatures in existence, their abilities going far beyond simple magic to encompass something approaching precognition or divine insight. Their capacity to perceive the true nature of souls making them invaluable for ceremonies where genuine moral character needed to be assessed rather than merely claimed or performed. The birth of Qilin offspring was a rare event, even under ideal circumstances, the species' reproductive rate being naturally low and further suppressed by habitat loss and poaching pressure that had reduced their population to numbers where any additional losses might push them into extinction. Newt's presence in the forest was driven by his continuing mission to document and protect endangered magical species, his work having expanded since the publication of his book to include more active conservation efforts that went beyond simple observation to encompass intervention when creatures faced immediate threats. The pregnant Qilin he had been monitoring represented hope for the species' continuation, her successful delivery of healthy offspring being crucial for maintaining genetic diversity in a population that was already dangerously small. His assistance during the birth was careful and minimal, understanding that his role was to support rather than interfere, to provide help only when necessary, while allowing natural processes to unfold according to their own rhythms. The moment when the baby Qilin emerged was transcendent and beautiful, new life entering the world in form that seemed impossibly delicate and perfect. The creature's golden coat, shimmering with iridescence that suggested magic made visible, its large eyes opening to regard the world with wisdom that appeared innate rather than learned. Newt's response was quiet joy and professional satisfaction, the successful birth representing validation of his conservation work and hope that this species might survive the pressures that threatened to eliminate it from the world. But the attack came before the afterbirth had been expelled, before the mother had recovered enough strength to defend herself or her offspring, the timing suggesting that someone had been monitoring the situation and waiting for the moment of maximum vulnerability. Credence and Grindelwald's followers emerged from concealment with the coordinated precision of military operation, their approach having been masked by magic that prevented detection until they were already too close to be evaded. The spell they cast on the mother Keelin was dark and terrible, designed not merely to kill but to cause suffering that exceeded what death alone would accomplish, cruelty that served no tactical purpose, except demonstrating the depths to which they were willing to descend. Newt's attempt to save the baby Tulin was instinctive and desperate, grabbing the newborn and trying to reach his case where it might be protected from the attackers who wanted it for purposes that couldn't be benign. But he was outnumbered and overwhelmed. The followers' coordinated assault preventing escape, while also ensuring that he couldn't mount effective defense without endangering the creature he was trying to protect. The blow that rendered him unconscious was delivered with enough force to ensure he wouldn't recover quickly, his body falling to the forest floor while his case remained tantalizingly close, but inaccessible to someone who lacked consciousness to reach for it. Credence's recovery of the baby, Chillin, was conducted with the mechanical efficiency of someone following orders rather than making choices, his face showing no emotion as he took the creature from near Newt's fallen form and carried it back to his master. The transformation in him since joining Grindelwald was evident in his demeanor and bearing, the desperate boy who had sought belonging, replaced by someone who had found purpose in service to cause that provided structure and meaning, even if that meaning was fundamentally destructive. Whether he understood what would be done with the Chilin, or had simply stopped caring about consequences beyond pleasing the master who had given him identity and role, was a question that couldn't be answered from observation alone. The mother Chilin's death was slow and agonizing, the dark magic that had struck her preventing quick end while also making survival impossible, her body failing gradually, while she watched her offspring being taken by creatures that wore human form but had abandoned human compassion. Newt regained consciousness in time to witness her final moments, his inability to prevent her suffering or save her baby from whatever fate awaited it, representing failure that wounded him in ways that physical injuries couldn't approach. His whispered apology as she died was inadequate and necessary, acknowledgement of his failure to protect her and her offspring, despite his dedication to that very purpose. But something stirred in the afterbirth that the attackers hadn't bothered to examine, movement that suggested the birth hadn't been singular, but rather had produced twins, the second offspring having remained within the mother's body until after the attackers had departed with what they believed was their complete prize. The emergence of the second baby, Chillin, was miracle and tragedy intermingled, new life that should have been cause for celebration, instead representing orphan whose mother lay dead mere feet away, whose sibling had been kidnapped for purposes that would certainly prove terrible, whose survival depended entirely on whether Newt could provide the care and protection that natural family could no longer offer. Newt's Niffler, operating with the peculiar intelligence that characterized the creature's understanding of what its master valued, retrieved something that would prove crucial from among the supplies in Newt's case, bringing a small flying beast that could transport him away from the forest before Grindelwald's forces returned, or before other threats that inhabited these remote regions could take advantage of his injured state. The baby Chillin was secured in the case, with the kind of careful urgency that reflected Newt's understanding that every second in the open increased the risk that the attackers would discover their incomplete success and return to claim the survivor. The journey back to civilization was conducted through a haze of pain and determination, Newt's injuries making travel difficult, but his commitment to protecting the orphaned Keelin overriding physical limitations that might otherwise have prevented movement. The creature itself was quiet and watchful, its unusual intelligence evident in the way it responded to Newt's attempts at comfort, its eyes seeming to understand more than any newborn should about the tragedy of its circumstances and the dangers that continued to threaten its survival. Meanwhile, at Grindelwald's fortress that had been established in Nurmengard Castle, a structure whose architecture reflected the dark purposes it now served, the kidnapped baby Chillin was received with satisfaction that was both tactical and symbolic. The creature represented a key element in plans that Grindelwald had been developing for months, its unique abilities being essential for the legitimacy of what he intended to accomplish during the upcoming election for Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. The position itself carried authority that extended across national boundaries, power to shape policies and direct resources throughout the magical world, influence that would be enormously useful for someone whose goals required coordination across multiple countries and whose vision demanded changes to fundamental structures of magical governance. The ritual he performed with the stolen Keelin was necromancy of the darkest sort, magic that violated both the natural order and the creature's essential nature, killing it deliberately and immediately rather than allowing it to live out the span that should have been its birthright. The method involved drawing power from its death to fuel spells that would preserve its body in forms that could still perform certain functions despite no longer housing actual life, creating what amounted to magical puppet that could be controlled and directed while appearing to outside observers to be the living creature they expected. The blood he spilled was the Cheelin's and his own mingled together, the combination creating links between himself and the preserved corpse that would allow him to influence its responses during the crucial moment when it would need to bow before him, as if recognizing genuine moral worthiness. The magic involved was sophisticated and terrible, perversion of life and death, that demonstrated both Grindelwald's power and his complete willingness to sacrifice anything and anyone in pursuit of objectives that he had convinced himself were justified by their eventual outcomes. Queenie's witnessing of this ritual was accidental rather than deliberate. Her presence in areas of the fortress where she hadn't been explicitly forbidden, but also hadn't been invited, suggesting that she was still exploring her new circumstances and trying to understand what she had actually joined by, crossing through those blue flames. The horror of what she observed was comprehensive and immediate. The casual cruelty of killing something beautiful and innocent for purely instrumental purposes, contradicting every assurance she had received about Grindelwald's movement, being about freedom and justice rather than domination and death. But her ability to leave was constrained by both practical and psychological factors, the fortress being protected by wards that prevented unauthorized departure, while her own choices having committed her in ways that couldn't be easily reversed, her desertion from the group she had arrived with, meaning she had nowhere to return to, even if escape became possible. The recognition that she had made terrible mistake was growing in her consciousness, but remained suppressed because acknowledging it completely would require confronting questions about judgment and character that she wasn't ready to address. Credence's deterioration was becoming increasingly evident to anyone who observed him carefully. The Obscurus that had allowed him to survive past normal obscurial lifespan was also slowly killing him through its parasitic consumption of his life force and magical core. His appearance had aged in ways that suggested decades passing rather than the months that had actually elapsed since the Paris rally, his skin taking on unhealthy pallor, and his movements slowing in ways that indicated pain and exhaustion had become his constant companions. The coughing fits that seized him periodically were producing traces of blood that he tried to hide but couldn't conceal completely, evidence that internal organs were failing under strain that no human body was designed to endure. The phoenix that appeared to him was fulfillment of Grindelwald's claim that he was Aurelius Dumbledore, the bird's presence supposedly confirming his connection to a family whose members were visited by phoenixes in times of need or significant transition. The ashes it left wherever it perched were traditional indication of mourning, the bird's nature being to burn and be reborn in cycles that reflected themes of death and resurrection, its appearance to someone actively dying, being both comfort and confirmation that the end was approaching regardless of what medical or magical interventions might be attempted. But the true significance of the phoenix's appearance was more complex than simple confirmation of family connection, the birds being magical creatures whose behaviors and motivations were not fully understood even by experts who had studied them for decades. Whether it had come because Credence was actually related to the Dumbledore family or because he was dying and alone and needed the kind of comfort that phoenixes provided to those in extremis was question that couldn't be definitively answered without information that neither Credence nor Grindelwald possessed. Grindelwald's own visions of the future were continuing to guide his planning and tactics, his ability to perceive probable outcomes, allowing him to position resources and personnel in ways that anticipated opposition before it could fully form. The vision of Dumbledore that he experienced was particularly significant, confirmation that his former lover was aware of his plans and was beginning to take actions that might lead to eventual confrontation despite the blood pact that prevented direct magical combat between them. The instruction to his follower to prepare for a visitor was delivered with the calm confidence of someone who had foreseen this development and had already planned appropriate responses. Meanwhile, in Britain, Newt's brother Theseus was attempting to secure his siblings' release from the consequences of returning from unauthorized international travel, with evidence of having intervened in situations that the ministry had specifically instructed him to avoid. The relationship between the brothers was complicated by their very different approaches to authority and institutional power, Theseus believing that working within systems was the only way to change them, while Newt maintained that some situations required action regardless of whether proper authorizations had been obtained or protocols had been followed. The decision by Dumbledore to involve his friends in efforts to stop Grindelwald was both tactical necessity and moral choice, understanding that facing this threat required more than individual heroism or official channels could provide, that success would depend on people who were willing to operate outside normal constraints while also maintaining the moral clarity that prevented them from becoming what they fought against. The selection of team members reflected both their capabilities and their demonstrated commitments to principles that transcended personal safety or legal authorization. The glove that summoned them to meeting was enchanted to appear only to those for whom the message was intended, a security measure that ensured their gathering wouldn't be observed or reported by those who might alert authorities or Grindelwald's network to what was being planned. The location Dumbledore had chosen was obscure and protected, wards ensuring that conversations couldn't be overheard through magical or mundane means. The secrecy necessary, because what he was asking would technically violate multiple laws and definitely contradict official ministry positions about how threats should be addressed. The revelation that he wanted them to disrupt Grindelwald's plans by creating confusion in timelines and outcomes that the Dark Wizard was attempting to manipulate through his precognitive abilities was both brilliant and dangerous. Understanding that someone who could see the future could be defeated by ensuring that multiple possible futures existed simultaneously that his visions would show him contradictory outcomes that made planning impossible. The strategy required team members to pursue separate objectives that were coordinated at high level but independent in execution, creating complexity that exceeded what Grindelwald could track, even with his supernatural advantages. Newt's receipt of specific instructions from Dumbledore was conducted privately. The tasks he was being assigned, requiring capabilities that only his expertise with magical creatures could provide, his role being essential to larger plan, even though the specifics of how his actions would contribute wouldn't be clear until events unfolded and connections became evident. The case he was entrusted with, along with the responsibility to protect the surviving baby Qilin, represented both trust and burden, understanding that failure might doom not just the creature, but also the larger efforts to prevent Grindelwald from achieving legitimacy through the corrupted election. Jacob's inclusion in the team was controversial and necessary, his lack of magical abilities making him wildcard that Grindelwald's visions might not account for because they were calibrated to track wizards and their probable actions rather than no-mage, whose presence in magical operations was so unusual as to be essentially unprecedented. His assignment was simple in description but complex in execution, his role being to create chaos and unpredictability at crucial moments, his actions serving to introduce randomness into situations where Grindelwald expected orderly unfolding of events he had already foreseen. The fake wand that Newt provided to Jacob was cleverly constructed to appear functional while actually being essentially useless for spellcasting, its purpose being to make him appear as threat that Grindelwald would need to account for while actually ensuring he wouldn't accidentally harm himself through magic he didn't understand. The gift reflected both practical thinking and genuine affection, Newt's appreciation for Jacob's courage and loyalty finding expression in efforts to keep him safe, while also acknowledging that his participation carried risks that couldn't be entirely eliminated, regardless of precautions. The journey to Berlin, where the election would be held, required careful planning and coordination, multiple team members traveling separately to avoid creating obvious patterns that Grindelwald's network might detect and respond to before operations could begin. The city itself was recovering from the Great War's devastation, its magical and non-magical communities, both struggling with aftermath of conflict that had killed millions and destroyed structures both physical and social, the wounds still fresh enough that new threats of magical warfare created fears that went beyond abstract concerns about policy to encompass visceral memories of recent trauma. The German Ministry of Magic was hosting the election with the kind of rigid formality that characterized their bureaucratic style, procedures and protocols designed to ensure that everything occurred according to established patterns that had been refined over centuries of magical governance. The building itself was impressive in scale and architecture, designed to accommodate gatherings of magical leaders from across Europe and beyond, its great hall capable of holding hundreds of delegates and observers, while its private chambers provided spaces for negotiations and deals that would shape the public proceedings. Newt's delivery of Dumbledore's message to the minister was conducted with the straightforward honesty that characterized his communication style, the instruction to do what is right, not what is easy, being the kind of moral clarity that bureaucrats often found uncomfortable because it suggested that expediency and righteousness might not align as conveniently as they preferred to believe. The minister's reassurance that everything would be fine was delivered with confidence that events would prove to be entirely misplaced. His assumption that institutional procedures would prevent manipulation by someone as sophisticated as Grindelwald, demonstrating the kind of optimistic faith in systems that reality would systematically dismantle. The announcement that Grindelwald himself would be a candidate for Supreme Mugwump shocked everyone who heard it. The audacity of someone who was wanted for multiple murders and various other crimes, presenting himself for election to highest office in international magical governance, exceeding what even his harshest critics had anticipated. But the legal analysis revealed a troubling gap. The charges against him had been dropped by certain jurisdictions through a combination of political pressure and technicalities that suggested his network had been working behind the scenes to create exactly this opportunity. Jacob's outrage at this development was vocal and immediate, his reaction reflecting his lack of socialization into magical world's complex political dynamics, where what should happen and what would happen often diverged dramatically. His expectation that obvious criminals wouldn't be allowed to run for office, demonstrating the kind of moral clarity that political sophistication often eroded. His protest created exactly the kind of scene that diplomatic proceedings were designed to prevent, delegates turning to witness the commotion, while Jacob's friends tried to calm him before his disruption could escalate into something that would result in his removal or arrest. The chaos that erupted when Grindelwald's followers moved to suppress Jacob's protest provided cover for Theseus's attempted intervention, his position in British magical law enforcement, giving him authority that technically extended to international situations involving wanted criminals, though whether German authorities would accept such assertions was a question that wouldn't be definitively answered before circumstances forced him to act. The arrest that followed was orchestrated by one of Grindelwald's agents who had infiltrated the security apparatus, false charges of attempted assault, providing justification for removing Theseus from the proceedings before he could disrupt what had been carefully prepared. The separation of the team was exactly what Dumbledore had anticipated and planned for, understanding that Grindelwald would attempt to neutralize threats through isolation, and that the ability to continue operations, despite such setbacks, would determine whether their efforts succeeded or failed. Each team member had been provided with specific instructions for their part of the plan, independence and initiative being valued more highly than coordination that might be disrupted if key personnel were removed from action at crucial moments. The magical devices that Lally Hicks had brought with her, concealed in ways that avoided detection during security screening, represented both Dumbledore's faith in her resourcefulness and the kind of preparation that went beyond simple planning into anticipation of complications that would require improvisation. Her role was more fluid than others, her capabilities as an educator and her knowledge of defensive magic making her valuable in multiple contexts, her presence providing flexibility that rigid operational structures couldn't match. The evening that followed the first day of election proceedings found team members scattered across Berlin pursuing separate threads of investigation and preparation, their individual efforts being pieces of larger mosaic that would only become visible when all their contributions were viewed together. The fragmentation was intentional and necessary. Grindelwald's ability to see probable futures being countered by ensuring that so many different actions were being pursued simultaneously that tracking all of them exceeded even his considerable abilities to process information and plan responses. The first secret that this period of the story revealed was Dumbledore's romantic history with Grindelwald, information that explained both his emotional paralysis about confronting his former lover directly and the depth of understanding he possessed about Grindelwald's thinking and probable strategies. The second secret, which would emerge through events rather than explicit revelation, was that Credence was Aberforth's son, rather than some more exotic relation to the Dumbledore family, his identity being considerably simpler than the elaborate story Grindelwald had constructed, but no less significant for those involved. But the third secret, the one that would prove most consequential for immediate events, was that the entire election process had been corrupted before it even began. Grindelwald's preparations having extended far beyond simply presenting himself as candidate to encompass manipulation of the very mechanisms that would supposedly ensure the legitimacy of whatever outcome emerged. The necromantically preserved keyline represented the cornerstone of this corruption, its apparent endorsement of him as morally worthy, being designed to override any doubts or objections that delegates might harbor about placing such power in hands that had already demonstrated willingness to use violence and deception in pursuit of objectives that served only his vision of how the Fane world should be ordered. The plan that Dumbledore had conceived relied fundamentally on the principle that prophecy could be disrupted through creating multiple equally probable futures, that someone who could see what was coming could be defeated by ensuring that what was coming existed in too many simultaneous versions for any single preparation to address them all effectively. The 6 identical suitcases that had been prepared represented the physical manifestation of this strategy, each one appearing indistinguishable from the others through combination of magical duplication and careful mundane replication. The cases being scattered among team members whose movements would create patterns too complex for Grindelwald to predict with certainty, even given his supernatural advantages. The beauty of the plan was its elegant simplicity underneath the surface complexity, understanding that Grindelwald's visions would show him multiple futures, where the real Qilin was carried by different people to different locations. His attempts to intercept or neutralize the threat that the living creature represented, being frustrated by inability to determine which version of events would actually unfold. The strategy didn't require defeating him through superior power or more sophisticated magic, but rather through creating informational chaos that made his greatest advantage into source of confusion rather than clarity. Newt's role in this deception was central and essential, his actual possession of the baby Qilin making him the one person whose case genuinely mattered, while all the others served as decoys and distractions, his movements and decisions being the thread that needed to be followed while Grindelwald's attention was divided among multiple equally plausible possibilities. The responsibility of protecting the creature while also conducting himself in ways that didn't reveal which case was authentic required acting abilities that Newt didn't naturally possess. His social awkwardness and tendency toward honest directness being handicaps that he would need to overcome through conscious effort and determination, not to reveal through inadvertent signals what needed to remain concealed. Jacob's position as the team's wildcard was both tactical masterstroke and genuine risk, his lack of magical abilities making him unpredictable element that Grindelwald's visions calibrated for wizard behavior might not accurately represent, his very presence in magical operations being so unusual that the dark wizard's precognitive abilities might simply not account for him properly because his actions fell outside parameters that the visions were designed to track. The fake wand he carried completed his disguise as someone more dangerous than he actually was, the appearance of being armed with magical capabilities, creating threat perception that would influence how Grindelwald's forces responded to him, even though the actual threat he posed was considerably less than the apparent one. But Jacob's real weapon wasn't the fake wand or any physical capability, but rather his moral clarity and emotional authenticity, qualities that magical education and political sophistication often eroded, but that remained intact in someone whose life had been shaped by factory work and failed dreams, rather than by manipulation of power and pursuit of advantages. Through institutional channels, his willingness to risk himself for people he cared about and for principles he believed in, despite having no magical protection and no realistic chance of defending himself if situations became violent, represented the kind of courage that was more admirable, precisely because it was rooted in choice rather than capability. The German ministry's security apparatus was formidable and comprehensive. Layers of detection, magic, and physical barriers designed to prevent unauthorized access to areas where sensitive proceedings occurred. The combination of magical wards and trained personnel, creating obstacles that most infiltrators would find insurmountable. But the weakness in any security system was always human rather than magical. The people who operated the mechanisms being vulnerable to corruption or mistake in ways that spells and barriers weren't. The social engineering that exploited these vulnerabilities, often being more effective than attempts to overcome magical protections through superior power. Lally Hicks's approach to bypassing security relied on authority and confidence rather than stealth or deception. Her American credentials and professional demeanor creating impression that she belonged in spaces where she technically had no authorization to be. Her movements through restricted areas being facilitated by officials who assumed that someone so obviously comfortable and purposeful must have legitimate reasons for being where she was. The psychology of institutional access was such that people rarely challenged those who appeared to know where they were going and why. The social cost of questioning someone who turned out to be authorized being high enough that guards and officials generally erred on side of allowing passage rather than creating confrontations that might prove embarrassing. The reunion between Newt and Theseus after the latter's arrest required first locating where he was being held and then determining how to extract him from custody that was designed to be inescapable. The prison representing one of the German ministry's most sophisticated security implementations, a place where dangerous criminals or politically problematic individuals could be held with confidence that escape was essentially impossible. The structure existed in dimensions that were folded into conventional space in ways that made its exact location indeterminate. The cells themselves being separate pocket realities that were connected to the larger facility through magical portals that could be sealed or opened according to the needs of those who controlled the system. But the particular genius of the prison's design was also its greatest vulnerability, the cells being guarded by creatures rather than wizards, magical beings whose loyalty was absolute, because it was based on their nature rather than on payment or ideology that might be corrupted through bribes or persuasion. The manticore scorpions that served as both guards and executioners were massive arthropods whose appearance mimicked that of their prisoners, the creatures using magical camouflage to adopt the form and movements of those they were watching, creating surveillance that was comprehensive and deeply unsettling. The experience of being watched by something that wore your own face, producing psychological effects that enhanced the purely physical constraints of imprisonment. The scorpions' function went beyond mere observation, their presence serving as constant threat that kept prisoners docile and prevented the kind of coordinated resistance that might otherwise develop when multiple dangerous individuals were held in proximity. The execution protocol was elegantly simple and terribly effective. Any prisoner whose light source was extinguished would be immediately killed and partially consumed, the scorpions responding to darkness by attacking anything that moved within the cells, their pincers and stingers delivering death that was swift for the fortunate and prolonged for those who were merely injured rather than killed outright in the initial assault. The information that Dumbledore had provided Newt about this prison included details that shouldn't have been accessible to anyone outside the German ministry's security apparatus, suggesting either that his intelligence network was considerably more extensive than anyone realized, or that he had personal knowledge of the facility gained through means that he hadn't chosen to explain. The card he had given Newt contained not just information but also magical implements disguised as innocent items, tools that would be essential for navigating the prison's defenses and extracting Theseus before the scorpions could respond to the intrusion. The infiltration required timing that was precise to the second, and nerves that were steady, despite overwhelming evidence that any mistake would result in death by methods that were designed to be both efficient and horrifying. Newt's approach was characteristically methodical, his years of working with dangerous creatures having taught him to move with combination of confidence and caution that confused the Scorpion's threat assessment, his bearing suggesting he belonged in the prison, while his actual presence was entirely unauthorized and increasingly dangerous as he penetrated deeper into secure areas. The items he claimed to be delivering for his brother were actually components of the escape plan, each one serving multiple functions that wouldn't be obvious to guards who examined them superficially, but that Theseus would recognize as tools once Newt could communicate their actual purposes. The papers appeared to be legal documents or personal correspondence, the kind of materials that prisoners were sometimes allowed to receive, but they were actually encoded instructions and maps that detailed escape routes and timing that needed to be followed with precision if the plan was to succeed. The guards' confiscation of Newt's belongings was expected and planned for, the temporary loss of his magical creatures being acceptable cost because their later retrieval would serve purposes that extended beyond simple recovery of property. The creatures themselves were not passive cargo but active participants in the operation, their behaviors and capabilities having been selected specifically for their utility in prison break scenario, each one bringing abilities that would address specific challenges that the escape would encounter. The descent into the cell block where Theseus was being held required navigating through architecture that was deliberately disorienting. Corridors that turned at angles that shouldn't exist in three-dimensional space, staircases that led to destinations that weren't where they appeared to be, the entire structure being designed to confuse and demoralize anyone attempting to move through it without authorization. But Newt's unusual way of perceiving space, honed through years of working in the expanded interior of his magical case, allowed him to navigate distortions that would have left others hopelessly lost. His understanding of how magical dimensions could be manipulated, giving him advantages that the prison's designers hadn't anticipated anyone possessing. The cells themselves were visible through barriers that allowed observation but not interaction. Each prisoner isolated in pocket dimension that was separate from but adjacent to the main prison structure, the arrangement ensuring that even if someone managed to breach one cell, they couldn't easily access others without repeatedly overcoming the magical barriers that maintained separation. Theseus's cell was notable for its spareness and its complete lack of anything that might serve as tool or weapon. The Ministry, having learned from previous escapes that even innocuous objects could be repurposed by sufficiently creative prisoners into implements that facilitated unauthorized departure. The reunion between the brothers was brief and complicated by the circumstances. Theseus's surprise at seeing Newt being mixed with resignation, that his younger sibling's presence almost certainly meant that rules were being violated, and complications were being created that would have long-term consequences beyond the immediate situation. But the details of how Newt had gotten there and what he intended to do would need to wait until they were somewhere that conversation wouldn't alert the Scorpions to the fact that something irregular was occurring. The escape mechanism relied on the bowtruckles and on the tie that Dumbledore had provided, the combination of creatures and enchanted object, creating possibilities that the prison's designers hadn't anticipated because they exceeded what normal magical theory suggested should be achievable. The bowtruckle's ability to pick locks was well documented, but their application in this context required coordination and timing that showcased Newt's intimate understanding of their behaviors and his ability to communicate intent through methods that appeared to be simple handling, but actually conveyed complex instructions. The tie, when activated according to procedures that Dumbledore had specified, functioned as portkey that could penetrate the dimensional barriers that normally prevented magical transportation within or out of the prison, its power being sufficient to overcome wards that would have defeated normal apparition or portkey attempts. The activation required physical contact by both brothers simultaneously, the magic responding to their blood relationship in ways that verified their identities and authorized the transport that would otherwise be impossible. But the Scorpions detected the irregularity before the portkey could complete its activation sequence, their magical senses registering that something outside normal parameters was occurring within their domain, their response being to converge on the location where Theseus's cell was positioned. The creatures moved with speed that belied their size, their forms flowing from mimicry of prisoners into their natural shapes, massive arthropods whose pincers and stingers were designed by nature and enhanced by magic to kill anything they could reach. The critical moment came when Theseus accidentally stepped on one of the Scorpions during their attempt to activate the portkey, the contact triggering its defensive response, while also extinguishing their light source through the creature's thrashing, the combination creating exactly the conditions that the prison's execution protocols were designed to exploit. The lead Scorpion's attention shifted immediately to them, its mandate to kill anything in darkness overriding whatever other instructions it had been operating under, its approach being both methodical and inevitable, as it positioned itself to deliver death through methods that had been proven effective through countless previous executions. The portkey's activation came seconds before the Scorpion could strike, the magic seizing both brothers and transporting them through dimensions that the prison's wards normally sealed, depositing them at destination that Dumbledore had specified when creating the enchanted tie. The guard who had confiscated Newt's belongings suffered different fate, his lantern being extinguished through combination of bad timing and the Scorpion's agitation at the escape, his death being regrettable, but not something that could be prevented once circumstances had developed beyond point where intervention was possible. The location where they materialized was secure and remote, a safe house that Dumbledore maintained for operations, that required staging areas outside official ministry oversight, its wards ensuring that their arrival wouldn't be detected by German authorities, who would certainly be searching for the escaped prisoner. The recovery time they needed was minimal, adrenaline and necessity, driving them to continue operations despite the trauma of nearly being killed by creatures specifically designed to make death both certain and horrible for anyone who fell within their domain. Meanwhile, in another part of Berlin, the election proceedings were advancing according to schedules that had been established months earlier, the gathered delegates witnessing presentations from candidates whose qualifications and visions for international magical cooperation varied widely in their specifics, but generally aligned on fundamental questions about maintaining the statute of secrecy and avoiding conflicts with non-magical governments. The atmosphere was formal and carefully controlled, centuries of diplomatic tradition, shaping interactions that were courteous on the surface, while being deeply political underneath, alliances and oppositions being negotiated through conversations that appeared casual, but actually carried significant weight for outcomes that would shape magical governance for the next term. Grindelwald's presence among the candidates created tension that was palpable but carefully suppressed. Delegates who opposed his candidacy maintaining diplomatic composure, while those who supported him projected confidence that their choice represented wisdom rather than collaboration with known criminal. The divisions within the assembled leadership reflected broader fractures in magical society about how to respond to changes that were occurring in both magical and non-magical worlds, whether the path forward required maintaining traditional separation or accepting that revelation and integration were inevitable regardless of what policies were adopted. The Qilin ceremony that would determine the next Supreme Mugwump was scheduled for the final day of proceedings, the tradition being that the creature's judgment would supersede any political considerations or voting processes, its ability to perceive genuine moral worth, making it the ultimate arbiter of who deserved to hold office that carried such significant authority. The current minister's possession of a qilin that would participate in the ceremony had been verified through preliminary examinations that confirmed it was genuine creature rather than magical construct or transfigured substitute, the appearance of everything being proper and legitimate, serving to reinforce confidence that the election would produce results that reflected actual merit rather than political manipulation. But what the preliminary examinations couldn't detect was that the qilin had died and been preserved through necromancy that was sophisticated enough to maintain appearances while fundamentally corrupting the creature's nature and abilities. The magic involved being dark enough that most examiners wouldn't recognize it because they had never encountered such techniques and certainly wouldn't expect them to be employed in context where detection was likely and consequences would be severe. Grindelwald's confidence came from understanding that even if suspicions arose, proving that the creature wasn't alive would require examinations that officials would be reluctant to perform because doing so might damage what they believed to be irreplaceable magical being. The arrival of Newt and his team at the election venue was carefully timed to coincide with the qilin ceremony's commencement, their entrance being delayed until the moment when maximum disruption could be achieved through revelation of truths that would fundamentally alter delegates' understanding of what was occurring and what stakes were actually involved. The security that should have prevented their access had been bypassed through combination of Lally's earlier infiltration work and the general chaos that multiple identical suitcases had created among Grindelwald's forces, who were attempting to intercept what they believed to be the genuine qilin while actually chasing decoys. The ceremony itself began with traditional formality, the qilin being presented to the assembled delegates as the impartial judge whose selection would be accepted by all parties, regardless of their personal preferences or political allegiances, the creature's legendary wisdom being invoked as foundation for legitimacy that transcended normal democratic processes. The candidates stood in designated positions, each one maintaining composure appropriate to someone who understood they were being evaluated according to criteria that couldn't be manipulated through normal political skills or rhetorical ability. The necromantically preserved qilin moved with grace that appeared natural to those who had never seen a living specimen, its responses to Grindelwald's subtle magical prompting being imperceptible to observers who had no reason to suspect that what they were witnessing was performance rather than genuine evaluation. The bow it executed before him was perfectly executed and deeply meaningful according to traditional interpretation, the creature's gesture being understood by all present as indication that he possessed the moral character and pure intentions necessary for holding office that would determine policies affecting magical communities across multiple continents. The proclamation of Grindelwald as the qilin's choice was met with mixture of celebration from his supporters and shocked dismay from those who had opposed his candidacy, the creature's judgment being traditionally considered infallible, and therefore ending any legitimate debate about whether he should be entrusted with power, regardless of what reservations individuals might harbor about his history or his stated intentions. The ceremony was proceeding toward its inevitable conclusion, with Grindelwald preparing to accept office that would give his movement legitimacy it had previously lacked, when Newt's interruption shattered the carefully constructed illusion. The accusation that the qilin wasn't truly alive was delivered with scientific precision and moral outrage combined, Newt's voice carrying across the assembled delegates. Despite his usual soft-spoken delivery, his authority as expert on magical creatures giving weight to claims that would otherwise be dismissed as desperate attempt to prevent legitimate outcome. The specific details he provided about how necromancy affected Keeline behavior and appearance were drawn from his research and his observations of the creature during the ceremony, differences that were subtle but unmistakable once they were pointed out to observers who knew what to look for. Grindelwald's response was to demand proof. Understanding that accusations without evidence could be dismissed as politically motivated fabrication, his confidence coming from belief that Newt couldn't possibly produce the living Keeline that would be necessary to demonstrate definitively that the creature participating in ceremony was preserved corpse rather than genuine life. The challenge was delivered with theatrical certainty, his manner suggesting that he welcomed investigation because it would vindicate him and embarrass those who had questioned the legitimacy of proceedings. The revelation of Lally's suitcase and the living baby Keeline it contained was the moment when Dumbledore's elaborate plan finally became visible in its full complexity, all the separate threads of activity and misdirection converging to produce outcome that Grindelwald's visions had shown him might occur, but that he had believed his preparations would prevent. The living creature's presence was undeniable and transformative, its vitality and authentic responses contrasting sharply with the preserved specimen's controlled movements, the difference being obvious once both were present for direct comparison. The minister's initial insistence that Grindelwald's Keeline was the authentic one reflected his investment in proceedings continuing as planned, rather than being disrupted by revelations that would require acknowledgement of having been deceived. His professional reputation being tied to election's legitimacy in ways that made him resistant to evidence that contradicted what he needed to believe. But the necromantic death of the preserved Keeline in front of the entire assembly eliminated any possibility of maintaining the fiction, the creature's collapse revealing the dark magic that had been animating it, and the corruption that had been hidden underneath appearances that had seemed genuine. The living Keeline's behavior toward Dumbledore was unexpected and significant, the creature approaching him with the kind of recognition that suggested it perceived in him qualities that warranted consideration for leadership regardless of his lack of official candidacy. The bow it began to execute would have represented endorsement that carried weight precisely because it came from authentic evaluation rather than corrupted ceremony, but Dumbledore's refusal was delivered with humility that was genuine rather than performed, his understanding that he was not worthy of such recognition being based on self-knowledge about his own failings and the mistakes he had made that disqualified him from positions that required moral authority he didn't possess. The Keeline's turn to the Brazilian candidate represented alternative outcome that was both surprising and appropriate, the creature's selection being based on evaluations that transcended political considerations or geographical preferences, its judgment identifying someone whose character and intentions aligned with requirements for office, regardless of whether her candidacy had been considered likely to succeed through normal voting processes. The bow it executed before her was unambiguous and final, legitimate conclusion to ceremony that had been corrupted, but was now restored through revelation of truth and presentation of genuine evaluation. Grindelwald's rage at being exposed was comprehensive and immediately dangerous, his response being to attack Credence in fury that was partly frustration about plans failing and partly genuine anger that someone he had invested resources in developing had contributed to his exposure through failures that Grindelwald interpreted as betrayal. The spell he cast was meant to be lethal, elimination of a tool that was no longer useful, and that had become liability through its inability to accomplish missions that Grindelwald had assigned. But the intervention of Albus and Aberforth Dumbledore prevented the killing, both brothers moving to protect Credence from attack that would have been fatal if it had connected, their combined magic being sufficient to shield him, while also creating a situation where Grindelwald needed to decide whether continuing assault was worth the tactical costs it would incur. The moment was significant beyond its immediate tactical implications because it was first time that Dumbledore and Grindelwald had been in direct magical conflict despite the blood pact that supposedly prevented such confrontation. The breaking of the blood pact occurred through mechanisms that were not entirely clear even to those who witnessed it. The magical contract that had bound both parties, apparently finding that conditions of its enforcement had been violated through actions one or both had taken, the specifics being less important than the result, which was that the primary obstacle preventing Dumbledore from directly opposing Grindelwald was suddenly removed. The shattering of the pendant was both literal and symbolic, physical destruction of the object coinciding with dissolution of magical obligation that had constrained both parties' actions for decades. The duel that followed was exactly what everyone who understood the capabilities of both combatants had anticipated and dreaded. Two of the most powerful wizards of their generation finally engaging in direct magical combat, without restraints or limitations beyond their own abilities, and the tactical considerations of fighting in environments surrounded by witnesses and potential collateral damage. The spells they exchanged were sophisticated and terrible, magic employed at levels that most wizards would never achieve regardless of how many years they dedicated to study and practice. The combat being less about overwhelming force and more about precision and creativity and willingness to use techniques that required accepting personal risks in exchange for potential advantages. The spectacle was breathtaking and horrifying in equal measure, delegates and observers witnessing magical combat that exceeded anything in their experience or training. The realization that these two individuals possessed power that rendered normal magical defenses essentially irrelevant, creating both awe and terror about implications for what would happen if either of them chose to employ their full capabilities against targets that were less able to defend themselves. The battle was conducted in multiple dimensions simultaneously, physical space being just one battlefield, while magical constructs and mental disciplines clashed in domains that were invisible to normal observation, but equally important for determining outcomes. The conclusion came through exhaustion rather than decisive victory, both combatants reaching limits that even their extraordinary abilities couldn't overcome. The sustained casting at such high levels, depleting magical reserves and physical stamina until continuing, was no longer possible without risking complete collapse. The stillness that followed was heavy, with unspoken acknowledgement that this confrontation had been preview rather than resolution, that neither had achieved dominance, and that future encounters would be necessary before their conflict reached any final conclusion. Grindelwald's warning that this was far from over was delivered with the cold certainty of someone who understood that today's failure was merely setback rather than defeat, that his movement would continue and his vision would eventually be realized regardless of temporary obstacles or opposition from those who lacked his clarity about what needed to be accomplished. His escape before he could be captured demonstrated both his tactical awareness and the resources he still commanded, his ability to vanish while surrounded by enemies who wanted him dead or imprisoned, showcasing the depth of planning and preparation that characterized his operations. Aberforth's approach to Credence was conducted with gentleness that contrasted sharply with the violence that had just concluded. His offer to take his son home, representing opportunity for Credence to finally have the family and belonging he had been seeking through all his tragic wanderings. The acceptance was delivered through exhaustion and relief combined. Credence's recognition that he was dying, making the offer of family in his remaining time precious beyond measure. The chance to experience acceptance and love before the Obscurus finally consumed him completely being worth whatever risks or complications might be involved. Newt's gratitude to his secretary for her role in the operation was delivered with characteristic awkwardness and sincerity, his appreciation for her contributions being genuine. even if his expression of that appreciation was stilted by social discomfort that never quite disappeared, regardless of how often he needed to navigate such interactions. The secretary's satisfaction at having been essential to successful outcome was evident in her expression, the vindication of having taken risks and made sacrifices that mattered, offsetting whatever professional or personal costs she might face for having participated in unauthorized operation. The gift of the fake wand to Jacob was Dumbledore's gesture of recognition that courage came in many forms, and that someone who faced dangers without magical protection deserved acknowledgement, even if his contributions couldn't be celebrated publicly or rewarded through official channels. Jacob's acceptance was characterized by his usual mixture of humor and humility, his recognition that he had been terrified throughout the operation, not diminishing his pride at having participated in something significant and having survived experiences that would have broken lesser spirits. Dumbledore's final words to Newt before departing the election venue carried weight of acknowledgement that the blood pact's breaking meant he would need to fulfill responsibilities he had been avoiding for decades, that direct confrontation with Grindelwald was now inevitable, and that its outcome would determine trajectories for magical communities across multiple continents. The promise to personally handle stopping Grindelwald was both commitment and burden, acceptance of duty that he had been reluctant to embrace but could no longer defer given that obstacles had been removed and necessity was undeniable. The atmosphere in the election venue after Grindelwald's departure and the resolution of the immediate crisis was complex and uncertain. Relief at having avoided worse outcomes, mixing with anxiety about what would come next. Understanding that today's victory had been narrow and dependent on factors that might not align as favorably in future confrontations. The Brazilian candidate's acceptance of the position of Supreme Mugwump was delivered with appropriate solemnity and clear awareness that she was inheriting office during period of crisis rather than stability, that her leadership would be tested immediately through challenges that would require wisdom and courage in equal measure. But for those who had participated directly in preventing Grindelwald from stealing legitimacy through corrupted ceremony, there was satisfaction that came from having acted according to conscience, rather than waiting for official channels to address threats that required immediate response. They had violated laws and ignored proper procedures, had taken risks that could have resulted in their deaths or imprisonments, had trusted each other and their own judgment over institutional authorities who had proven inadequate to the challenges their world faced. The costs of such choices would become evident in time, but for this moment, there was the clean feeling that came from having done right thing, regardless of complications it created. The wider magical world would learn in coming days and weeks about what had occurred in Berlin, though the full story would be shaped by political considerations and strategic communications that ensured certain details remained classified, while others were emphasized to serve purposes that extended beyond simple truth-telling. Grindelwald's exposure as having used necromancy to corrupt the Qilin ceremony would damage his movement's credibility among some who had been considering joining, while others would see it as evidence of his power and his willingness to use any means necessary to achieve goals they supported regardless of methods employed. The surviving baby, Qilin, represented hope for the species' continuation, and also symbol of resistance against forces that treated magical creatures as mere tools to be exploited for purposes that served human ambitions without consideration for the creature's welfare or rights. Newt's commitment to protecting it and eventually returning it to appropriate habitat where it could live according to its nature, rather than being used for human ceremonies or magical purposes, reflected his consistent philosophy. about how magical beings should be treated by those with power to help or harm them. The conclusion of this phase of the conflict left multiple threads unresolved and many questions unanswered. The nature of warfare being that victories were always incomplete and defeats were never final, that participants carried forward into next engagements the lessons learned and the scars earned during previous confrontations. Grindelwald remained free and dangerous, his movement damaged but not destroyed, his vision continuing to attract those who found current arrangements unsatisfactory and who believed his promises about better futures that could be achieved through revolution rather than reform. The peaceful resolution that the wizarding world had fought so desperately to achieve finally arrived, not with thunder or triumph, but with the quiet ceremony of two people choosing to commit their lives to each other despite laws that had once forbidden Union, despite the chaos and suffering that had nearly separated them forever. Jacob's Bakery, transformed for the afternoon into a wedding venue whose modest scale reflected the humble origins of both bride and groom, welcomed friends and allies who had survived the trials that had tested them all, in ways both magical and profoundly human. Newt stood as best man with his characteristic awkward pride, watching Jacob practice vows that stumbled over words while conveying depths of feeling that needed no eloquence to communicate their sincerity. The arrival of guests brought reunions that carried weight of shared dangers survived. Tina appearing with her brother Theseus and Letta, the latter's presence being gift of second chances that few received. Her survival of what should have been fatal sacrifice representing hope that even in darkest moments redemption remained possible for those willing to reach for it. Dumbledore's quiet departure down the cobblestone street as the ceremony began represented his understanding that some celebrations belong to those who had earned them through suffering and choice, that his own path led elsewhere, toward confrontations that would require everything he had left to give. The wedding proceeded with joy, unmarred by the knowledge that darkness still gathered beyond their immediate happiness, that Grindelwald's defeat was postponed rather than achieved, that the peace they celebrated was temporary respite in longer struggle, whose conclusion remained uncertain. But for this moment, there was love and laughter. There was the triumph of two souls finding each other across barriers that should have been insurmountable. There was the simple magic of choosing hope when despair would have been easier and more justified. Rest now, young wizard, in the knowledge that even in worlds threatened by the darkest forces, light persists in the connections we forge and the courage we summon when everything demands surrender. The timeline is complete. The stories are told, and in dreams, you may find the peace that waking hours sometimes deny. Sleep well, knowing that the fantastic beasts are safe in Newt's care, that love conquered laws meant to divide, that vigilance continues, even as you drift toward rest. Sweet dreams await in this magical world where wonder and danger dance eternally, where every ending is merely preparation for new beginnings, where hope remains as long as there are those willing to believe that tomorrow might be better than today. Close your eyes now. Let these chronicles carry you gently into sleep, secure in the knowledge that heroes walk among us still.